morning. Good morning.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1. In Vision Lights Live.
Good morning and welcome to Sewing Street, and welcome to all of our regular viewers. Lovely to see you this morning, and to all our new people, lovely to see you too. We have got a jam-packed day for you today. We've got 3 guests. It's just been chaos. Ben and Michael and Lee, 5 of us, have just been chatting, and then it was all mad at the last minute, but we have got such a lot of fantastic products, and across a big range as well, so it's going to be great. But before we do anything, and I tell you who we've got on today, let's do our early bird. Now, this is a super saver. This is brilliant. Whatever your love of thread is, whatever your preferred thing is, everyone needs a basic pack of thread. Look at all of these. I'll empty them all out so you can see them. This is amazing. Now, I think, so there's 1,000 metres on each of these spools. You can do a whole quilt with 1,000 metres. And all of these colours as well, because you know what it's like. We have our posh threads and our expensive threads, but we always run out of thread. Well, I do anyway. 20. Now, the full price for this is $34.99, which I think is a bargain anyway, when you look what you've got. 2 blacks, a medium grey, a dark grey, medium grey, and a light grey. You've got 3 blues, you've got a green, you've got a burgundy, Christmas red, bright red, mustard yellow, and then you've got all of your neutrals, including, obviously, ivory, white and cream. All of that, $34.99, but that's not the early bird price. You see, now, I would buy it at that price, because I think that's amazing, but today, no way. Is that like half price? Nearly. $17.99. $17.99. There's 20 spools there. So what's $17.99 divided by 20? Oh, God, my maths is just mental with me. It's not here this morning. So if we did £18, that'd be 89 pence. Thank you, Ben. Right, it's too early to do it. 89 pence for 1,000 metres. I'm not sure where you'd get it elsewhere at that. That's fabulous, isn't it? 100% polyester thread, so it'll be nice and super strong in your machine. And with all of those colours, 89 pence for a spool. I like the fact that they've given you 2 blacks and 2 whites as well, because those are the ones you're going to use a lot. And then having the neutrals, and you've got 3 different shades of neutral, which is brilliant. And then having your navy, mid and light, and then the 3 shades of red. It's kind of got everything you need, hasn't it? All of those colours. 89 pence. Now, these are absolutely flying out. I'm not surprised. I would say that the price will go back up at midnight, but I don't think we'll actually have any left at midnight. 89 pence for a spool of thread. Maybe I'll put that one with the yellows. So many, yeah, and that one with the greens. Look at all of those. But we have got a very, very busy today. These are absolutely flying out. 89 pence a spool. Please do check out. If it's in your basket, you need to check out, because these are going to go. But let me tell you who I've got. I told you I've got a jam-packed day today, and it's all fab. It's all sewing. It's even better. 8 o'clock, we've got the fabulous Jane Greenoff, who is waiting already, cross-stitch girl. She's got some amazing projects today. Lovely brand new little house. Gorgeous. I haven't seen the houses before. Very excited to see those. Samplers, all sorts. So it's all about cross-stitch at 8 o'clock, and it's all about Jane Greenoff. And the two together is just going to be brilliant, isn't it? With some new products. So if you are collecting the little houses, you need to get yourself ahead. Look at them. Aren't they really cute? The flower shop, it's lovely, isn't it? So we were having a chat to Jane and giving her all sorts of suggestions of what her next shop should be. I'm sure she hasn't listened to a word we've said, but we had some great ideas. And then at 9 o'clock, Gail Penberthy is with us with her Endless Thread Country Creatures. Oh, these are just so cute. Look at them. There's a big Hamish and a mini Hamish, and then there's Daisy, and there's the Ewes. These are gorgeous. Now, with this show, we've got full kits. So if you struggle to be able to source these specific felts and furs, we've got full kits of them. But we've also got instructions on their own as well. So if you've got a big stash of furs and furs, fleeces and felts. That's quite hard to say, isn't it? We've got instructions on their own as well, but we do have full kits. Now, just to warn you, Gail's kits always fly out and nearly always sell out. So if you want to get ahead with them, do that on pre-order. 10 o'clock, Alison Reid's in here with a trio of fun felt toys. A lot of F's today, aren't there? The trio of fun felt toys. And these are gorgeous. There's a unicorn, a sausage dog and a lion. Again, we've got full kits for them. We've got instructions on their own. Aren't they gorgeous? So if you've got a unicorn lover in your family, or a lion lover, or a sausage dog fanatic, is it? The unicorn is the national animal of Scotland. Is that true, Ben? Yeah. Sort of thing Ben tells me, and then I say it, and it's not actually true. What's the national gemstone of Scotland? The what? The smoky quartz. That's some random information. Didn't know that. Anyway, those are coming up at 10 o'clock. And then at 11 o'clock, we've got Gail is coming back. Woodland View, these are beautiful cushions, absolutely gorgeous. Again, we've got full kits, which is fabulous, and instructions as well. And then at 12 o'clock, Alison will be back with her velvet dog cushions. These are super deluxe. They're beautiful felt dogs that are appliqued onto luxurious velvet. Oh, you're going to love them. What a fab day we've got. What a fab day. But we've got you to start with, Jane. Good morning.
Morning.
It's a bit chaotic this morning, wasn't it?
It was a bit, yes, quite humorous.
Humorously chaotic.
Humorously chaotic.
But sort of organised chaos.
Yes, but we
it?
got there in the end.
But we had a lot to talk about.
We did.
A lot to talk about.
Morning, everyone.
So we're going to start with the new cottages.
Yes.
So for those of you, including me, who haven't seen the cottages before, this is number 4.
This is number 4. And this started
Let me show you
off-
the little cottage.
if you-
Tell me how it started.
Well, if you remember last year, we did the set of tiles, a different tile every
Yes.
month, which we made into a quilt. And in fact, we've got a couple of those left over to show you.
Right.
And then it was suggested we did something every month this year, and it was going to be 6 houses. We're still undecided if it's 6 or 12. all
Right.
I'm still mulling that over. There might be a Christmas thing that is over 6 issues,
Oh, okay.
as well or instead of, I haven't decided. Anyway, so my esteemed editor, Jenny Dixon, who you know from
I know
the
very
past,
well, yes.
she suggested little houses, and I puffed and blowed a bit. And then she disappeared to my studio upstairs and came down with one done with biro.
Right.
So she cut out the fabric, put the windows on in biro, sewed it together, and there you are, that's how you do it.
Amazing.
And
I
that's
think
how
they're
they
gorgeous. So
started.
which one does it start
That
with?
was Georgian House.
Of course. Of course.
I mean, I kept it, you know, because I didn't know what I was doing. Let's be honest. It was a bit...
I think they're beautiful. I mean, you can't see them, but when you feel them, because they're filled with rice, they
With
just
rice, yeah.
feel lovely.
Lovely and chunky. I use rice and lavender combination.
So you
usually.
could have them as pin cushions, but
Yes.
I think I'd have them as just little
Well,
ornaments.
Originally, the answer was that we were going to put them on a chimney breast. I think
Oh,
Jenny's got a
cute.
series of pottery ones on a chimney breast,
Yes.
and that's sort of how it all grew.
I think they'd be perfect for that. So the new one is
This one.
apple. You have to turn them around to be able to see. Is Apple Tree Cottage. Now they're available in Ada and linen, so you can choose. So we'll start with this. This is the new one for all of you who collected them. So why Apple Tree Cottage then?
Well, because I was remembering the tile-hung cottages in Sussex, where I used to
Right.
live, and having apple trees trained against the wall. I mean, that's really how it started. And so this is just, the idea is the front's hung with tiles.
So
And
you can collect the whole set and have them all on your mantelpiece or on your
Have
windowsill.
them lined up.
Or you can just have,
Odd ones.
you can just have one of them.
And as a pin cushion.
If you know someone
on
who
a
lives
shelf.
in something like
Yes.
in one like that, and the designs go. Look, they go around the sides as well. Ooh, look, there we go. Look.
So these have all got a felt back, so they're intended to be against a wall.
Right.
Now, the one that is in next month, so that is May. Yes, it is next month is May.
It is, yes,
Next
April now.
month is May. That one is an all-round one. I'm going to not say any more about it yet because it's a secret.
So this is the Ada kit. So you can sew them on Ada or linen. You will get exactly the same size and finish. It's just really what you prefer.
Yes, and really, with something like this, you can't see the fabric anymore, can you?
No,
So
not
actually
at
it
all.
doesn't
I was
matter.
thinking, has it got pink Ada? But
No,
it's completely
it's
stitched.
It's just stitched. So yes,
they're
I mean,
just delightful.
the Ada fabric. I mean, if you haven't stitched before or you're a novice, I think it's quicker. I don't work on Ada, but that's because I learnt on linen, accidentally.
Right.
It was freak of nature. You know, I didn't know you could. I didn't know there was Ada. In fact,
I think I first learnt on linen as well because it just happened to be the kit in the shop.
exactly.
For no
and I
reason
think
at all.
sometimes that happens to people where if you pick up a kit and it's got a very, very fine linen in it, you think I can't do linen.
Yes.
Whereas actually what you mean is you can't see that one.
Yes, if you
And there's
started on, yeah.
something you could see. Anyway, so this is Apple
So
Tree
in the
Cottage.
kit, you get the Ada that you need.
Yes.
All the stranded cotton.
Yes, the lining, a needle,
That's
and
a
the
very nice
instructions.
lining.
Yes, yes, they're nice. Nice short
beautiful.
lining. Oh, it's a different one on mine. I use what's in my stash.
Right. So what's the lining?
The lining, it's not silk. It's a rayon copy of silk.
Beautiful. It
It's
looks
nice.
like a shot skin.
It does
a
look like shot silk,
doesn't it?
Yeah, no, it does.
And obviously all the chart. Can we get it out?
Yeah, of course we can. We might need scissors though after the elephant spit.
Can I have a pair of scissors, please, Levi?
There you are. That's exactly what we need.
Thank you very much.
There you are.
Don't want
do
to
it? Slice along the end.
Yeah, I don't want to mess the kit up. Right. Well, it's just nice to see what's inside, isn't it?
Yeah.
So the price for this, $14.90. That's an absolute bargain.
Well, I hope so.
What a nice gift to give somebody this kit.
So I think it's, well, I think they're, you know, I'm ever so pleased with them.
They are
obviously.
gorgeous. I just love the feel. I don't know whether you can see that because they've got the rice in them. They're very weighty, but they just feel squishy. I would want them on my mantelpiece.
Yes, and certainly we've just had photography, not yesterday, day before yesterday, and they're actually photographed on my mantelpiece.
Brilliant. Oh, you've got to do 12.
I think, well, do you think?
Yes, yes.
12 would be nice, wouldn't it?
It would, wouldn't it? We've got
Okay.
loads of suggestions.
This all started last time because somebody said where we did the tiles, would they be good in a quilt, wouldn't they? And I thought, oh, that would be nice. Oh, God, that means that they're all going to have to go together, aren't they?
Shame, isn't it? I know.
The shades have
Yeah,
to go.
but
so there's the chart.
Oh,
Look,
I see. Oh, so you sew it
in one piece.
in one. Oh, brilliant.
They're
look at
actually
that.
not hard. They're not. Believe me, I wouldn't have done them if they were hard. I'm a stitcher, not a sewer.
Yeah, so you haven't got to sew
No.
all the bits together.
And if you could imagine that when you've
Yeah.
got your stitch piece and you've pressed it,
And then the back, you put, and the base is the
yes, but then
rayon silk.
you fold them really carefully, and then you can see where that's going
Wow,
to be. The,
yeah.
Yeah. So you get a black
Brilliant.
and white and a colour one. You get,
Your thread sorter. I love the shades of thread as well.
and there's pictures of
See,
instructions.
at least the colours for these don't all have to go together, so that's something, isn't it?
Yes. No, quite. No, I think that
They're
they
just
turned out
adorable,
really well.
and I think $14.99 is an amazing price for all of these. Now, if you're a linen lover, we also have it on linen as well. So I won't get this one out because the kit's exactly the same, except you have a piece of linen. So it all depends on what you want to stitch on. The effect will be the same. It's just
The
obviously
size is the same. Yeah,
you
the
just have
size.
twice as many holes, that's all.
Yes.
Some people prefer linen, some people prefer Ada.
And it's really your choice.
Same price as well.
Yes, there you are. Upside down now. I'll put it in
I
the right way.
love these. But I mean, it's perfectly achievable. You just stitch over 2 threads rather than over 1. It just depends what you prefer and what look. But to be honest, as it's completely stitched, you're not going to
doesn't
see
really
the
make
fabric
any difference.
anyway.
That's right.
I guess the Ada will be a bit stiffer.
Yes, there's quite a lot of dressing in Ada fabric. When you first open it, I had that piece out, didn't I? You can see here, when they finish these in the factory, it's quite a stiff.
Dawn
But,
says, these are so beautiful. They are, Dawn. They are so beautiful.
Hi, Dawn. Yes.
Well, I think it was a great idea from Jenny. Well done. If she's
Well done,
watching,
Jenny.
Well done, Jenny. Brilliant idea. And I hope you'll stitch them yourself, Jenny.
So, yes, so there are going to be more. Certainly one more. Well, certainly 2 more. But I suspect you're right. We'll probably end up doing 12.
Yeah, I
As I
think.
said, I've had letters. A fish shop with a little pussycat sitting against the
Yes.
wall with a fish in his mouth. I've had all sorts of burger vans, hot chicken.
about a burger van?
I'm not going to.
I mean, you could do like a
tattoo
little-
parlour. I mean, these are suggestions.
You could do like a little Cornish cottage, couldn't you?
Yes,
Sort of, so
yes.
kind of a seaside.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, Ben said, could you do his house? No.
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 No, Ben, we couldn't.
No. It's no, not unless it's beautiful. But I think like a little Cornish cottage would be beautiful because then you could have your seagull, couldn't you? And your
Seagull on the slates and a Cornish pasty on the table.
little Welsh cottage.
Stop it. This is
Got
what
loads of
happens.
ideas. Right, let's go through all of the others. I'm going to start with the black and white house. So this one,
There you are.
where's this from then? Where's
It
black?
isn't really, it's just in my head. This one is not stuffed very much. You'll see that it's got lots of
Yeah, it
room in
doesn't
it.
feel as lovely.
No, and that's actually about carting them round with me. And I decided to not, but I mean, this will be restuffed before it turns into the real thing. If that
So
makes sense.
Ada first. Again, they
there it
are
is.
all $14.99. You get the backing.
Same thing as the one we've just been through. I've done this in black so you can see how it's done. Obviously, if you use a matching colour, you can't see the stitching.
It's a lovely thing to do because it's quite a small piece and it's very portable. So it's
Yeah,
the sort
exactly.
of kit you could buy to take on holiday with you.
Yes, yes, and it's
you
all
could
in one
just-
piece.
It's all there. And then when you get back from holiday, you can make it all up.
Yes.
Or it's a lovely gift. And at $14.99, that's a really nice gift. So if you know someone who lives in that part of the world or they've got a
Yeah,
connection
yeah.
to it.
And a black and white house, you know, we've all seen them,
Ludlow.
haven't
I
we?
went to Ludlow the
Yes,
other weekend.
yes, yes.
Never been before.
I always maintain that
Absolutely
I've never
loved it.
been to Ludlow, and my husband always maintains that I have. So
Really?
he'll be watching.
Never
Going.
been. Amy and I went, we had a weekend away, and it was so beautiful.
Very pretty.
I had the best time, and they're all at houses like that. So, and that's the Ada one, and then we've also got it on linen. Linen, it's coming.
So yes, they're fun, aren't they? So yes, it's
They
been
are
good.
gorgeous, and again, they're fully stitched. But I quite like this. I mean, I guess because you can do the black, you can
yes.
frame it all, and then you can fill it all in.
Fill in the backgrounds. And actually ditto when you get to Georgian House in a minute. You can put the windows in and then you've got lots of filling in to do.
So that's is it the Georgian one next? No, the flower shop.
Flower shop, there
Flower
we are.
shop.
Put it that side.
I think the flower shop's gorgeous.
That was Bill's idea, do a flower shop.
It's brilliant. And anyone who knows a florist, you've got to make this for them.
Yes, they could have it in the shop, couldn't they?
Yes.
Nice. It really did turn out
They
extremely well.
could have it in the shop and they could have kits. Couldn't they? Just
And
give
this is
Jane
how
a ring.
things start. This is how things
Yeah.
Not anymore.
No more.
I don't make kits
Just
anymore.
phone the cross-stitch guild.
Phone the cross.
Wouldn't it be nice in your flower shop
Yeah, it would.
to sell
it
the
would.
little kits? I think that's gorgeous.
So that's that one. And then
Right, and then
finally-
we've got the flower shop on linen as well.
Oh, sorry.
We'll just
Yeah,
do the
I'm-
linen and then
yeah.
we'll move on to that one.
Good, good, good.
And it doesn't matter if you mix and match your Ada and linen as
Nope,
well, does it?
Absolutely not. They all sit perfectly well together. The scale stays the same because the linen's 28 count.
And then the last one, which was the first one, we've only got this one in Ada.
That's,
And there's only 4 of them.
so that's
That's
so many gone.
beautiful. This is the one I should have been living in Bath, shouldn't I? I should
You
have that
certainly
one.
should, really.
Yeah. Beautiful. Look at it. It's just so gorgeous. Yeah, just having that on your mantelpiece.
That you can see now why they were done with the plain backs, because that's how the idea started.
Yes, yeah.
I'm going to tell you, the May one is actually a greenhouse. And of course, that has to be done all the way around.
Of course.
Because you're supposed to look through it,
Look
aren't you?
through a greenhouse. Oh, that's going to be brilliant. Yes. And we've got to have a Cornish cottage
All right.
and a tea room.
She's ever so bossy,
I know,
you know.
but I can see them. See, I can see them all. But definitely not a burger van. I just not go in with burger van. Right, and then we'll just go back to the first one again.
Which is that one.
For the apple tree. Ada is massively popular. And the linen's not far behind. So that's the apple tree cottage. Beautiful. I love that. That's so cute. I like all the little French knots for the roses.
And actually, you can use French knots or colonial knots. And when I was on there last time, I showed how to do both. And they're added at the end at random. So once all the cross stitch is done, you can just sit there watching telly and just stick
do
the
them.
knots on anywhere.
Or you could put little beads.
Or
on
you could add green beads or red
little
beads.
How lovely would that look?
Ever so pretty, ever so pretty.
Gorgeous. So that's the Ada, and then the linen, if you would like the linen for the apple tree cottage. So for all of you, the linen's only 10 behind, to be fair. So for all of you collecting them, you need to get this one, or if you just want one because you know it's either a gift to make for someone or to have the kit. But it's a nice kit to get now. And then when you go on holiday, you're away for the weekend, or you've got a long train journey. This is what you need to take with you.
And they don't take long, actually. It's deceptive. Oh, listen, I like the next picture coming up with the 4 together.
That's really
very
cute.
Sweet. Look.
×3.
Amazing.
It's only ×3 is 12, isn't it?
Oh. Yes. Well, enough of that.
I'm looking forward to the greenhouse.
There you go. It's
Brilliant,
done.
thank you.
Yeah, the greenhouse is done. Done and dusted,
Right,
as
I'll
they
put
say.
the little country sampler. I really like this one.
Here we are. I'll give it to you to talk about.
Because it's just beautiful in its simplicity, isn't it? It's not a massive sampler that's going to take you ages.
And this was a doodle.
A doodle.
This is what
okay.
This is one day when I just had enough of everything.
Oh, really?
You know, there are days like that.
I
aren't
have,
there? I'm
yes.
sure you have them too.
Yeah, and you
I
think,
had
I've actually
had
just-
enough. The dog had barked at shadows all morning. I couldn't get something I was meant to be doing right.
Yeah,
And I
yeah.
just cleared the screen and thought, I'm going to draw a silly sampler now.
How nice.
And I did. And it's, you know, I'm ever so fond of it.
Oh, I think it's lovely because it's got all the sort of traditional elements of the alphabet and the little house and
it's
all
very,
this-
the
they
very
always have
little
strange shaped animals, don't they?
Yes, absolutely. And very little backstitch on this, so you could do this, in fact, without any backstitch if you really hate it. I've added a few bullion knots
like
here
them.
to the tree, but they're optional. They could be French knots, they could be beads, they could not be there at all.
I just think also with this alphabet, this would be a great personalised project. So
Yes.
if you were doing a baby sampler, christening, wedding anniversary,
Even new house.
new home,
You could easily
then
do it.
you could just use that alphabet.
Yes, and I mean, if you lose the little dogs, you can put
Oh,
new,
that's true.
you know, the name of the house or
Yeah, and to just put someone's name, you know, particularly with
Personalising it,
all
it's
this
nice.
like thing of baby showers and all of that.
Yeah.
You know, what you give them. You could just you stitch the whole thing,
and it doesn't take long.
and then you can personalise it when they're born.
Yeah, when you know what the
In
details
fact, when I
are.
had my first child, I stitched the whole sampler and then I took it into hospital with me to stitch
So
the name on.
And did you manage to get
I
it done?
did, actually.
Well, that's very
I did
impressive.
it, just the name. The other two, months. They were years old before they had them. I have done them, they are done, but it was just really nice having the whole thing
to do.
and then I just put the name in. And that is so lovely, isn't it? And I think it's a great price as well, $15.99, because, you know, if it's just sort of a little gift, maybe, you know, golden wedding anniversary,
Yes,
what do you give
yes.
people? And they
Yes.
go, oh, don't give us anything. You think, well, I want to give you something.
And you know, the colours aren't going to argue with anyone's home, are they? You know,
No.
they're quite subtle.
So in the kit, let's have a look at the... What did we do with the kits? There they are. They're all hidden. So there's the kit, brilliant. So you've got the... If you do the Ada, it's a similar
beige,
colour.
Yes, beige colour. I'm not sure how dark that's darker.
Oh,
this is a continuing battle we have. Well, not battle, discussion.
That's the Ada
when
one,
you
then.
when you buy unbleached linen,
Mm.
unbleached linen comes unbleached, obviously. When you buy washed unbleached, it depends how much it's been washed,
Oh.
and so they vary.
Oh, I see. So
So
is that
this-
the same
This-
description?
yes, that would have been washed unbleached, and that's washed unbleached, but not washed as much.
Washed
And in
less.
fact, when you go
Highly
through,
washed,
yes, you go
only a bit
through.
washed.
You can look at the rolls sometimes, and you can see that it's the only one of Zygarde's colours that varies. It's just because it's amount how
Oh,
much.
that makes sense.
Yes.
Coloured chart as well.
Yes.
So I guess because you've got the alphabet on there, you can just take that and maybe draw what
Yes.
you want on the
you
edge
could,
of it.
You could easily write it down the side, and there's a black and white chart in there as well with just symbols. You've got a thread card. There are 2 swatches. It tells you which one to sort first,
Right.
so that it's nice and easy to see. And
Oh,
I've
I think
added-
that's lovely. It's worth getting this for when you've got an occasion like that
Yes,
where you think,
yes.
I just want to make a little sampler.
It's funny, isn't it? I still like it ever such a lot. And it was, as I said, it genuinely started as a doodle rather than a plan.
This is the linen version, and again, you've got your
see.
washed unbleached,
Yes,
which can come in a variety of washed unbleached shades. But it's lovely, isn't it?
it's lovely and old looking.
If you
isn't
washed it again, would it get lighter?
Yes.
Okay.
You could give it a serious dunking.
Yes,
you
if
wanted
you washed
to.
it several times.
Yeah.
I love that though, because that's really the sort of traditional
I love it.
colour.
You know, I mean, John's caught me sniffing it, you know. If unbleached linen, you can actually smell soil.
Oh, really?
You can. It's really got that sort of. It's not oil. I don't know what it must just be the flax
Okay.
before, because it hasn't been treated or
Yeah,
dyed.
so it's just that smell.
Yes, yeah.
Oh, how
Earthy
lovely.
smell.
That's
Yes,
lovely. Isn't it? I
lovely.
really like that. $15.99 for that one. And that's on the linen. Oh, I think they're lovely. Just, it was worth your doodle, Tanya.
It was worth a doodle. Yes, it was.
It was a bad day that turned out well.
It was.
Yes,
Yes, pleased with that.
I usually resort to crochet on a really bad day.
Do you?
Yeah, because that really sort of is calming, and you think, yes.
Where'd you get that?
Well, it's gorgeous, isn't it? Amy gave it to me for my birthday last year. She bought it on Etsy. It's beautiful.
Is it fun? Yes.
I've got
smashing.
a crochet one as well now. It's just really cute, isn't
She's
it?
quite handy, this one.
Really
She does
cute.
do quite a lot of stuff.
It's just so lovely. Right, what are we doing next? Aqua Alphabet.
Oh,
That's this one. So tell me the story about this one. This is like really proper alphabet sampler, isn't it?
yes. So this is inspired by the samplers at Aqua School, which is in Pontefract, or just outside Pontefract. And it's a Quaker school, one of many, but very famous. And Ackworth didn't know or didn't realise that they had a priceless collection of scholars' samplers in the school, and they'd be hanging up in the staff
Lucky
dining
them.
rooms, kitchens, they were hanging around the corridors. And someone pointed out they were probably worth thousands, and they were all carefully collected and put into somewhere safe. And the Cross Stitch Guild had permission from the governors to reproduce either samplers as they were or use the motifs.
Oh, I see. That was lucky.
And then the school earns from that, you know.
So how did you find out about them?
Well, Jacqueline Holdsworth and another lady who, forgive me, I have forgotten her name, she must have been there researching them. And I think it persuaded the school that she would do the book and then supply them with a proper chest, flat chest, to keep everything safe in. And then I you know, heard it on the Bush Telegraph. And then we took a party of, Bill and I've been, and we went up to visit the governors and the head and got permission to reproduce for them. And they refer to meetings and collections of scholars as gatherings.
Oh.
Which is why it's a gathering
So
of
it's a gathering of... I love this because you've got this sort of really pretty lowercase one. It's quite
Yes.
sort of italic, isn't it? Well, that one's italic. And that was just pretty.
They're extraordinary, aren't they? I mean, this looks like a modern typeface, and this was stitched originally in 1737.
Wow. But what's great about this is you've got these alphabets as well. So if you want to
know,
use
I
them to
know.
personalise other things, I love that. I love that italic one. But this one is, like, yeah, so legible, isn't it?
Yes. And look at these modern-looking numbers. And yet they were done in 1700 and something. I've got one thing to show you. That
Oh, wow. And is this an original?
this is an original pinball stitched by a scholar. And actually, can you see how it's made?
Well, it's like two circles.
Yes.
And then with ribbon round the edge.
Yeah.
So how's that made then?
It's knitted on needles,
It's
sewing needles.
knitted.
Knitted on sewing needles by a child.
Well, I was thinking because it doesn't look stitched. It almost looks printed.
Yes, yes. So these little medallion shapes, if I turn that one over, because that's probably the most famous.
Right.
These medallion shapes, I brought you some aqua things before when I've been on air, with the medallion shapes in the samplers. This time I've just picked things from the medallions, as it's an alphabet one. So the swan and the passion flower are probably the most well known.
So what
and
sort
no
of
one
thread?
knows where the... Well, who knows? Silk probably, but I don't know. I've never seen one in such good condition.
And knitted with sewing needles.
Yes, as a gift. So it was going to be given to a friend, to AS,
Yes, to
from
AS.
1800.
Wow.
So that's another one of the gifts.
unbelievable,
So this
isn't
is the, if you look up Aqua School or Quaker samplers on the old internet, you'll find lots of information
Well,
about
this
them.
is absolutely
And
gorgeous.
I'm very pleased with that. I chose the alphabets very carefully. They're all from actual samplers that are at the Aqua School.
I think they're really charming, but I also like the colours that you've used because I imagine this is what they would have originally been
Yes,
stitched
yes.
in. Are they quite faded
Yes,
now?
they're quite faded. The ones that have been rescued and put away are surprisingly good. But I can remember we were all very excited about a sampler, and one of our group had stitched it. from a different source. And I suppose her stitching was about that big. When we took a party of guild members there for the day, we were allowed to go and look at the samplers in the boardroom, in the staff boardroom, out of the frames. And that sampler was that big. And it was stitched by a 12-year-old.
That's
and
amazing.
they were really
well, they had good eyesight,
staggering.
didn't they? So that's the Ada one that's on screen at the moment.
And
so
there
in
it
the
is.
Ada one, obviously, you get, it's like, you know, the slightly darker Ada. But I love these colours.
Yes, they do work very well.
Yeah, they are. They're sort of muted, but they've
Yes.
got a nice strength to them as well. And you've got a coloured chart there.
And
to make
as
it
well
lot
as the
easier
black
for
and
you.
white. And
So
then
that's the Ada. But then if you want the linen,
that's the linen.
is this washed unbleached?
Yes.
Actually, this is very similar.
Yes, yes, to the one I've stitched it on. Yes. So there you are.
I
Aren't they
think,
lovely?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter whether you're Ada or linen, but I do think with the linen, it gives, it's probably originally
I
stitched
suppose,
on
you see, I have got an old Ada sampler. It was done in about 1890.
Oh, okay.
Because Ada was introduced way back, but didn't really get popular until later. But no, I do think that
gorgeous.
looks like the old sampler.
There's only 9 of these linen samplers left, kits. So if you want one of the kits, you need to get on with that. I think that's, and I think that the green is just gentle. It makes the red and the blue stand out. That's the lovely thing, is that you've spent all of the time
Hopefully.
reproducing it, creating it, balancing it, and choosing the
Making-
colours. And then we buy the kit, we can go, oh, I can just do that now then.
Yeah, yes, you don't have to think.
Don't have to do
that's,
anything,
that's the
thinking.
point, isn't it, really?
Well, I suppose when you think of how you started this, the beginning of the process, and now it's just like, oh, easy now.
Well, it isn't always. Do you know, sometimes I sit down to draw something and it just goes on. And other times it's like pulling teeth.
Well, this is what I mean. I bet this has taken ages, but then we get the kit and we
Yes,
just go, oh,
yes.
easy.
Sometimes it is easy.
But the time that I know that will have gone into that to get it all right and balanced and
yes,
central or not central, or, you know, I like
and
the way
choosing
that
the bits, you know, choosing what's going where.
well, it's quite. I think this is lovely where you've got all of the alphabet, but then you filled in that little bit with the numbers.
As the children did, of course. They filled the space.
Yes, without sort of thinking
without
about
thinking
it.
about, yes. They weren't thinking about them hanging on a wall then. They were making them as part of their lesson.
Right.
And a lot of the small things they made, lots of little pin cushions, not quite as tiny as that one, but little pin cushions, they were made as gifts for friends. You know, they weren't allowed to buy gifts. It's something you gave of your time.
Oh, I see. So they would give that. That's
Yes.
amazing. I can't imagine knitting on.
No, I can't
on
either.
needles. So that's that one, Ada or linen, but you need to be quick with the linen one because we're quite low in stock of that one. Right, which one we do next? The bookcase and ladder. I love this because I want a ladder. I also need a library to put my ladder in, but there we are. It's just great, isn't it? Again, great for a new home, because I mean, it says home sweet home. You could put what you want in the
Yes,
middle there,
absolutely.
couldn't you?
This all started because I have a bookcase with a
I
ladder.
know, it's amazing.
I've been watching too
Amazing.
much television, too much Channel 4, because they used to have one of those things at the beginning,
Yeah, they
didn't they,
did.
where the ladder moved about.
There's a wonderful bookshop in Bath that's moved now. In fact, have you been to it? Because it's in the old Quaker meeting house,
No, I haven't.
around the back
I
of
will.
the Abbey.
Right.
I'll think of what it's called in a minute. Anyway, they have an amazing ladder, several, and they just slide all the way along, and
Yes.
you can use them. So they're not just
Wow.
for so they
Not
slide beautifully along the rails.
You-
But because it's in this old Quaker meeting house, that you go inside and then you go down the stone steps to the cellar. Oh, it's fabulous.
I will make a point.
It's just round the back of the Abbey.
Right. That will
need
be next time I go to Bath. I shall
Yes,
be
you
going
need to
look.
go there. I'll remember in a minute what it's called, but it has the most amazing ladders.
We've got ours, and I've painted it dark now, and it's got hooks on the top, and there is a brass rail that runs along, because I have this vision of me being up there and the catastrophic falling of the ladder, and it would land on Bill's grand piano, which would not go down well. I have to
No, I
tell
know. I
you.
think you've been in a lot of
It would
trouble.
be big
Is that
trouble.
an aspidistra?
It's just a big green plant.
Right.
I do have one, not
Have you?
dissimilar.
I feel like it's an aspidistra. I've never had one, but they're
No,
kind of...
I don't know what. They last forever, don't they?
I don't know. It's just sort of this kind of Victorian, isn't it? Aspidistras. Don't even know what they are. That's beautiful. Now that one is on Ada. Is it
Yes.
just on Ada? That one?
Pass.
Oh no, we've got it on
No,
both.
got it on the,
Yeah, we do
got
have
it on
both.
This is on a finer fabric, so this is I'm going to say this is Belfast. What does it tell us? I should know this.
This is on... It doesn't say what count.
It doesn't. Let me have a look. I think that's 18 and
That's
36.
that's definitely 18.
That's
I've worked
18.
on cross-stitch
Oh,
magazines
you know
for
that.
far too long. That's
So
definitely
that's 18. So this must be 36.
6. Whoa. I love an 8. I always think if you've got to do Ada, go for it. I love an 8.
Yes.
If you have to.
It
Not,
does
no
give you-
snobbery involved at all, but if you have to.
It's this lovely dense look when you stitch it. That you know, it's solid, isn't it?
Yeah, it is denser. I think the stitching is nicer.
Yeah, lovely.
So that's on an 18 Ada, which basically means 18 holes to the inch, if you wonder what on earth we're on about. So that must be a 36 linen.
That's right.
Beautiful.
And
So
these
that's
are-
the Ada, £25.99.
And these are pre-sorted because it was actually going to be so hard for you to sort them out
yes.
yourself.
Well,
Because of all the colours.
these, particularly those sort of
All these
fawny
different.
beige.
There were so many. It
Yeah,
wasn't
there's
going to work.
16 of the Ada ones left. Because these sort of fawny shades...
Yes, you'd never get it right.
Yeah, I think you'd struggle. Because how would you describe them anyway? Because they're sort of peachy, beigey fawn, and then you've got like creamy...
Light peachy beigey
beigey
fawn.
Medium
I've caught myself
light.
doing it. When something's in swatches, I plan them carefully when I'm doing the chart, so that you can say start with number 1 because the one with the white in or the black in, so it's identifiable. And I saw myself write the word elephant grey.
Elephant grey.
What colour grey elephant is? I mean, how would you know unless you had an elephant handy?
Don't know. Well,
So I
it's not...
changed it.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, because different elephants are greys in different areas, aren't they?
Absolutely. So I caught myself doing it, and I can remember years ago when Mr. Willis, he was chief executive of the TUC.
Norman Willis.
Norman, our Norman, bless him, who's now gone now. He opened a kit because he was a keen stitcher.
Oh, I remember that. Yes,
Yes.
I think I met him at like the NEC or
Yes,
something.
he was very
He used to
keen.
write a column
Yes.
for one of the cross-stitch
The
magazines.
Because he came
Remembered
to
now.
see me when I launched the Cross Stitch Guild in '96 and said, "You're not trying to take away anything from the Embroiderers Guild, are you?" I said, "No, the Embroiderers Guild are not very interested in cross stitch." So I had to be polite because at the time I was very cross with them. He said he'd opened a kit and it said tapestry green. Well, that really isn't a colour, is it?
No, what is tapestry green? Don't know.
So I do try
Oh, I
to-
remember, yes, he used to write a column for us because he
Yes.
was such an eminent male cross-stitcher.
Hands like bananas. He had hands like bananas.
Totally forgotten that.
Yes,
Norman
and he was
Willis. What a
just like-
nice man as well.
A nice man. He came and talked to a couple of groups for me, and he was always very, very humorous. But he said he was the only one to be sitting there completely calm and relaxed, waiting to see Nelson Mandela freed.
No way.
With all the dignitaries,
Yeah.
but he had his stitching
And he had his cross-stitch.
to keep calm.
Yeah, he was the most incongruous cross-stitcher, but he was such a nice... Gosh, completely forgotten that. Anyway, that's the Ada one.
And-
There's also, it's in the linen as well, which is your 36 HBA.
Yes.
Is that Belfast 36?
No, it's not. It's Edinburgh.
Edinburgh. Oh.
Edinburgh and Newcastle, I get mixed up. They have nothing
Belfast
to do with that.
32.
Belfast is 32, Cashel is 28, Dublin is
It's going to be your
25.
mastermind, isn't it?
It would be, wouldn't it? I
Cross-stitch
never
fabrics
remember.
by Jane Greenoff. So, Jane.
Do you know, I've got a sampler work by the late Jane Napier, and she worked on 57 count
No
Kingston.
way.
She did. And some of it's over 1.
I've done 40 silk gauze. Never again. Never again. I think that's when
This is just fine.
I think that's when I started wearing glasses. Silk gauze. Oh, dear, do my eyes in. Right, next. Are we doing the Hoosif? Yes, this really confused me. This
Right
really
then.
confused me because I've never heard this word before.
And I was shocked when she hadn't heard it and said so. So this is...
A Hoosif.
This bit is the Hoosif, and a Hoosif was a sewing kit.
Let me just move you over to there.
Sorry, darling.
There you go.
Hoosif would be a sewing kit or sewing roll. There is a book out there now, a beautiful book, and I'm not going to remember the author's name, but it's all about antique sewing rolls. And they would be rolls rolled up, tied with a bow, and it would have your scissors, needles, and so on. Now, people in the forces, in the army and the navy, would have been issued with a hussif, which they would have done their initials, and it was their mending kit, you know, spare buttons, etc.
So a hussif is a little sort of
A little sewing kit or pouch or roll, and it's where the name housewife came from.
Wow.
Hussif, hussy, which she definitely is, I have to tell you. It's official. Anyway, so this is a Quaker thing again. So this is one of these patterns from the Quaker. There's a medallion shape.
Okay, of
and
course,
there's some little bits and pieces. So it's a hussif, a pin cushion or pin pad, and a little doings.
And then inside it, you've got some band, and then so you can put your needles in.
And you could poke scissors in gaps.
Oh, okay.
So it comes with a lining.
Yes, there's a lot of different bits you can get in there. You can put your needles in, you can put a few bits of thread.
If you've got one of those, what do you call it, sphere craft, a little cutting thing, what do you call them, little daisy?
Oh, yes, those thread cutters.
Yes, because we're not being allowed to.
So in the kit, you get, well, everything. So you get the linen for stitching the outside and a little pair of scissors.
Red ones to go with it.
Oh, that's gorgeous.
Really pretty red scissors. I really like these.
Yeah, you have to have red scissors to
And
go
then
with
you've
this.
got ribbon and you've got different pieces and the band and the needle and the thread. And you know, sometimes there's nothing nicer than just stitching with one colour.
I know, there's no thing about it, but
you
it's a
don't
lovely...
have to think about it, you just sit and stitch.
It's a lovely red as well.
It is lovely red.
It's a faded red.
I call it schoolhouse red.
Schoolhouse, yeah,
I
yes.
mean, very few threads have got names. Designers are very good at giving things names. And the times that people have come up to me at a show and say, I need dove grey cashel, please. Well, there isn't such a thing, madam. Well, there is. It's on my recipe for my kit. Yeah. And you say, well, actually, it's Zygot number da-da-da.
Yeah, someone else has made
someone else has made the name up. Gunmetal. I'd like gunmetal linen, please.
Because someone else has called it that. But this is schoolhouse. It's a bit like red work red, isn't it?
Yes,
it's a specific red.
Yeah.
And this is schoolhouse. So, and it's lovely that it's all in one colour. But this, again, it's really practical. This can be your
I like
sewing
things you
kit.
can use. And again, you know, how many of us can afford framing? Dare I say the word framing? It is quite costly now, isn't it? If you've done a piece of work.
Yeah, if you can't buy
a ready-made sort of thing, it's quite, it is tricky.
But this is just a little thing that you can make yourself.
Yes, make it for you. Make it for you, why not?
Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? And you can put your name on, or their name on, but a nice little gift. But it is lovely to do. I think you're right, in all one colour. I like the fact you've got the...
that is a lovely colour.
backing fabric's beautiful, isn't it? And then you get the pieces to make this as well.
Yes, absolutely.
So you can put your little pin pad and your what bow, and the scissors as well.
I do think they're lovely.
Yeah, they are. They're just perfect, aren't they?
They're very... These have been bashed about a lot. This is the actual colour.
Yours will be pristine.
Yours won't be scratched.
Absolutely gorgeous, but that's a really nice gift, isn't it?
I think it's, yeah.
$28.99.
Marvellous.
Right, butterfly collection.
Aha! Now, years and years and years and years ago, Bill and I drove through Cirencester when we lived in the Wokingham area. And we drove through Cirencester, and I noticed it had a butterfly shop.
Right.
As I'm driving round. And I mean, I wasn't sure many places had a butterfly shop. But it had, I went past in the car and it had boxes of real butterflies.
Oh,
that were pinned on.
butterflies.
I've always liked the concept, but couldn't actually face the idea of sticking pins through things. And then I thought, why don't we do a pretend one?
Yes, so
Which is how this happened.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
So we've got some shadows to look
Because
as
they do
if
look lovely, those, but
They're-
I feel a bit
sort
the
of,
same.
Yes, it just seems a bit macabre, really. I know they're dead before you stick the pins in them, but that isn't exactly the point. Anyway, so this is how they started. So I found a typeface, I mean, as a drawing. Jane, get a grip. I found a document with this sort of writing on it and struggled. Even with a light box, it was tricky. But eventually managed to do it as if it was handwritten.
Yeah, no, it looks...
Which is sort of got that feel.
Perfect.
I put light grey shadows just in half cross.
Yeah, so it looks like
As if it's
they're
up.
slightly raised. And actually, from a distance, when we're looking at it in the camera here, you can see that
It's
elevation.
got that feel, hasn't it? So that's how that started, and each one's got a bead for the pinhead.
Oh, so this can be your pinned butterflies
without actually
harming
hurt-
anything.
Yes.
Without having dead butterflies. Where is the kit for that?
Here we
You've
are.
got that kit over there. So we've got it on Ada again.
That's that one.
Ada, $17.99. See, these are all amazing value. You know, they're not, they're very affordable.
Yes, yes. You're not committing yourself to something too terrible, are you?
And then obviously you get the Ada in it, you get all the thread pre-sorted as
Yes,
well.
that one's pre-sorted. You get the needle, you get a black and white and a colour chart. Plus, obviously, the instructions. Now, our instruction sheet, our general one that goes in everything, was designed for us by our wonderful Ethan Danielson, who is our graphics man with the Guild. He's been with us. Well, he did the artwork on my third book, so I'm not going back to how far ago that was. And he did all that, and then we got to know him, and he joined us at the Guild. And he does these amazing diagrams. He's the one that got us started. When we get to Stitch Book, if we do,
Right.
Stitch Book, they're all his diagrams where he actually shows where the needle goes. You know, when I
Which is
started,
really important,
yes,
isn't it?
when I started, and I got a book by one of the major manufacturers, the stitch was there, but there was no linen showing underneath, so you didn't know
need
where
to know where it's going to go.
Yes, anyway,
So it's all got brilliant diagrams.
So he's really good. And when I wrote to him and said, this is what I want on this one single sheet of A4, he came back and said, really? I said, well, I think I want it all. Anyway, he got it all on this single sheet. And then there's extras if you need it for the project.
Okay. So you really are held by the hand.
Hopefully
and it doesn't matter,
handheld.
even if you're a complete beginner,
Nope.
these are all designed without any assumed knowledge.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And sometimes it's about this, isn't it? It's like, you know, you're wandering through a shop, you're watching the TV, and you go, I'd like to make that. I'm just going to buy it. Let's see what happens.
Yes,
But
absolutely.
even if you can't stitch and you can't cross stitch, you can start from the beginning.
Now,
Oh, and also we have it on linen. Yes,
yes, yes.
that's the linen one.
Yes.
Again, another nice
washed unbleached
washed
linen.
unbleached linen. It changes colour, doesn't it? But again, you've got those lovely shades. The thread is exactly the same whether you buy the Ada or the linen.
And the size is the same when you stitch it too. I'm just going to get this out.
Oh yes, show us
You know
your sampler.
this business about no knowledge. That we
No assumed knowledge.
Thank you. Okay, so this, in its state, is design number 1 in 1983.
First ever Jane Greenoff.
And I
This
didn't
could be
design
worth
it.
thousands one day, you know.
I didn't design it. The girl who started the business with me, my neighbour, did the drawing and I did the stitching. Now, at no point had she told me, or when she taught me with my first strawberry, that the crosses are meant to face the same way. Which is actually part of what you do with cross stitch.
Yeah.
So when I turned the work to work down here...
Yeah, you just changed the... Excellent.
So it just goes to show, we'll start somewhere.
I think it's gorgeous.
Well,
Needs
so this,
reframing, clearly.
it will be, yes, it's going to be sorted out because it's going in the book in due course. And actually, it's, I don't know if that's moth or... Anyway, so this is... I have to tell you, though, you know how you have funny stories to do with being in cross stitch. I had a sampler back from somebody, and the chart had your name worked here, which was stitched on the sampler. Oh, no. And how do you tell somebody? Or do you stretch it and mount it for them?
Yeah, your name worked
so
here.
The chart said your name worked here.
And then they'd stitched it.
And they'd stitched it.
Brilliant. Absolutely
but
brilliant.
I'm so fond of all my customers, and I hate to think...
Did you tell them?
I did, I rang her up.
Yeah, I think so. And did she go, I'm an idiot?
She just said, oh, do you know, when I did it, I thought that was odd. But,
well, yes.
You do get questions.
Yes.
Now, I've mentioned that I fill my little things with rice. Lots of things I make for myself, I fill with rice and lavender. And Andrea had a phone call from somebody, how do you dry rice?
Because you'd put dried...
Because I just use dry rice. But obviously that person had never done rice from dry. They'd bought microwavable or some sort of rice.
Well, maybe they didn't realise that was dried rice.
Yes.
Maybe they just thought that was rice.
But sometimes you it's hard not to chuckle.
I know, that is quite funny.
But-
then maybe, they thought that was rice and dried rice was different.
Yes, exactly.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. So funny. Right, we've done all of those now. We haven't done the little butterfly pin cushion.
Oh, there you are. There's the little pin cushion. So it's the same little one, but obviously I've got little butterflies running round.
Oh,
This is on there because we hang them at shows. You
that's
don't get
so
that.
cute, isn't it?
So there you are.
And
So
it's in linen.
And that's in linen. It's got a little butterfly.
I love the
in its
little
place.
butterfly underneath it. But that's so sweet. So £9.99 again. This can be like your little starter kit.
Yes.
This is a good like
Perfect
little...
one if you've never done any stitching, you want to have a go. Because you fold the fabric in four, you start in the middle, which is there. So the middle.
So you're not having to sew. You just
that's
make
right.
It flat.
It's like yes, you make it flat and join the sides.
Yeah. So that's a great.
This is actually stuffed with polyester wadding, and I don't like it as much.
No, it'd be
We
nicer
both
with
don't.
rice. Wouldn't
Rice
it?
is nicer.
But this is the sort of thing that will get you completely hooked on cross stitch. You'll start
It
a
does come
little
with health
thing
warning.
like this, and then you go, ooh.
It's a health warning you need.
It is. And you go, oh,
Look
I
at what
love
happened to
that.
me.
And isn't it lovely if you're going to spend that time and you'll really enjoy it, that you make something so beautiful.
And then you keep it and put things in it.
Just go, you just put it as a little thing, as a little decoration. What do you want me to go back to, Ben? The new house. Right, we need to just touch on the new house because it's been absolutely flying out. And for those of you, so well over half the stock has gone. So if you've only just tuned in, how beautiful is that? That is the new house. Even if you're not collecting the whole lot, this is fabulous as a standalone. That is the little apple tree cottage. But if you've only just seen these, there are 4 in total, so you can buy all of the others and you can start the collection. So that's Apple Tree Cottage in Ada. Only £14.99. It's absolute bargain. And you stitch it all as one piece and then you sew it all together.
Yes, and there are destructions.
Perfectly achievable for beginner. This could be your first cross-stitch project.
And then you could
you've
have a
had it.
mantelpiece full.
And then you've had it.
It is a bit addictive, I know.
Oh, completely.
And I think people
It is
do
completely.
go away for it and come back to it. I've got people who've been stitching on and off with me for the 40 years I've been doing it. So.
Oh no, I definitely. I go through phases of it, and then you see something, you go, oh, I need to do it again because I really want one of those. I think that is just delicious. So that's the little house, and then we've also got it in linen, and it's exactly the same. It will look exactly the same. It's just your personal preference whether you want to do linen or Ada. Right, I just want to do the needles because these are like the best needles, and I think when you're doing any form of craft or stitching, if you can afford it, get the best. You will get better results.
It's the time you're spending. Your time is precious. I think anybody can go and buy a parcel for somebody and put a card in it. But if you make something for somebody, or you make something for you, or you put something on your wall in your home, it's a very personal, and time is precious, isn't it?
It's very, very precious. So have nice tools.
Have nice things.
And it's not just about, it's gratuitous. I mean, obviously you can sew with any needle, but sewing with these makes it easier.
There's no doubt. I mean, I haven't used a nickel-plated needle for probably 35 years. And I was introduced to them in America and thought it was bunkum, frankly. I thought it was very typical of the Americans to come up with something so silly. And then tried one, and of course, hooked. So this is what we call our Pluperfect set. So it's you've got a selection in here. The curved one is for making up things like this. You don't need one for this.
Oh yes,
But
so if you're sewing up edges,
you might find it easier. And certainly sewing up boxes with hard stuff inside. But if you go there, I've got a beading needle. There's a sharp there.
Okay.
That's so you can do up. I mean, your needle you're using for your cross stitch is blunt because you're parting threads rather than piercing them, if that makes sense. So that's for when you're lining something with felt or putting the lining in the house.
General sewing.
That's the size you'd use for hardanger. And then these are all cross stitch. And this is a 28, which takes 1 strand only for your back stitch.
Right.
And they have 2 microns of gold on every one. And if you manage to take the gold off and prove you bought them from us, we'll change it.
Fabulous.
Yeah.
There's a guarantee for you. Honestly, I can vouch for these. It makes a big difference. Your needle slides through the fabric holes better.
Yes, you don't mark
easily.
the fabric. Doing French knots is so much
It
easier
is.
on a gold needle.
And £18 and that's it. You won't need anything else. That is your stitching needles.
Yes, just keep them safe and
Just
don't
keep
let
them,
anyone else
always
have
keep them. When you've finished, either keep them in your fabric if you're going to be coming back the next day. If it's going to be any longer, keep
Just
them in your
keep
little
them
box.
and don't let anyone else have anything.
No, and I think a gold-plated curved needle is amazing.
really handy, really handy.
Really handy. So if you are a cross-stitcher, you need to get these. Now, we've only got 20 of them left, though. So you need to be very quick with these. Very, very quick. And there's more than that in baskets. So if you want one of these needles, you need to be quick with them. I think you introduced them to me.
Yes.
And I only ever
Well,
used these.
I came back from America after we'd been on it. Our daughter was 5 months old and she's 37, so that's how long ago it was. And I just rang my needle supplier and said, I want to try your gold needles, please. What? We don't have gold needles. Well, you must have. Well, we don't. So I spent the day, remember, no internet in those days. I spent the afternoon on the phone talking to gold platers in and around Coventry and Birmingham.
So see if they could do needles.
would-
I mean, it makes a difference. And I'm probably like you thinking, well, I wonder if it's any different. But you've always
does.
got to give these things a go. And, you know, we see all sorts of tools all the time. And some really are rubbish. And you think, that has not saved me any
Yeah.
time or effort. But a gold-plated needle, highly recommended.
They are lovely.
They are the business. And keep them in the box. Don't lose them.
Nice box.
Well, I know, and that's what I would get. And you just keep that in your cross-stitch kit. You've always got your needle to hand.
And you've got everything you could need there too. And obviously you can buy the gold needles in 10s in one size. And when we do shows, the regulars who've had these come and say, I need lots of 26s, please.
Yeah,
because that's
okay.
what they use all the time.
But that's a really
But
good
that's
start.
a good,
set.
yes, it gives you a taste of everything we do.
Right, the last thing we're going to do is the Stitch Book 4th edition. The
Ah.
last, but definitely not the least. This is a brilliant book. It's so good, it's in its 4th edition.
Yes, I know.
But it is brilliant. Now, I love the fact it's spiral bound, very important. I always said there's West Yorkshire spinners, when they do their knitting pattern books, are always spiral bound. And I really appreciate
Yes,
that.
well,
Because they sit on the sofa next to you.
And you've got them flat when you're trying to learn how to do something. When my Cross Stitcher's Bible was first published, it had a covered spiral bound, and it was very expensive to do, and they didn't do it when it was reprinted. But it meant that when you're learning a stitch or technique, you're not
So
clothing
if
it
you
all the time.
are a complete beginner, obviously you can use any of these kits, but this book is really going to explain so much more
Well,
to you.
all sorts, really.
If you are an expert, there will be things in here that you haven't heard about. I mean, things like all the starting, how to finish, that lots of, you think, oh, I don't know how to do that. And then we've got all of the stitches.
Yes, in alphabetical order. And
Obviously.
this started because I was about to do something. I haven't got anything here that will show you what it was. But I was going to do a cut hem on a piece of fabric. And I was at my desk going, right, okay, thread my needle. Right, okay. And then I'm going, no. And I couldn't remember how to do this cut hem, which is in here.
And it's all in here. Even you've got the whole
And you
bunch.
can see, this is Ethan's drawings. You can see what I mean now.
Yes, so much. You can see how that's where it goes in, and this is what you'll see. You'll see the needle underneath, and then
It's
it coming
just
back up.
such a
so this
difference.
is for your kind of your drawn thread work, your cross stitch,
Hard
hanger, lazy. I mean, especially embroidery stitches on linen.
Yes.
Because normally the lazy daisy you'd only see on a plain fabric.
That's right.
But you need to see where to be putting your
If
needle.
you're adding it to something as in flowers or something.
So loads and loads of stitches. Then you've got all the hard hanger. So if you're a cross stitcher, you've not tried hard hanger, you need this book. It's lovely to have it all in one place, though, isn't it?
It is, yes, yes.
Hemming stitches. Oh, this is nice.
You see, and showing how the fabric threads have gone in here.
Yeah.
I mean, it's.
It is the absolute Bible, isn't it?
I'm so pleased with it. I mean, obviously, I did the Cross Stitcher's Bible, and it's been it was done once. Then it was the new one. It was repeated, and this is at the back end of this. This is where we said to members when we were doing number 2, I think, or maybe number 3, what else do you think we should have in the book? And so creating a folded hem was one.
Yeah. So
Twisted cords was one. Making biscuits and what
and a
bows.
what bow. So it's got all of the starting, all of the stitching, and all the finish. That's fabulous. Thank you so much, Jane. I don't know whether the time's gone out.
Good grief.
It's gone. But thank you so much. It's been lovely, and I'm looking forward to seeing you next time with the greenhouse. That's going to be
Thanks,
great.
everybody.
When are you back with us?
23rd of May. I actually looked in the
Fabulous.
diary.
23rd of May.
With the
I
next
will be
one.
back with you in a few minutes' time with Gail. Can you see her? She's going to show us how to make these amazing cushions. The cows and the sheep, absolutely beautiful. You're going to love these. We've got complete kits. Get ahead in the break to pre-order, and I'll see you back here in a few minutes' time.
Hi everyone, Andy here, and I'm very excited to tell you about our next Craftopia event that's taking place from Friday, May the 23rd to Sunday, May the 25th at the lovely Abbey Hotel in Redditch. 4 workshops with some of the best tutors available in the crafting world today, bringing you a little bit from all 3 of our channels. That's Hobby Maker, Jewellery Maker and Sewing Street. And what's even better, the price includes all your accommodation, all your workshops, all your meals, all your snacks and a goodie bag worth over £200. And this year, for the first time, we're excited to bring you Friday night crafting with lots of surprises in store. So your talented tutors for the weekend are Julie Peplow, introducing you to the world of card making, Carla Bagshaw, who'll be inviting you to make your own memory albums. We also have Catherine Wright, who'll be introducing you to hand sewing, and Debbie Kershaw, introducing you to the wonderful world of jewellery making. And here's the best part, you won't need to bring anything at all because everything is included. So you can join us for the entire weekend, or just part of it, or if you just want to come to the workshops, we've got ticket options for everyone. All you need to do is to visit the website and search out Craftopia, or you can email me directly, andy.love@hobbymaker.co.uk. As always, places are limited, so make sure you don't miss out and book your tickets now. And join us for the best craft weekend ever, from Friday, May the 23rd to Sunday, May the 25th. I look forward to seeing you there.
Wondering what wadding is? In sewing, wadding is the soft padded material used in the middle layer of quilts, cushions and other projects. It adds warmth, texture and structure to your creations. Wadding comes in different materials like cotton, polyester or wool and various thicknesses, so you can choose the perfect one for your project. Whether you're quilting, making a cosy blanket or adding softness to a bag, wadding is what brings that snug and cushioned feel.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show.
Now, normally when you sew 2 pieces of fabric together, you sew them together, right sides together, and open the fabric up. We, however, are doing a French seam, which means that all of the raw edges are encased within the seam. So, we don't do it the normal way, this is how we do it. So, instead of sewing your fabrics right sides together, you sew them wrong sides together within the seam allowance. Then what you do is you then take the whole seam, you would press it and you will turn it round. So you now sew along the seam, but having the right sides together. So what you've done is you've encased your raw edges in here, you've created your normal seam from the right side, but on the wrong side, all of your raw edges are all encased within the French seam. A lot of people are terrified by French seams. You don't need to be at all. They're really haute couture and they turn your garment from being homemade to made with love.
Please don't forget about the notches when you're cutting out your pattern pieces. Every notch on one piece will match up with a notch on another piece of your garment, and they'll make the whole thing go together so much more easily. This is how you do it. Your notches might be a small little line or a double line, or they might be a triangle. When you cut them out, I recommend that you cut a small triangle outwards rather than cutting into your seam allowance. Notches on sleeves are particularly important for helping you to get them into the right place. So take your time to cut them out carefully. 2 notches means it's the back of your garment. 1 notch means it's the front.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. Now, before I introduce you to Gail, I've got to just show you this. Now, loads and loads of you have been asking, because this bag has been on the shelves behind us for ages. Anyway, tomorrow, special birthday show. It's Vix's birthday. I'm going to be here as well. How exciting. We are going to be selling this tomorrow. So if you're one of those people who's been, can I get that bag? Can I get that bag? It will be first time ever available to buy on Sewing Street tomorrow, especially for Vix's birthday. So tell them on the fans page, well, we'll put it on the fans page. Tomorrow, the rucksack will be available, especially for Vix's birthday day. Anyway, I just thought I'd tell you that. Little sneak preview for those of you watching today. So, Gail, come and join me. Come and join me.
I was just trying to turn the iron on.
Yeah, you have to sort of press it on top.
Yeah,
it's a strange thing,
it's so
isn't it?
technical, isn't it? Just the iron.
You've got some amazing kits this time.
Oh, thank you.
I
thank you.
absolutely love them. Shall we show you? So, let me show you the first one. Look. So how did these come about then?
Well, to be honest, I did like pocket cushions. You know the cushions where you put,
Yes,
put like a little
yes.
book in the back? And I'd done some cats and dogs and some big sheep and everything. And then I really wanted this lovely fur.
It's amazing fur. Was it hard to find? Because it's really long, isn't it?
Yeah, it was sort of in my mind what I wanted. And then I went to Stitches, you know, in Birmingham, the trade-in show and whatever. And then I saw this. And then as soon as I saw that fur, I thought, Hamish is born.
Hamish is now born because he has
Yeah.
fur. So he's just a lovely cushion. You put him on your bed.
Yes.
Sit him on the
Yeah,
sofa.
he's super soft and squidgy,
He's
isn't he?
really lovely, isn't he?
So I made him with cushion in mind, you know,
Right.
something nice and soft and that. But you could put weight in the bottom of him and then make him a doorstop.
He'd be a gorgeous doorstop, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
Like a proper size as well.
Yeah, or just sitting on a shelf, you know. So but the thing is, he's yours, isn't he? So it's up
so
to
you
you
can
to
do
do
whatever you want.
with him.
But I think even like on the sofa, you know, down the side of the arm of the chair, just he would look lovely.
Yeah,
just there,
yeah,
wouldn't he?
yeah. He's
Gorgeous.
so cute and squidgy. So,
So the kit for Hamish, let me show you the kit. Because this is the best thing I think about your kits is you get everything, and a lot of these things are not the easiest to find.
No. And some of the fur, the lovely fringe fur, as I call it, a bit Donald Trump-esque, isn't it, the fringe?
Oh, God, so is. He's so
Yeah, I know, that's what my sister and I would call him Trumpy when we first made it. Probably shouldn't say that, should I?
So is, isn't it?
Yeah, but it is.
Maybe that's what he's got for his hair.
Yeah.
It's your special fur.
So that, if you had to buy a metre of it, would be so expensive. It would be more than the kit.
Because you've got two furs here, haven't
Yeah,
you?
so you've got the body fur. So this is the body fur.
So, and look at the pile on that. That's beautiful. And it really is Highland cow colour as well,
And the
isn't
other
it?
thing is, I used to like make things out of fabric, and then I started off with quilting, and fur always bothered me. You know when you're like a little bit apprehensive of sewing certain things, and I was like, oh, I don't know if I want to go into fur because that might be quite difficult. But you know, it's super easy, and because it's got a pile, you can't see any stitching lines.
Yeah, no, that's true. So you've got body fur, and then you've got Donald Trump hair fur. Oh,
yeah,
so is,
yeah.
isn't it?
The pile on it is
So
amazing.
Oh, it so is.
I know. Now, I will be honest, it is a little bit of shed when you first get it, okay?
Yeah.
But that's what sellotape
But once
is
it
for.
sheds, that's it.
Yeah,
It's not like fraying. It's just that where you've cut it, because you're cutting through there.
Yeah.
But once it's done, it's done.
Yeah, once it's done. So if you can shake him around and whatever, there's no shredding or shedding.
But what I love about it is that they're the same. You know, it's like a cow. It's exactly the same colour.
Yeah.
It's just one's longer pile than the other.
Exactly, and that's what was important to me. That's why he took a little bit longer to be born.
We've got the fleece.
Yeah.
That's used for the the nose,
his horns, and the base of him as well.
Oh, yeah.
Because it was easier to sew. So I'm always thinking of making things as easy as possible.
Yeah.
So it's easier to sew the base in with fleece than it would have been to have put fur in the base. But there's enough left over if you wanted to put the fur in the base. But I just think make life easy for yourself, isn't it?
That's true. And then it also, if you wanted to put a bit of weight in, you could use that as a pattern to sort of make a little weighted thing. It's gorgeous. Oh, you get the felt.
Felt for his feet and his little nostrils.
We have got more than twice as many in baskets as we've actually got left. So if you want this kit, be very quick. Just press checkout so you can get it. So you get the felt, and that's for the nostrils and the feet. And then you get a piece of calico.
Calico, yeah, and that's for the base. So if you want to weight the base,
I see.
I've thought of that as well. So I've put a piece of that in.
Oh, that's
brilliant. If you want to weight the base, you can.
And very importantly,
his eyes.
And I know you can't see them, but I'll show you. Look.
Yeah, I thought I couldn't leave him without any, could I? So yeah.
I think that's brilliant.
Eyes.
It is a toupee.
Definitely.
Oh, I know, but I think that's such a nice touch because you didn't need to bother with those, did you? And in fact, you could have just sewed that down, but by having it like that, it's real.
Yeah, and it's optional. So
7 left.
Maybe if you were giving it to a little one and you didn't want the safety eyes on there, then you could not.
But still, I still think you got to have the flap.
Yeah, definitely.
It's brilliant. It's about to sell out. We've got 6 left. So we'll do the mini one next. If you've got the big one, you need the mini one. We have got patterns for these on their own. We'll go through them at the end, but if you want just the pattern and not all of the kit, because you've got fur and things, we do have the patterns on their own, but I'm going to do the kits first. Right, only 3 of these left, so that's almost gone. Let me get the baby one. Look!
Yeah, so the thing with the minis were...
I didn't even notice that. That's my favourite bit.
Yeah, I only started doing the minis this year, and lots of people had said to me that they didn't necessarily want cushions, and they wanted something that was small, quick to make, something really good for gifting.
That's
maybe if you
windowsill. That's hallway windowsill. You know those you always have a little.
Yeah.
Just how lovely is that?
I know. So I think things are like super cute when they're small as well.
Super cute. Look at his little feet.
And I'll be honest, you know, like as a designer and that,
I'll put these over here very carefully.
I made them...
She sits and loses the eyes.
I made them bigger because I just thought, do you know what, it'd be easier to work with. Because you know what it's like. If you make something big, it's easier to sew, isn't it? The smaller you get, the more challenging. But then when I realised how easy it was to sew with the fur, I thought, do you know what, I can make Hamish mini
So
version.
is he exactly the same?
He's exactly the same, yeah.
Oh.
So, but in mini version, apart from his little feet this time. So this time I did the feet in fleece.
Oh, okay.
Because fleece has got a bit more stretch in
it.
And it
because he's little.
Yeah, it was slightly more forgiving, pushing the feet through.
I do think if you've bought the big one, I do think you have to buy the little one. Look.
Yeah. It's like, well, do you know people have this thing, don't they, about cows with horns and that? Evidently, all cows are born with horns, and they cut the horns off the female ones.
Do they?
Yeah, that's a bit sad. But yeah, because I had a bit of an issue with, you know, people message in and say you can't call it this because it's a boy and not a girl and whatever. So anyway, I Googled it, and evidently all cows have got horns, but they chop them off. The ladies.
Right, so you can be because they all have them. Yeah, this is Hamish and Henrietta.
Yeah. So yeah.
Or mini Hamish, Hamish Junior. But I do think you have to have both.
I know. Well, I'm a bit bad. Well, it's easy for me, isn't it? Because I've got both.
Yes, I do.
So I don't want to tell you what you should do, but yeah, once you've got them, you just.
So again, you're going to get the long. You're going to get the Donald Trump.
Yeah, Trumpy fur.
The Trumpy hair.
And your fleece.
And the fleece. Probably not allowed to say that, but hey. It's funny.
Well, I'm being guided by you.
Yes. Ben said I'm not allowed to say that anymore.
All right, okay.
It's funny, though.
It could be, what's the other one I'm looking for? The singer. Plays guitar.
Ed Sheeran.
That's it.
It could be Ed Sheeran.
Ed Sheeran for
Yeah, when he's older.
Yeah.
That's brilliant. That's for
nostrils.
That's for the nostrils.
And his ears.
See, and this is another great thing about your kits is because you create all of these, is that you can just give us the square.
Yeah,
so you don't have to pay for the whole fat quart or whatever. You've just got the square, which is what you need. But you're always really generous because obviously you don't need that much.
No. But you need a bit.
You need
for
more
error.
than that, though.
Yeah. You need a bit for error, margin of error as well. Feet. And
Calico,
weighted beads.
In case you want it weighted, and little eyes, safety ones as well. And again, that's great. So I just love that. Because I think most of these would have this sewn on, and you wouldn't have the eyes. Yeah. And everyone's going to do that, aren't they?
Exactly. And when I photographed him initially, it's like fringe was blowing in the breeze and that. And also, with it leaving it loose, you can sort of give him a good shake. And then his...
Yeah, because then look, you see, then you've got the fur really, like, properly coming over his nose.
Yeah, and when I come to demo, I'll explain to you how to cut the fur so that you've got that nice, fluffy
I'm surprised they don't spend the whole time going like that.
Yeah,
how annoying it must be.
I know, and they're like scruffy, aren't they? The Highland cattle. I quite like them.
They are beautiful. And then just let me show you the instructions. Now, you can get the instructions on their own, but this is what you're going to get in your kit. Tells you everything that you need. Really clear photos of how you do every stage, all the cutting.
Yeah, everything's in there. So, and I break it down step by step. I always say to people, you can sew in whatever order you want.
Yes.
But I do this as the order for the pattern so that you don't go awry and hack chunks of fabric out and then realise that you run out of it in the end. And then you can see at the bottom, that was my inspiration where I made other animals.
And then you've got all of the templates.
Yeah. And then, coming on to your patterns and whatever as well, because you've printed lots of the patterns for me. What I'd be inclined to do, are we going to talk pattern a second?
Yeah, let's talk pattern. So should we do the big Hamish pattern? Now, you can buy them as a printed version, or which will be posted to you, or a digital download, so you can have them straight away.
Yeah.
If you're really impatient.
Yeah, and then you're good to go. I'm quite impatient.
This is the physical printed version that's coming up on screen now. So in the physical printed version, exactly the same.
Yeah, and you print them beautifully. I mean, the pictures are lovely, aren't they, and super clear and that in here. But so let's come to the templates. So now on my patterns, I've printed them just on normal paper. You've printed them on this gorgeous super thick stuff.
Yes, much thicker, isn't it?
Yeah, and then I pin these patterns to my stuff to sew around them. I think I would want to preserve this lovely book.
Right,
So I think I would trace them.
Yeah,
So obviously in my instructions, I don't say trace them. I just say cut them out and pin them on.
Yeah, I mean, you could, because they are single-sided, so they have been made so that you can cut them out. But if you want to preserve them, just trace them.
Yeah, exactly. So I have made sure that there's nothing on the back, so you can cut them out and you don't lose anything. So I've made it as simple as possible for you. And then with these, there's a join line on there, whereas in my pattern, there isn't, So that won't be mentioned in the pattern because I'd already written the pattern.
Yeah.
But you've got the little join mark in there. But I just think these are so lovely and so nice in the booklet.
Well, it says it on it, join part A to part B.
Yeah. It's all in there.
It's all in there.
I just wanted to say that I'd want to preserve.
Yes, and then what you could do is then just trace them and then clip them inside.
Exactly, and then you've got it, haven't you? You've got it forever, and the pattern pieces. I mean, if you go for the download, which is great, you can just print it off as many times as you want.
So this is the download, same price, $9.99, but this is where you print it off. So what you could do, you could just print off the templates, but keep the instructions and read those if you don't want to print it. Because some people don't want to print off everything. You could print off the whole lot. But it means that because this is quite thick paper, but if you print them off yourself, then you'll just have those to use as patterns.
Yeah.
This will be sent to you straight away, so you can start making Hamish
immediately.
$9.99 for the digital download. So that's the pattern for big Hamish.
Yeah.
And then we've got the pattern for mini Hamish.
Yeah, and I sneaked a little photograph in of big Hamish with the little one as well.
This is the printed pattern that's on the screen now, $9.99. And again, exactly the same. It's got all of the templates, all the instructions you need. Everything's there. So that's the printed one. It does say on them, if you're not sure which is which. If you just read the description, it will say which is which. And then this is the digital one. There we go. Digital download. And that will be emailed straight to you so that you've got it. So up to you. So you can either have the printed, the digital, or the kit. Right, let me put that kit together. McHugh. Yeah, McHugh is around the other. There, where is he?
Not making it easy for you, are they?
Which one's McHugh?
So
this is
McHugh is the little tart.
Right, so now we're going to move on to sheep. Because once you've got cows, you've got to have sheep. Look, how cute is this?
I know.
It's got a lovely tartan fleece. Again, this I feel like this needs to be sat on a shelf, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, I made them big at first, so I did. I Love You, I think, and Rambo, I called the other one. And I made them all out of this Sherpa and that. But then I saw this lovely tartan fleece. And then I thought, oh my God, I'd love to make them in tartan. And then because I was in that mini thing, I decided to scale everything down and make them, because I think they're a lovely gift inside.
Well, they are. And also, again, doorstop, aren't they?
Yeah,
because of the size. Only $14.99 for this kit.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's small, isn't it? Small and a compact price then.
Right.
And then what you have to think about is you've got the pattern.
Well, that's it. And I always think that with kit, where I say to people, when you get a kit, you get the pattern to make it, but you keep the pattern.
Exactly.
Again. So in this kit, again, absolutely everything you need. You've got this beautiful tartan fleece. And these things aren't easy to source. That's the calico.
Calico for the base.
And then you've got white for the eyes,
Yeah.
green, because it's eating grass
yeah.
or leaves. That thick Sherpa, which you have to have, don't you, for
this little cloud on his head.
And then little eyes.
Yeah,
They're just
little
tiny buttons.
Yeah, well, I thought it's quite a small little circle, and I didn't want people to have to try to cut that from felt.
But also with the button, you've got that little shine in it,
exactly.
And the 3D-ness.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord, this is beautiful. And then you get the black fleece that's used for the face and the base and the little feet, hooves.
Yeah.
Not feet, do they? Hooves. And full instructions. That's an amazing price. What a lovely thing as well. You have to well, you'd make one for you, then you need to make one for someone else.
Yeah, and then I think you could use different colour fleeces for the background if you wanted. And I did one, with VE Day coming on and whatever, I did one with like a little Union Jack fleece and whatever, which is quite good, because people tend to, maybe in Welsh, mention sheep a lot.
I can imagine, yes, yeah.
Then,
it is the national animal.
I just thought, oh no, I'll just put a Union Jack on there.
Why not? Why not? I think it's absolutely, it's just gorgeous. There's just something about this, is that, you get some designs where it's not ever anything that you need, you just want it.
Yeah.
And that's the thing about it. Now, but we have only got 20 left. So for all of these who just want it, there's over 35 of you and more in baskets. So,
and I will, when we come to demo, I'll just give you a couple of hints and tips on how to get the face.
Okay.
Because people always worry about the faces, and I think that's what makes the item is the little.
Right.
face.
We've also got another one.
So
McTartan. So this is a ram.
Yeah.
A boy.
Yeah, yeah. And I thought it's sort of like
you sort of got to have both, haven't you?
I know. Well, then I just thought, it's sort of like it could be a nice little set for a wedding, couldn't it? Like a his and hers kind of thing.
I love this. Look at his little face. I love the fact he's got grass in his mouth.
Yeah.
That did mean you had to put a whole piece of green felt in.
Oh, yeah, of course. And that's what sometimes when I'm making kits, I'm like, oh, Gail, why did you put
Why
that
did you
in?
do that? Because now you've got to have a whole piece.
Yeah.
Just because it is.
And now I've got to cut another
But it's
piece.
those details.
Yeah.
And it's like the smallest piece here. And this is really good because with this, when you look at it, you think it's just a piece of fleece cut out, but it's not. It's all back.
Yeah, it's got felt on the back because constantly when you're designing, you think about things. If I'd put the fluff on both sides, then it would have been really hard to sew on. So by putting felt on the back, it keeps the back flat, so it makes it easier to sew
but you
to
could
the
have
head.
just not backed it, but it gives it a really nice.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's that quality of design, isn't it?
Like a cloud, isn't it? A little cloud on its head.
It's beautiful.
And
so we get everything in here.
Yeah, so the grey for his horns.
You get the tartan fleece.
Body.
There's the grass.
Yeah.
Eyes.
Black for the eyes. And then the white is for the back of the...
the back of the fleece.
And
that bit of the eyes.
Calico for the base.
If you want to make it into... Yeah, I mean, I would. I think if you're going to stick it up, it's quite nice to have it weighted.
Yeah, a little bit of weight in there. Grey for his horns, and then his little tuft on top.
absolutely beautiful.
And then the full pattern, and again, it's got lots of pictures in there, so I talk you through every step of it and explain how I do every piece. And also, I put my email address at the bottom, and I am on Facebook, and no questions are stupid questions.
No, if you've asked it, someone else will sort it.
Well, I do that. I'm terrible for, you know, when I ring up, I did it once with my sewing machine, and who knew, right, that they did? After all these years of sewing, I bought a new machine. I won't mention the brand, but I didn't read the instructions, which is what I tell everybody to do. And I went to put the bobbin on to wind the bobbin because it came with a full bobbin. I couldn't get the bobbin on. And then so I'm ringing up to say, there's something wrong with the bobbin. It doesn't go on the bobbin winder and that. And as I did that, I turned the bobbin over and realised it's cone shaped. So I felt really stupid. And then so I said, oh, you know, it's a stupid question, and then people, when they ring me or they email me, they go, it's a stupid question. It's not a stupid question. If you don't know, you don't know.
You don't know, no, and you can't assume that just because you know that everybody else knows.
Yeah. So
I'm with you on that one.
We all do it. Do you know what I mean? We all do that. Ask that what we think then is an obvious question, isn't it? But don't be scared.
Well, it's like Jane was just telling me about her houses that are filled with rice, and somebody messaged her and goes, how do you dry rice? Because she'd put dried rice. But then you might think, is there a difference between rice and dried rice?
Yeah.
Fair. I thought that was a fair enough question, to be honest. Now, if you just want the pattern for these, because they are, I think it is a lovely idea, wedding.
Yeah.
Now, in the pattern, you get both together.
Yeah.
So you get McHugh and McTartan, so you get the boy and the girl.
Yeah, and this is exclusive to you because I don't do that on my website or anything.
Right.
So you can't buy this pattern from me. You can only buy it from Sewing Street. In fact, I don't sell the paper pattern at all. So and
honestly, the pattern is so clear. You've got so many photos. Do you have to use fleece for it, or can you use like plain? Could you use?
No, some people have made it actually with tweed. So you know, if you've got tweed, you could use tweed for the backing. I would use fleece for his horns. I'll demo how I did them.
Right, okay.
Because you need that little bit of stretch. But there's nothing to stop you using felts, maybe corduroys, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, lots of.
Or if you want to use like
things.
a cotton fabric.
Yeah.
So it's just this you need the stretch.
I think so.
Right.
I mean, if I'm honest, I haven't tried with a non-stretch fabric. But that little bit of stretch is more forgiving.
Okay.
But you could use a jersey or something.
Yeah, that's true.
You know.
But then for this, if you wanted I was just thinking if you wanted a specific fabric.
Oh, yeah. You could use it. You practically use anything you want. And also something that I want to share with people is, you know, like we were saying as a designer and that. So what makes a designer is somebody who's prepared to give something a go, isn't it? And fail badly.
Yes, and make 10 of them.
Exactly. So just because I haven't doesn't mean you can't.
No.
You know, so if I had the time, I would have probably auditioned every single fabric.
Yeah, exactly.
But I haven't.
If you've got the pattern, give it a go. If you've got the kit, you've got the pattern as well.
Yeah.
But it is quite nice that you can have this, and if you think, oh, actually, like you say, wedding ones, I want to use a specific fabric.
Yeah. And you can add things to it. You could put some embroideries on there, couldn't you? You know,
but you have to put the grass, because that's the best bit.
Yeah, definitely a bit of grass.
I love the grass.
Well, that's all they do is eat, isn't it?
Honestly, that is all they do.
Yeah, I know.
And run.
Yeah, and run about. And then I was saying, my sister and I used to call them food clouds.
Food clouds. Because
when you're driving, like living in Wales and that, there's lots of valleys and that, and the sheep are all on the mountain, aren't they? Like little clouds.
They are little clouds.
Just on the side of the mountain, so call them food clouds.
Clouds. That's the printed. Oh no, sorry, that's the digital download. We've done the printed. That's the PDF version. We have done the printed, sorry, we've moved on. That's the digital download. Right, the last one before we do the demo is Daisy.
Yeah.
Love Daisy.
So shall I reach over?
Yeah, you've got much longer
arms. There we go.
That's much better. I can't get round there that far. Look at Daisy.
Yeah, I got a bit of a soft spot for Daisy, actually.
Daisy's been rolling in the daisy field.
Yeah. She just had to be called Daisy, didn't she?
She is gorgeous.
Then I had to add the daisies to her.
And again, with the kit, I mean, I can't believe the price of this, $16.99 for everything you need. And you've got to have this special fleece.
Yeah.
It's cow fleece.
Exactly.
And I guess everyone will look different depending on where you cut it.
Cut it, exactly.
I love the cow fleece. I didn't even know you could buy cow fleece.
Oh, yeah, and the thing is, when I first made Daisy, I made Big Daisy and a friend Dandelion. And then when I went to scale it down, I was like, oh, is it going to work now with that fleece because of the scale of the pattern? But I think it worked really well. So I think she's super cute. And what I've done in the kit is I've actually given you the daisies.
Right, I was thinking, gosh, how on earth do you cut the petals out like that?
But in the pattern, sorry, I'm interrupting you. But in the pattern, I actually give you the flowers as well. So if you want to then go on and make more, the flowers are actually in the pattern.
Right, okay. But in the kit, you actually get the daisies.
Because if it was me, right, I'd be happy to cut them out.
Yes.
But then some people look at me some days and they go, Gail, really? These things are a little bit small now.
That's so cute. So you get a little packet, and they're different size daisies as well.
Yeah, a little daisy for the mouth and then big daisies for around the...
oh, I think that's gorgeous.
And a little bit of green felt, obviously, to do the little leaves.
Obviously. And it's all in there. It's all in there. So you've got the little bit of white, you've got the black, you've got the calico.
Yeah.
Beautiful pink. It's got to have that pink. The white for the horns, black for the feet, and cow fleece. Oh, a little piece of pink,
for the nostrils.
Look at cow fleece. I can't believe this, $16.99. It's the most amazing price. These are absolutely flying out, these kits. So if you want the kit on its own, you need to be very quick. Now, if you want the physical pattern on its own, $9.99 for that. $9.99 for the printed pattern. If you want the digital download, because you want to get going on Daisy Cow straight away, there's the digital download, $9.99, and that will be emailed straight to you.
Yeah, and again, I'd be inclined, despite the fact that I have put on their notes over leaf so that you can cut the pattern out. Again, I really like the fact that these that you're sending out are just super lovely booklets.
Yes.
And I'd want to save it. So I would be tracing...
You can trace
I'd be tracing that off.
Or you can just leave it up to you, or you could
cut it out.
photocopy it, or you could photocopy
Yeah,
it.
you can
Shall we do some demo?
I think so.
Because I really want to see how these are made.
Super duper. So let's start talking fur. So am I in the right place? I don't know where I am. Can you see me here? Are we all right?
What's wrong? Oh, sorry, I'm just going to change my... You carry on.
All right, okay, yeah. And I'm all right here, am I? Yes, let's hope so. So the fur that you've got in your kit, you've got this lovely short pile fur first. Okay, shall I move across a bit? Haha, there I am, I'm in now. This lovely short pile fur. Now, with fur, it's got a pile, so if I rub it down like that, you can see that it's nice and flat. And if I put my hand the other way, okay, you can see that I'm pulling the pile up. Now, normally, if you were sewing, you'd have all the pile going the same way and it would all face down. But because I think that Hamish is quite a scruffy cow, I wanted the pile to go up. So what I did is I actually turned my fur around. So you wouldn't normally do this with a pattern, okay? But for this technique, I did. So the fur is upside down. And then in the pattern as well, I also explained to you where to place your templates. So this is a bit big in here, so I'm just going to whiz it back and forth. But I even give you a drawing in the pattern to show where to place your templates. And again, just a quick thing that I was just saying while you were off camera.
Yeah, sorry, actually my microphone wasn't working.
No, it's fine.
It's fine
The fur is upside down.
Right.
So, because then that makes him sort of scruffier.
Oh, I see. Yes, you don't think... because I would probably do it the other way, thinking it needs to go that way.
Exactly. So that's the first tip, that you put your fur upside down, which might be something that you haven't done before.
And I presume the process is the same whether you're making big Hamish or mini Hamish.
Yeah, it is.
Right.
It is indeed. And another process that I use that you might be unfamiliar with, and this is to make it easy whether you're sewing the fleece or the fur, and this will happen in all of the projects, the cow, the sheep, everything. I pin my pattern to the fabric and then I sew around the edge of the pattern.
Oh,
because this is thick when it's going under the machine, and sometimes, you know what it's like when you've got a thick fabric under the machine?
Yeah.
It's easy to drop off the edge, isn't it?
Oh, I
And then people are just like, oh, are you got the right seam allowance? Is it a quarter? Is it a half? Is it this, that, the other? You haven't got to worry about the size the seam allowance is, because you're sewing next to the pattern. And then you can leave as much as you want then around the edge. So if I just bring in...
Oh, I see. So you put your 2 pieces right sides facing, pin your pattern on and just say around the edge.
Yeah, and then you can see...
and then it does, because it's quite, I see what you mean. It is hard following the seam.
Yeah, so I do that to make it easy
So make sure your fur's facing the wrong way.
Yeah,
because I'd have done that and thought, oh, I've got it around the wrong way.
Well,
now.
it's not. If you did it the other way, it would.
No, but it's nicer. It's scruffier.
Yeah,
isn't
it gives
the wrong
it
way.
more texture. Tip. And then again, with the feet, okay, I've done the same sort of process. You put 2 layers of felt together, and I've pinned my pattern to the felt, okay, and then I sew around the pattern. It just makes it easier, and then you take your pattern, then cut it out. Again, you haven't got to worry about the seam allowance. You know, in life sometimes, you know, if you're making a really fancy quilt, you want to worry about your 1/4 inch seam, don't you, and agonise over things, or your dressmaking. When you're just having fun making stuff,
when you're just making feet, it doesn't really matter.
No, you don't want to spend too long worrying about it. Then you're going to put some stuffing in there, and a little handy tip is don't stuff too close to the edge, because you're going to put it in the seam. And then you can see here, I've put one in the seam. Okay, and then I just do a little zigzag stitch along there, because when I come to sew these 2 pieces together, okay, I don't want that I don't want that falling out or worrying about catching the raw edges. You know, sometimes it's annoying, isn't it, when you put a base in and you've missed a bit of it. So I tack them in with a little zigzag stitch first. And then when I come to pin the base in then, okay, it's easy then. I haven't got to worry.
Because it's all in there, and it's put the feet in first before you put the base in. Okay.
And what you were saying earlier about the base and that, I did use the base on 2 pieces of calico, and then I roughly stitched around there, okay, and then filled it with rice. So again, it could be filled with rice, it could be filled with fish tank gravel, it could be filled with anything you want just to give it that weight. If it's just a cushion, you don't need to give it weight. But,
I've decided now, having used many of these fillings, gravel, sand. Play sand is my new favourite filling.
Is it? Is it?
It's really cheap.
Yeah, because I use a fish tank gravel.
Yeah, I start with that, but
it's quite expensive, isn't it?
But if you get play sand, you get masses of it.
Do you?
And you can order it online. So it comes delivered. This man came to me from the van with this big thing of, because it's clean. Yeah. But it's much cheaper, and you get loads.
All right, I'll do that then.
The only problem was the last lot I got was a little bit damp, so once I made my bag, I had to put it in the radiator.
Yeah.
But it feels nice as well, because I used to use fish tank gravel, but it's more expensive, isn't it?
Oh, it's really expensive. And I use the fine one because you don't want the big, like, gritty one. The good thing with sand and gravel and rice and whatever is it does lay flat, whereas some people use those glass beads. Yeah. They're a bit lumpy, bumpy.
I used to use gravel off my front path, but it was great big pieces and really lumpy.
Oh, and do you know what else I use? Is pennies and 2p's, because they're quite heavy, aren't they?
That's true.
Because I used to use the lead weight, you know, for curtains.
Yes.
Have you seen the price of that?
Oh,
so
really?
That's really expensive.
Oh.
So we stopped doing that.
No, I'm always playing with different ones, but it feels nice as well.
Pennies or 2p's. So let's talk about the long fur now.
Yes, we're not going to say that word anymore.
This lovely, we're not allowed, we've been told off. So the lovely long fur, if you took a pair of scissors, okay, like when I cut the fur, right, and just cut straight across it, like that, what you end up with is a really bad fringe, don't you? Yeah, really bad.
That's a really bad haircut.
So when you cut your fur, okay, for his fringe, and I've made a start on this, you've got a choice. You can either pin your pattern to the fur, or you can use a pen. I'm all over the place, aren't I? I'm not making life easy for...
It just gives Michael a little challenge, really.
Yeah, it doesn't want to be following somebody around all the time. Yeah, so this is not the best pen in the world for marking something out. So you can either use a pen or you can pin the pattern in place. I'm just using a pen because it's easier for you to see without the pattern being in there. And now with my scissors, instead of going in cutting like you would normally, I'm going in and I'm just cutting the back. Okay, so I'm just nipping the back.
Oh, so you just cut the back.
Yeah, so I'm not cutting through this. I don't want to cut that bit off. So I'm just lifting it. So in the real world, so for posh people who do make like really expensive fur coats and everything else, they would use a blade. But I'm worried that with a blade, you might end up cutting your fingers or doing some damage. So what I do is I just lift the back in a little bit.
Yeah, I see what you mean. So you're only cutting, right, through the fabric.
Yeah, so just the fabric bit. So then when I pull that away, can you see all the fringe? Whereas if I'd gone in like that, it would have been...
you see, that's what I do, because I wouldn't have read the instructions, obviously. I'd have gone, right, cut it out, and then I'd get there and go, mine doesn't look like yours.
Yeah, mine's got like a bad hair
So if you do it like that, this is what yours will look like, and you'll have that lovely fringe, which I guess if you want to trim...
You can trim it, and also with any furs or whatever, you can use a little comb and you can do like a little bit of hair dressing and that.
Obviously.
Yeah, and like I said, there is a thing that with fur, you will get a little bit of shedding when you do the initial cut. But once this is cut, and you can see there's nothing coming off it now.
Once it's shed, it's shed.
Yeah.
Because it's all these bits here that are going to come off, but after that it's done.
Yeah, and a little bit of sellotape or whatever, you can get rid of that. So then the head then, again, really easy to make. As you can see, the state of my table is how I work at home. There's stuff everywhere. You're going to pin your pattern to your fabric, okay? You're going to sew all the way around there. Then you're going to make an incision through one layer. Make sure you pull them apart, and you don't want to cut through the two layers.
So when you cut this one, you don't have to do that cutting thing.
No,
it's
you
just
can just
just for the hair.
And because you've sewn all the way around there, it's all in the seam anyway. And then you're just going to turn his little head through. And then once you've turned it through, in your pattern, so I've done this so it's a little bit quicker for you. You can see you've got this, it's inner ear. So you cut out a little felt inner ear. You pop that on there, okay, and then you're going to sew through the two layers.
Okay, so that goes through both layers.
Yeah,
that's good.
And then you don't really notice the stitch on the back because of the fur, and also it gives it a bit of stability, so you haven't stuffed the ear.
That's weird, because if you did that like with a plain fabric, you would see that, but you just don't, do you?
Don't. And again, with your little...
give it a little brush.
You can give it like a little brush or a comb, and again with the...
This is so pleasing, isn't it? I really want one of these
with the seams on the side as well. You know, when you sew the fur...
That's amazing, look at that.
Obviously you get... it's amazing what you can do with a comb, isn't it? I probably should...
I know, but that's
get
like...
a comb and sort my hair out.
It's a shame it doesn't work with normal fabrics. Imagine you didn't no series.
Well, that's why. So why am I using fur and why am I using fleece?
Yeah, because it's brilliant.
Because it hides a multitude of sins. And like I said, I thought at first, fur might be really hard to sew, but actually it's not.
No, I mean, once you've got over the shedding, the initial shedding.
Yeah, and then you can see here, it'll catch in the seam, you know, and then you can go in with a little comb and you can give that a little brush and you can pull the pile out of the seam as well.
So we've sold out of all of the kits except for Mini Hamish. That's the only one that we've got left.
Wow.
That's the only one that we have left. All the others have gone. So the only one that you can get now is the Mini Hamish. There he is. He's the one on the right.
Yeah.
The little one.
I sort of went a bit wilder with the Mini Hamish of the stock. Maybe I should have gone a bit wilder with the stock.
It's really hard to know, isn't it? But that's the only one we have left is the Mini Hamish.
Yeah.
Obviously, we have plenty of instructions, whether they're printed or the digital downloads. But if you want one of the kits, then be quick, because that is the only one that we have left.
I was sitting in the car this morning saying to my mum, I hope the kits sell, otherwise I'm going to be sleeping on them for weeks. Because I'd pre-cut all the kits and that. I was like, you never know, do you? You never know how many
that's true. And sometimes you think things are going to be amazing. You think, why is that not? Or other things, you think, I didn't think it'd be that popular.
Yeah.
But there we go. Mini Hamish, get checked out on that, because we've got just 20 of them left. So you need to be quick on that one.
So again, with the horns, I've made it as simple as possible for you. You're going to pin the pattern, whether it's big or small, pin the pattern on, sew all the way around, and then you're going to cut them out, which I did have one somewhere cut out. But anyway, here's half of one, so you can see where I've cut it out, okay? You're going to make an incision in the back, and then you're going to turn it through. Oh, here we are.
There it is. It looks like a moustache.
Yeah. And
oh yeah, and I guess because you've got the fur sewn on, that covers the little slit.
So then you're going to stuff it, okay, but then not too much stuffing into the middle piece, because then what we want to do is we want to sew the fringe on. So this messes with people's heads sometimes about sewing the fringe on, okay. So in the pattern, it's got a clear picture to show you how to sew the fringe on. And what I did, again, I'm trying to make it as simple as possible for you. Okay, so you can see the fringe is sewn on with the hole in the back. And can you see with fleece how the hole, even when you sew up,
that's amazing. It just disappears.
It just sort of disappears.
So do you hand sew the? Oh, you
no, I machined it on there. Okay, machined it on there, and then once it was machined on, I could add a little bit of extra stuffing through the hole, to make it nice. And then once his head is done, okay, so yours will be complete, and he'll have eyes.
I think the ears. The ears look great on here because they're really sort of like embedded.
Yeah. And then you can sew see, because what I wanted the horns on there, but then I wanted that fringe over the top. So,
which is the best bit.
So it's entirely up to you. Okay, you've got two choices. You can sew the head to the horns, and then all complete as one unit, and then sew it on, or you can sew the horns on first to the back, and then you can sew the head on after. I like to have my complete unit together, and then I sew it on in one go. And the little snozzle is made the same way. So again, you've got your piece of fleece, okay, you sew all the way around there, cut away, make an incision, turn it through. So you've got that, you've turned it through.
So if we get the pattern on its own, I mean, I presume in the pattern it tells you what you're going to need, so it's easy enough to source then.
On the back of the pattern, or the
so if I get the cow, it's not, because the thing is, we sold out of the kits, so you will need the pattern now. But it tells you what you need to buy.
Yeah.
So you just got to find this special short. Honey fur and long. That's it.
And they tend to call the short fur. So it's just like a little tip, because somebody messaged me and said, "What do you call the fur?" And I said, "They call it fun fur."
Right.
I said, I can't be any more helpful than that. That's what they call it when I buy it.
It's just
as well.
fun fur.
It's just called fun fur. And so that's short pile fur, and then the honey one is the long one, which I think is what makes it. But do you know what? Be imaginative. Try got things in your
But when you're buying it, you just need to look for fun fur. So the instructions, $9.99. So you can make hundreds of these then.
Oh, yeah. And you can make to sell as well. So, you know, we have that conversation about it.
Yeah.
I positively encourage people to make to
Right.
sell.
Obviously, do not sell the pattern.
No.
At all. We'll give it to anyone. But you can make these to sell. I mean, can you imagine these at a fete? And also, I guess the good thing about having the pattern is that you're not going to be able to just buy the small piece. You'll buy a bigger piece, probably. So it means you can make several
of them.
So make sure that you look for fun fur, and you need the short and then the long. And then the rest of it is, well, cream, fleece, you need felt for the hooves.
Yeah, and it's all on there. So it explains it all. If you've got any problems, again, my email address is on the bottom, or you can message me on Facebook. There are some demos on my Facebook page as well of me making the cow and doing other stuff.
We've got the toy stuffing. We sell that here, so you'll need a large bag for that. And then the eyes if you want to.
Yeah. So the eyes are optional if you want to pop the eyes in or not. It's up to you. Should we show them a little bit of the sheep, maybe?
Yes, let's do sheep.
So we'll show you a couple of little hints and tips on the sheep. Are we all right with all that mess there? Sorry. So let's look at his body. So you know we talked about...
So all the sheep kits have sold out, but we do have the pattern. And the brilliant thing about the pattern is it's got both sheep. It's got the sheep and the ram, the ewe and the ram. Yeah. Both of them are on there.
Maybe I could give them like a little bit of additional stock in the break. Okay? Maybe just a few.
Maybe that would be nice.
Yeah. So maybe we can.
So this is what you will need to buy. If you've got the instructions, this is what you will need to buy It's fleece, really.
Yeah, it's fleece. And like I said, you can just use whatever pattern you want. So again, like I did for the cow, I put 2 layers together. I sewed around the pattern. Okay.
He's like a little cloud as well, isn't he? It's a cloud shape.
He is.
Food cloud.
And then I put the feet in as I explained. The base is exactly the same. The calico, you can see the little calico weighted base is in there with the grit. And the good thing is if you cut that the same shape as the base, it automatically
will
sits
just sit there
nicely.
Yeah.
So he sits nicely. So a couple of little tips I want to share with you. One now for the ram. So sorry, I keep mixing from one place to the other.
No, that's fine. No, that's quite good because the ram, his horns curl.
So that might be something that you haven't seen before. So with the ram, what I'll
just show you. So look, this is it. This is curly horns.
Yeah. So in your pattern, you've got a nice piece of grey fleece. Again, 2 layers together. We're sewing around the pattern. You can see on the back where I've sewn around the pattern. Then you end up with a shape like that. Just a little tip.
And these are only small pieces that you're going to need for this.
Yeah, do you use these to turn things through?
I love these.
So I use forceps quite often. Do you sell them on the page somewhere?
Yes, we do. I love them. They're brilliant for all sorts of things.
Oh yeah, you can poke prod and do all sorts.
Turn all sorts of things out.
Yeah, pull ribbon through and so we turn them through like that. So yours are small, okay? Then we're going to stuff them. So you've got your turned through one. You're going to tip with stuff in, little tiny bits, start at the end and work your way up, okay? So this is a bigger one, and the only reason it's a bigger one is just for demo purpose, so you can actually see what I'm doing. When things are a little bit small, sometimes a bit fiddly. So you've got your horn is completely stuffed.
Yes, it looks like a unicorn.
Yeah, and you're going to...
How is this going to become a ram?
Exactly. So I've got double thread, and the reason I've got double thread is because I want to make sure that it doesn't snap, because there's nothing more frustrating. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do a run-in stitch. Now at this point, I'm wishing I'd half done it before I came on air. So you can talk amongst yourselves while I do this. So I'm just doing the run-in stitch.
There's the easy quilting needle grippers. That's the tweezer things that Gail's using.
Oh, well
they
done.
are
Is that
brilliant.
what
Do
you
you know
call
what?
them?
Everyone in my house uses mine for all sorts of things. They go, have you got those things? When you just want to get something, they're just amazing.
Oh, yeah, you can grip all sorts. So people say, why don't you use tweezers? You can't get a grip like that with tweezers.
They're amazing, amazing. I would get those for turning things right sides out. You'll find if you've got a pair of those, everyone in your house uses them for something.
If you've got an overlocker, you need them for threading. They're perfect.
They're just amazing because they lock automatically and they will just grip.
Then when you come to the top, okay, you're going to cross over. So that's the important bit. And then you're going to sew back down. So while I'm just sewing back down here, I tell you what, they're good for holding onto the needle as well when you're putting a new needle in your machine.
When I can't get a needle through something if I've pushed it through too many layers.
I know I'm going to sound like a sad lady, but you know, as you get older, your grip's not what it used to be, is it? So for all you young people, enjoy the moment.
Yeah. Enjoy your grip in your eyes while you can.
So I know, it's terrible. Do you know, when I used to teach years ago, I used to go, oh God, these people are just going on about their eyesight. I can't thread a needle. What's wrong with them? I'm there. I'm there.
I remember the point at which I realised it started off that I just bought glasses for embroidery and that was all I needed them for. And then it was like, I can't even read tins.
Yeah, I can't read my phone.
No, I can't read anything. Nothing. I can't. Or like you get a recipe or you get a tin. No idea. No idea what to do.
I ring some people and I go, I'm sorry, I can't message because I haven't got my glasses.
No. Or if I'm in the supermarket, no chance. Can't read the shopping list.
I know, it's terrible.
And I walk around the supermarket going like this.
That's me as well.
But it'll come to you all.
Yeah, just wait. So just enjoy the moment.
Yeah.
My American friend, she said, I don't know if I should share this, but she said to me, wait until you hit 50. She said, because after 50, she said, everything bags, sags and drags. And I've always just remembered that. It just makes me laugh. So it's sort of in a friendly kind of way. So I've sewn up to the end.
Think of the wisdom we have, Gail.
Exactly.
Just that's it, you see.
Yeah. And then, so you're going to get your thread then, and you're just going to pull it and see how it gathers.
Oh, my Lord.
And then
it turns into a horn.
Yeah, and then it turns into your lovely curved horn.
That's amazing, because when I saw that, I thought that must be the most amazingly complicated pattern that's cut out.
No.
With that swirl.
Yeah, no. So you're gonna spend a little bit more time and effort than I did. So it's a run and stitch up either side. Obviously you'll do yours in grey. Remember to go across at the top.
Yes.
Okay. And then you just pull the thread, and as if by magic it all curls
It
up.
turns into a snail.
Yeah, and you can turn, and then you just hand sew it onto the edge.
That's brilliant.
So I wanted to share
Absolutely brilliant.
one tip.
I thought it was a really complex pattern.
Oh, good God.
That would be really hard to cut round.
I don't do complicated. I like to do things. So this is where I am with my sewing. I want it to look nice, but I don't want it to agonise you that you find it too challenging
fun to
do.
make.
Yeah. So we got time to share another little tip.
Yeah, go on then.
Yeah. So
We've got 5 minutes.
when you come to the face.
Oh, I love the face.
Okay.
It's slightly cross-eyed.
Yeah, and again with the buttons, depending on where you place them, will depend on what your sheet looks like.
So
It
you can have it
looking up,
surprised.
down. You know, it's all in the placement. So I'm going to ask you to take a piece of greaseproof paper. We've all got a bit, or baking parchment. And ask you to draw over the top of it. And then the reason that we do that is when you put it onto your face, then you'll know exactly where to place the eyes.
You can really place them,
Yeah,
can't you?
so you haven't got to guess then. So you can do that. Use a little glue pen, which we'll talk about in the next show, but the glue pens are handy for sticking the eyes in place. You can sew them by hand, by machine, entirely up to you. Then the little mouth. So people always struggle with doing mouths and things. So what I do is I take that to the machine then, so we can see here on the machine, and I sew through the paper.
That's genius, because otherwise how on earth do you transfer it?
Exactly. So
well, particularly when it's got a black face.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be able to do it.
No. So once I've done that then, I can tear the paper off. I've sewn through there. Oh, here's one. Okay, so I can tear the paper off. And when I tear the paper off, I've got an exact line ready. And then once I've done that, I then go back to the machine and then I satin stitch over the top.
Right, okay.
So then that gives me the thicker line.
And even if you wanted to hand stitch it, you could go over the top then. But
exactly.
That's brilliant idea.
So I use that technique quite often to do lots of faces and things. I also, it's a technique that I've used for like quilting and that. Have you ever done that? Do that technique with a water soluble,
the water soluble and
thread, and then you can pull the whole thing off. Then you've got your lines that you want marked on your like precious fabric. Then you quilt over the top of it, and then when you wash it, the water soluble disappears.
Yeah, because sometimes you just can't. Well, things like a black fleece, I don't know how you would transfer on that.
No, so sometimes it is hard. And when we do the later show, I'll show you another tip on how I transfer onto felt, on dark colour felts as well, in a different way. But you could use that technique as well on dark felt.
Yeah, no, that works so well, doesn't it?
Yeah,
I absolutely love these.
So, so that's, what else have I got to show you? See, I've rushed through all these.
No, that's fine.
So
we can go through the instructions again. So if you want Hamish instructions, now you can have them either the printed version or the PDF download version. So we don't have any of the kits left, but sorry, that was the digital. The physical printed version. That's the physical version. Now, that's what it looks like, but this is what you will need. So you need to buy fun fur, short fun fur, and long fun fur.
Yeah.
That's the key?
That's the key, and then all the other bits you'll have in
And you might have the other bits, so have a look at the ingredients there.
Yeah.
But this is the only way that you're going to get this now, because we have sold out of the kits.
Yeah. And with all the other kits, can I mention the fleece a second?
Yes.
You'll notice when you're trying to work out which is the right and the wrong side, so for all the patterned fleeces, if you look at the front, see how vibrant it is?
Yes.
But when you look at the back, it's like faded out.
Yeah.
So
So just go for right is the right side.
Yeah, you'll know which side because of that. And then if I've got a little bit of fleece somewhere.
And then the PDF version, so that you can download if you just want to have it straight at home.
Yeah, and the fleece as well then, so for anybody struggling to work out, so with the cream one, so it's difficult to tell, isn't it? And the black one, which side is right and which is the wrong side. So if you've just got a random piece and you don't know, my tip is just be consistent.
Right,
so
just choose a side.
Yeah, just choose a side and go with it. But if you're really worried, okay, check your fleece. It's got a lot of stretch that way. it hasn't got much stretch that way, okay?
Right.
So go for the side with the most stretch, and as you stretch it, can you see it's curling to the back?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, that is the back, and that is the front.
So do that and then label it, and then you'll know.
And then you'll know. So if it matters to you, for most of these projects, do you know what? It doesn't matter.
Yeah, but it would matter to me. I'd want to know.
Yeah.
Okay, so you stretch it. That's
and
clever.
then as it curls to
I
the back,
never knew
you'll
that. What
know.
a great tip.
Yeah, so just a little something.
Now, we
there.
only have 14 of the mini Hamish kits left. Just 14. So if you want to get that, you need to get that checked out. All of the other kits have sold out.
Wow.
Wow. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Yeah. So I'll see you back here in an hour.
Yeah, can't wait.
For your fab cushions.
Yeah, I'll just tidy up my mess.
Yes, yeah, but that's fine because you've got a whole hour to do.
Yeah, thanks.
They were so lovely. Do get checked out if you want the instructions, either the physical ones or the downloads. I will see you back here in an hour, and I
look forward
see you
to it.
back in just a few minutes' time with Alison, who's got some gorgeous felt animals. You're going to love them, and really just so lovely, and the full kits as well. Get checked out on them in the break so you don't miss out, and I'll see you back here in a couple of minutes.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street. A lot of people ask me, what dress size pattern should I buy, John? Because I never know. I can't answer that for you because if you go by your commercial shop bought dresses, if you go into different shops, Wallis, Marks and Spencer's, Topshop, any of those, size 14 in every single one of those shops will be a different size, depending on the designer, depending on the pattern cutter and the pattern grader. What you need to do when you're making your own clothes is don't think, oh, I buy 14 from Wallis, I'll make a size 14. What you need to do, and this is the sign of a good pattern, what they have is they have your body measurements, which are the ones that you have to go to. Now, it's sometimes a little bit depressing because you buy a 14 in a shop and on a pattern it could say that you're an 18. Ignore that, nobody will ever see that. What you go by is your bust, waist and hip measurement on the pattern, and then if it's a good pattern, underneath it will tell you the finished size of the dress, which shows how much ease it's got. So what you can do is you can look at, say you look at this one and you say, oh, 100 bust, 82 waist, 106 hip. Obviously that's in centimetres. You think, yes, I'm going to make myself a size 16. You then look at the finished size here of the size 16, and you can see that you've got 12 centimetres ease around the bust, you've got a good amount of ease around the waist and a lot of ease around the hip. Then what you do is you then look at the pattern, the finished size around your body, and you think, oh no, that looks like it might be too big. Then you can go down a size or up a size if you don't think it's going to be big enough. But the thing I always say is make a toile. Get yourself a bolt of calico and make a toile, and that's the way you'll make sure you buy the right size pattern.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple. Ever heard of a design roll? It's a bundle of pre-cut fabric strips, each typically 2.5 inches wide and the full width of the fabric. Design rolls are made up of coordinating prints and colours, making them perfect for quilts, patchwork or other strip sewing projects. No cutting or matching needed, just unroll and start creating. Design roll, a simple way to bring your project to life.
In sewing, the term square up means trimming your fabric or block to ensure it has straight edges and perfect corners. Using a ruler and rotary cutter, trimming away any uneven edges. This step helps your pieces fit together neatly in your project. Square up is a quick way to keep everything perfectly aligned.
Please don't forget about the notches when you're cutting out your pattern pieces. Every notch on one piece will match up with a notch on another piece of your garment, and they'll make the whole thing go together so much more easily. This is how you do it. Your notches might be a small little line or a double line, or they might be a triangle. When you cut them out, I recommend that you cut a small triangle outwards rather than cutting into your seam allowance. Notches on sleeves are particularly important for helping you to get them into the right place. So take your time to cut them out carefully. 2 notches means it's the back of your garment. 1 notch means it's the front.
Okay, well,
Should we bring them in?
Yeah,
We need to show them to everybody.
Yeah.
So these are new.
They are brand new.
We've got the sausage dog. Look, absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? And it's even got a little bandana because it's a very well-loved sausage dog.
Yeah, it is.
So what was the concept behind these? Why did you decide to do them?
I think the main reason for sort of turning a little bit of a corner and sort of going a little bit of a different direction is because I've always worked with the back.
Hang on, I just need to turn your mic on.
Oh, is it not on?
There we go.
We're having a morning, aren't we?
We're having a power technology morning.
Yeah, so I've gone in a slightly different direction this time because I just thought, I need the feel to do something a little bit different.
Because normally with your books, so normally with the books, they're the little animals, but this time we've got the big ones. So I'm just going to go through the kits while we sort your mic out. So we've got different kits to make all of these. So I'll start with the lion. Look at the lion, absolutely gorgeous. I love his mane, he's beautiful, isn't he? Right, now in the kit's brilliant, isn't it? Because you've got all of the felt, and this is the difficult thing to source sometimes. So for the kit, you've got eyes, you've got the beige, the sort of cream felt that's used for the eyes, you've got yellow felt, pink felt, and orange felt. There we go, and full instructions.
Yes.
So the good thing about the instructions is that in the instructions you get all of the animals.
That's
so if you buy one of the kits, you almost get a bonus that you've got the pattern for all of the animals because they all come together, which is fab, isn't it? And the instructions are great. Really clear. You've put the full stitch library in here.
I know.
So normally what you do, so we've got your mic sorted out. And look, I like the fact that you've done them all colour as well.
And
so again, you're...
to size as
and you're almost getting you're getting the other two for free, aren't you? So if you bought the lion kit, you've got the lion. And these are all full size.
They are full size, yeah.
So normally what you do in your books, we'll go backwards again, are the little animals. But now moved on
I've
and
gone
gone
sort of
super
more
size.
3D, I suppose, haven't I, as well? You know, you can sort of pick it up, turn it round and
Yes,
look at it
because
from
they
all
were
angles.
sort of flatter, weren't they?
Yes,
Whereas,
yeah.
if you look at the lion, look, it's got a rounded bottom. The felt is lovely, isn't it?
It's
because it's got
gorgeous.
quite a structure to it.
It works really well, you know, for stuffing. And, you know, the thing I always say, you know, the thing I love about using felt is that it doesn't fray. So there's no overlocker or anything like that involved. It just all goes together smoothly. Well, one would hope so.
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it? And all of the pieces, they're all coloured as well. So there's all your pattern pieces, loads and loads of walkthrough diagrams with the unicorn. There's all the pieces there. And nice big pictures as well. So $15.99 for the kit. It's got all of the felt in it and the eyes. And in fact, you get 10 eyes.
Wow.
So you can make 5 lions.
Yeah. Or your own little sort of like range of different coloured
Yeah, that's
sausage
true.
dogs.
So that's the lion kit. Right. We've also got the sausage dog kit. He is gorgeous, isn't he? I'm just going to move Lion over here so we can see them. So here's the sausage dog. I mean, I love the fact he's got a spotty, a spotty bit there. Look, and a spotty bandana. Beautiful. I mean, this is anyone who loves a sausage dog is going to want this kit, aren't they? Gorgeous. Look at that. So let me show you what you get in. I like this fabric.
I know, it's beautiful.
I know the main thing is felt with you, isn't it?
Yes, yeah.
But that is a lovely fabric.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I think after my last book, I don't know if I'm allowed to mention it.
Yeah.
James has been on with it, the Stitch 50 Pokemon book. I think I got so absorbed into sort of like using only felt, and obviously there was all the precision that had to go into making all of those felties. But I also felt it was the right time for me to sort of like adopt or use sort of like different fabrics, start to integrate them into my projects, because I still like to use the felt, but I just wanted to introduce, you know,
I think it works really well because it's got the different pattern and the different texture. I think it's quite nice mixing them and with his little bandana. So you get the spotty fabric, you get the brown for the spots. You get the you get the gold,
the little
name
bit.
tag. You get the red for the collar, pale pink, and that goes underneath the ears and the cheeks. Look,
There we go. Oh.
Underneath his ears. Let me show you there.
Looks like Dumbo.
Look underneath his ears. That's so cute, isn't it? And then you get the cream felt, and then the main brown, and you get the eyes. So you can make lots. And then obviously you get full instructions. So with all of them, you will get instructions for all of them. So you get all the pieces there. And it's nice that you've put them in the right print, so it's quite easy to do, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. They're easily identifiable. I mean, I started doing that a while ago, sort of like putting the prints in along with the colours of the felt to use, because just anything to make things easier, because sometimes if you've just got a black and white, you know, line drawing, it's like, oh, what bit's this and which bit of felt does that marry up to? So, yeah, it's great, you know, just to sort of... Sorry, some behind-the-scenes stuff going on.
But then, I mean, I guess you can cut... Well, you're better off tracing these, really, aren't you?
Yeah.
You can cut them out, obviously, but then you've got some of the instructions if you want to make any of the other animals. So I would trace these.
Yeah. I mean, I'll go through that whole process, but I suppose as well, if there's a digital download available, then you could print off, couldn't you, more than one?
That's true. So if you're getting the kit, then obviously you get the instructions in the kit with everything. We have got it available separately as a download, so you can print them off. But I would just trace it off.
Yeah, can do.
Because they're all there, aren't
Easy.
they? And then you can just pin the pieces to the inside of the pattern.
Yeah.
So next we'll do unicorn.
So we'll move him to the one side, and
He's
we'll bring the
gorgeous,
next one
isn't
on.
he? It's really, I love the unicorn. I think that's really special, isn't it? With the hair, mane, not hair, with the mane. It's even got special
gold hooves.
Gold metallic hooves and a horn as well. And in the kit, you're going to get all of that. So $28.99, and this is what you get in the kit. You get a fat quarter of the gold And you get loads.
So you can make loads and loads.
Loads and loads. You can make it a matching bag. So the bit you've got left over, lovely for a bag base. So you've got all of that. You won't need all of that. So you've got loads left over. You've got the pink and the yellow and the blue and the light pink. So that's all for the mane and the features.
Yeah.
And then obviously white for the main part of the
main
unicorn.
part of the body.
And eyes as well.
Yeah.
And then full instructions. So whichever kit you buy, you'll get all of the materials for that one, but then you will get all of the instructions for all of them.
Yeah, exactly. And I've just brought, just very quickly bring this on. This was my inspiration.
Wow, where did you get that from?
Right, I'll just very quickly run through the story of this. My uncle used to live in Peru.
Right.
And in the 70s, he used to send us back sort of like gifts from Peru. So this is something I've had since my childhood. And I think I need to go on that programme, you know. Because he's sort of losing a limb here. And
you said, my uncle bought me this back and I want you to... I love watching that.
Yeah. But also, if
Repair
you
shop.
look at... That's it. If you look at the ear, can you see how bright that silk used to
Oh,
be?
well, they would show that. They'd go on them repair shop. They'd go, now look,
Yeah.
we've taken the colour from the inside and this is the original colour.
Yeah.
And then you have to cry.
That's right.
You always have to cry and go, I just only if Eddie was here.
So, something from my childhood. It kept
I think that's lovely.
time.
And now it's become a
Inspired,
unicorn. And it's not going to fade. And one day someone will go, just think how bright that pink felt once was.
Yeah, exactly. You lift it up and it's like, oh, it's faded.
Used to be so bright. Lovely. Now, that's all of the kits. So the kits will provide you with all of the materials. If you just want the pattern, if you're a felt collector and you've got plenty of felt already, the pattern, remember, has all 3 of them in. So that's a really amazing value. That's just coming in. It's just coming. So there's the code for the pattern. Now that is the printed version. That's the one that will be sent to you in the post. And that's all of them. And remember, and if you look at it, it's really, really clear. It explains about, use tracing paper to trace over the templates. You've got lots and lots of full colour photos of all of the stages. So you can make loads of sausage dogs and lions.
Yeah, you could scale them down, couldn't you? So you could make a big
Well,
one.
I remember you saying when we've done your books before how with a lot of them you can make them bigger, small, whatever size you want. But you could do it with this as well. You could make them. You could use fleece and make an enormous unicorn.
Yeah, a fluffy one.
And then there's pictures, full pictures of the finished toys as well. So that's all of those. So are you going to show us how to make them?
Yes,
I am. Well, a few little tips and
a few little
techniques.
tips and techniques, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so...
Oh, yes, sorry, I forgot about the digital pattern. So
right.
if you want the PDF download of the pattern, if you want to just have it straight away, buy it now, we'll have it emailed straight to you. You can print it off at home. I mean, and obviously the digital one is really good because you can print off the patterns then.
Yeah, more than once.
Which one are you going to show us how to make?
Well, I'm going to show you the lion.
Okay.
But I'm also just going to show a few other little sort of bits, such as the horn for the unicorn and just little different things that I may have injected in there. Yeah. So we were talking before, weren't we, earlier about the patterns. I've just bought my printed off one from home here. So let's just go to the lion. Let's make sure we get that on the screen. Some pencil. So this is kind of like just the old-fashioned basic way of tracing that you would have done at school in art. And I've just got standard piece of tracing paper, a HB pencil, and all I'm going to do is lay that down and I'm going to press firmly. I'm going to follow one of these templates that are in the instructions. Now the thing with felt as well, there's no right or wrong side, is there?
Luckily.
Yeah, so if you kind of, when you're cutting out, you don't really have to take too much care with the right and wrong side. So when you're laying these templates out onto a piece of felt, you know, if you want to maximise the use of the felt, you can sort of slide things.
Well, it
in.
hasn't, because it hasn't got like...
There's no grain, is
no
there?
grain or
No.
print direction.
No, no.
And you can turn them over.
Exactly, exactly.
Very economical.
Yeah. So if you're wanting to make, say, a range of, you know, big unicorns going down to a tiny one, a bit like those Russian dolls, but they're going inside each other, you know, you can sort of like, you know, if you've got your felt at home, just use it and use it sparingly.
Okay.
Yeah. So the other thing as well, what I'm going to do is I'll just do this one because I obviously don't want to sort of spend the time doing, you know, more than one. But I've got my piece of card, and this is just 100 GSM. If you've not got card, I'm sure you've got some, you know, here on the website somewhere, or even a cornflakes box or something would do, wouldn't it? So where the lead is on the upside of the tracing paper, I'm going to turn that round now, and I'm going to hold that firmly down into position.
Oh, is this to sort of make card patterns then?
Yeah. So what I'm going to do is trace around, follow the line that I've just previously drawn.
I guess you could also photocopy this paper and then print it off on card.
Yeah, that's, yeah.
You wouldn't have to do...
Or the other thing is freezer paper as well.
Yeah, freezer paper. I love freezer paper.
I love freezer paper, yeah. I think we've had a conversation about freezer paper
love
before,
it.
haven't we?
Not just for wrapping meat, that always makes me laugh. It's my favourite sentence on there.
Yeah. Okay, so what I've done, trace that off. Oh, did I do that the wrong way round? That's me, too much chatting. Right, okay, let's go again. And hopefully, let me...
And is this just to make your patterns a bit more durable?
Yeah, because you know what I always do? I mean, oh gosh, my workroom. I've got like a whole box that over the years, what I've done, I've got a box storage system with envelopes in it. And they've each got a little picture of the item, of the pattern that's enclosed in the envelope. And it's just like a sort of a little library. So if at any point in the future I thought, oh, hang on, I need to make such and such, but I can adapt the pattern, then I can just go to my little library.
And it's all there.
It's all there.
Fabulous.
Yeah. So any little lines there that you've got that sort of, you know, you've missed out, you can just sort of like draw those in. But I think one of the other really important things about this is because when you've actually traced them all off, you'll end up with a whole load of like little white pieces, won't you? And you think, oh, which bit is that?
Yes,
so
you do label them.
At this point in time, it's really important to sort of like, you know, label everything on it so that you don't have to go back later on and sort of like try and, you know, work in a flummoxed state, trying to work out which template is for which part of the pattern. So I'm just checking I've got the line there. So what you could have done, I mean, it doesn't really matter with this. This is the back insert.
And then just put the label on. Oh, and you've got letters on all of these as well.
And obviously the letters are really important as well because these are what you are going to marry up in terms of, that way around, isn't it? In terms of the body parts, because you don't want the, you know, the front going all over the show, do you, in a different... Oh, what have I done there? Did my back arm going mad? Right, I'll just mark that on because I'm wasting time.
Okay, so that's how you cut the pattern out.
That's your pattern. And like I always say, don't use your good fabric scissors to do that. You know, cut them out. Use your old paper ones because it will blunt your embroidery scissors really, really quickly. So just cut that out, following the line. And that you know that that bit there, where I've marked on the two lines, is actually the back where you're leaving it open to stuff, okay? So that is that. So as I've always got is a whole bunch of things already prepared. So here we go. So move on to the next bit, because it would just take me literally all day to make up one of these. So now, have you got one of those friction pens there at all?
The friction pens are available on the website.
Right, okay, so I'll just improvise then now and just use my pencil.
Okay.
Okay, because I don't know where mine's gone.
I don't know.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. It's just for demonstration, isn't it? So nothing to worry about. Right, so you've got your felt, and it also has on it how many pieces you need to cut of that particular part. Obviously, it's still got all of your, you know, letters or numbers on there, and you've also got your opening as well. So imagine that's a friction pen, it's not my HB pencil.
She's got one here. There you go.
Oh, thank you very much. Nice. Okay, so holding that firmly down so it's not going to move. And remember, this says cut 2, so you would actually have to cut 2 of this. You'd have to, I suppose, if you weren't wanting, well, this disappears anyway, doesn't it? So it doesn't really matter. But, you know, if, say, you were making it out of a different fabric, for instance, with a right and a wrong side, you'd have to turn it round the other way. So let me just mark on there. You've got F, and you've also got G. You've also got your opening. It doesn't really matter where that goes or how long it is. It's just there to be sort of mentioned, I suppose, and not to forget to do it. And then you've got your H. And you do 2 of those. And those are really important to have on, those letters, because you will need to refer to those later on. So what you would do is you would cut out all of the pieces for the lion with all of the numbers of pieces.
And all labelled and with all the letters on.
Exactly.
Excellent.
Right. Now I've got my nice scissors. Not my paper ones. I love it. You know when you get a new pair of scissors?
I know.
And they cut and it's like, oh, it's
They're
like...
just so lovely, aren't they? And then I think, well, I should just go and get them all sharpened.
I know. Well, how much does it, you know,
I've no
cost?
idea.
No,
I don't even know where to go and get them sharpened.
Well, no. You hear all sorts of stories, don't you? Like cut aluminium or like tin
someone
foil
says
or something.
that you should do that with pinking shears, because obviously...
Yeah.
But I've never tried it, so I don't know.
I haven't.
But I should go and get my scissors sharpened.
Well, I've got about 25, 30 pairs of these.
You see, that's mad, isn't it?
No, it's
if you can get them, there must be a way to do it.
Absolutely.
If anyone knows, can you message us in? No idea how you get scissors sharpened. I don't even know what... I guess you could just look around, scissorsharpeners.com.
Yeah. Yeah, sharpeners.com. Okay, so what we do is we'd end up with a little pile now of all of those components for that pattern. So let's move on to number 3. So now this is the head. And this always amazes me when you make anything 3D. You look at 2 shapes. So you're looking at this bit here, which is, let's get Mr. Lion.
Oh, do you want the lion? There's the lion.
Let's get him in on the scene and on the action. So this part here, as you can see, if I turn that around, is actually, would you call that the snout? I don't know.
Yeah, sort of the top of his head.
Top of his head there. And this bit is the side of his head. So that would go
okay.
like that. But it always just amazes me how that shape there can actually fit
round
into
there.
that. But I suppose as well, this is one of the joys, isn't it, of sort of felt, in that it has got a little bit of give in it. It's kind of quite a sort of, what's the word? It's quite a giving fabric, isn't it? In that it's not hard or, you know, quite difficult to sort of like manoeuvre. You can sort of like...
Yeah, there's a little bit of stretch in it, but it's not stretchy.
No.
But there's a little bit of stretch, so you can ease is the word.
Ease it,
so
that was it.
Ease it round curves,
ease it,
or not ease it round curves.
Yeah. So...
matching thread, I guess.
Matching coloured thread, and this is just standard sewing thread. And just another little important tip I'll just throw in here is that I always use it double. What do you use it? How do you use your thread, Rebecca?
What do you mean?
Do you use it double or do you use it single?
Depends what I make and what I'm sewing, really.
Yeah.
I only ever use it double if it's something that's got to be really strong, like buttons or something like that.
Yeah. I've just always tended to use mine.
Okay, it depends what I'm doing.
Yeah.
I prefer not using it double because sometimes I end up with little loops. But then if I was sewing this, I probably would, because like you say, it needs to be stronger.
Exactly. Because you're going to stuff this. And I think like with my other felties, if you've got any of my books and that, you'll know that I don't overstuff them because they become distorted just because they've got a front and a back.
Right.
So with these, you can see that when you touch these, they're quite firm. So they're holding their shape. So I think that's probably the other reason why it's probably...
Yeah, no, I
good.
mean, I think, yeah, if I was doing something like this, well, I would do what I was told in the pattern. I'd use it double.
Yeah, double. Yeah. You see, I trained as a weaver. So when I was learning about threads and yarns and everything, we were always taught about Z and S twists. And so what happens is you have on a thread, it comes down as an S twist, but when you fold it back on itself, it reverses, if you get me, and turns into a Z twist.
Right.
And that's why you get the tangle.
Okay. Okay, I think also I probably use too long lengths.
Yeah, that's
And if it's
me.
too long,
Yeah.
you end up getting it tangled.
Yeah,
Or...
yeah. Now with this, I've used the blanket stitch, and I'll go through the stitches. I'll demo those, you know, shortly. So what I'm going to do, when I start off, I've got a knot. I always go through the 2 layers, but obviously, well, don't go through the 2 layers. I just come up through 1 layer, so the knot actually sits on the back. And what I'm going to do, it's a case of purely easing it round, following the lines. So can you see how those 2 edges?
Okay, so it's like,
actually-
so it's a blanket stitch.
It's a blanket stitch, yeah. But I've used just a back stitch on the doggy pattern. So that's different. So when you look at him, he's been sort of bagged out, he's turned inside out.
Okay. But it's nice though, because actually the stitching then becomes a feature of the animal, doesn't it? It's not just something sewing it together, it's a feature of it as well.
Yeah, exactly.
And, you know, we have so many of our viewers who say, oh, I'm not a machine sewer, what can I do this by hand? You know, this really is a hand-stitched project.
Yeah,
so...
and it's lovely, you know, I mean, I've had sort of people, you know, message me before and say, oh, I think last time I was on, a lady rang in and said, oh, I love taking your projects to the hospital because I can just pop it all into a bag and, you know, sit making them.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, or if you want something to take on holiday or travelling, or if you have got a lot of waiting around, get it all cut out and then you can take it with you. And I think a lot of people love hand stitching.
Yeah, yeah.
But you don't often get kits that purely do hand stitching.
And also, I think with hand stitching, it can be quite therapeutic as well. You know, sitting there just sewing.
Oh, it is. It's very mindful, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's why I love like embroidery, cross stitch, crochet, because it's just something that you just sit there with your hands.
Exactly.
And you can watch the telly.
Yeah. So I'm getting near to that line now. I'm still easing the 2 edges, edge to edge, following the lines, just so that the whole thing follows the structure for the snout. And when I'm stitching this, I'm probably bringing my needle up maybe about 4 millimeters from the edge. So not a big stitch, it's quite small.
So if you want the instructions, that's on screen at the moment. That's just the instructions, and that's the printed version. And you'll get all 3 of them. You'll get the unicorn, the dog, and the lion, and that's all 3 together. And that's the printed version, £9.99. Obviously, we do have the kits individually as well. So if you want any of the kits, they're all on the website. On the website.
The website, yeah.
Just go to sewingstreet.com and click on Watch Live. And if you scroll down from Watch Live, you will see them all listed there.
Yeah.
So the good thing about getting the kit is you've got all of the right coloured felt.
Yeah, that's the one. Okay, so I've come to the end there. That's my last stitch. What I always do is just sort of get my needle and just push it through the back of the stitches that you've just done. Pull it, not too tight, trim that off. And then what you've got is you've got the start of, get that on the screen.
Of the snout.
Yeah, the snout. So then obviously for the next side, what you do is you repeat that process, but making sure that the A meets the A at the front there, and also that those 2 points there meet up so you've not got a gap. So you've got to make sure that they marry up.
Yeah.
So you've got a nice, neat flow to your felt. So that's that stage. That was number 3. So I've actually got number 4 here, which is made up, and you can see
so this is where you start putting the mane in.
Started coming to life. So you can see what I've done. I've sewn the other side of the head.
Okay.
That's the one that's already been done.
And the eyes come in the kit?
Yeah.
The safety eyes.
Now these safety eyes, it's important, I'll just mention these. Once you actually put them on, it will be a nightmare to get them off.
They never come off, do they? Unless you cut them.
Yeah.
They don't. Try that.
No.
And you make them worse as well.
Exactly.
You push them down, so get them in the right place.
Yeah, and I think with the felt as well, because the backs to them, the actual sort of screwy bit, they're quite thick, aren't they? So the holes that you have to make have to be quite big on your little creature or your animal or whatever. So if you were to if you made a big mistake and you put it in the wrong place and you had to move it, you might have a sort of
So just make sure, but on the templates, look,
it's
you see,
marked.
the eye is marked.
Where it
So just
needs
make
to
sure
be.
you mark it on, but it's easy enough because you can just trace it on.
Yeah. So what I've started to do here is following the pattern. I've inserted the eye, and you do have to sort of use quite a bit of pressure with them, don't you? I think you can get a tool, can't you, to sort of put
But that's
them
why
on.
they're safety eyes.
Exactly, yeah. But I've also used a bit of black DK knitting wool for stitching the mouth. He's got a little rosy cheek, and he's also got some eyelashes and a little eyebrow. So obviously you can see when I turn this over, there's the position for the next eye to be inserted.
Right.
I would then follow that round as well, and that is on the pattern, the mouth. It's just not marked on here. So you can actually mark out where the mouth needs to be stitched before you start sewing it all together. Now the next stage that I've done, because he's got half a head complete thereabouts, is I have glued some bits of mane, and the patterns for the mane are obviously in the instructions. But I've also glued in some random bits of, again, just yellow DK knitting wool. And what I found was quite nice that sort of altered the texture is I unravelled the wool.
Yeah, I think it's really nice using mixed media like this. So you've got a bit of wool, you've got a bit of felt, and it works really well together, doesn't it?
Yeah. He's like a little sun bear, isn't he?
He is. He's actually, it's not a lion, he's a sun bear.
And there is an actual sun bear, isn't there, that exists? Yeah.
That's what he looks like.
I think
Little ray of sunshine.
Yeah, I think he's found in Burma or somewhere like that. So what you would do, and I've obviously only just stuck on a few, but you would actually carry on down to the bottom of the face. So you would end up with a whole sort of
a whole array. And I guess you just
sunshine.
put in as many bits as you want,
wanted
don't you?
to. But I suppose
Lovely, I love him.
just one thing to remember though is don't overload it, because otherwise when you come to start stitching it, you're going to be like...
As many as you want, but too many. So we have got the kit available separately for the lion.
Yeah, okay. So, next stage. Do you know what, Rebecca? I go home from here. And
There we go. It's only $15.99 as well. Absolute bargain. And that comes with the instructions. Yeah, so the instructions are $9.99. The kit's $15.99.
Wow.
Absolute bargain, that is. I bet you've got loads of bits and pieces.
This is it. I go home and I've got all these things.
Half lions.
Yeah, half things.
You should
that
go
have been
home and
made.
finish them.
I know.
What number are we looking for?
I'm just done number
3.
3.
So need number 4.
Yeah, where is it?
Oh, number 4.
Oh, no, number 4. We need number 5. Right, okay.
Right,
number 5.
So you're really at $9.99 for the instructions, $15.99 for the kit that includes the instructions. So it's worth getting because you have all of the pieces you need in the kit.
Yeah.
You've got pink. This is the kit. You get pink that's for the ears and the cheeks. You've got 10 eyes. You've got the orange. You've got the white. So you could probably make, with all of this, you could make more than one lion. You might need a bit more yellow.
Yeah.
And the full instructions for just $15.99. And that's a lovely thing. Again, depends you'll know who you're giving to it and whether or not you might not want to put the eyes on, you want to just embroider them. But that's a lovely baby gift as well,
isn't it? Yeah.
Or just for yourself or any lion lover.
Yeah. I mean, you could even maybe personalise it as well, you know, embroider
put their name on
a
it.
name across
It's
the
lovely for
tummy.
nursery though, isn't it?
Yeah. And what I quite like about him, I was sort of messing around with joints as well, you know, so he's actually got movable arms and he's got a movable head as well, which makes him more playable, doesn't he?
So we talk about the sausage dog.
Yeah, sausage dog. Where you got him? Yeah,
I've got him. So the sausage dog kit, most popular today. Everybody loves a sausage dog. So remember, you've got everything that you need in here. You've got the full instructions, and remember that you get the instructions for the lion, the unicorn, and the dog. But in the kit, you just get the sausage dog item. So you've got the main brown felt. You've got all of these smaller pieces of felt that are used for all the features, and then you've got the spotty fabric,
which is
for the bandana and the base, and you've got 10 eyes. So what can you show us from the sausage dog?
Right. Well, I haven't brought anything from the sausage dog, I don't think, but I'll talk through
Right,
it.
okay.
And then if we just go back to the lion, but sausage dog. Oh yes, I have actually. Tell a lie. Now, when we go to the pattern, let's just get to...
Okay.
I don't know where mine's
Oh,
gone.
so this is the gusset.
Yeah.
It looks like a bone.
Yeah, I'll just explain that. Couldn't be more right, could it really, I suppose? So when you get the pattern for this, you can see, whoops, that is the whole body shape for the doggy. So what you need to do is cut out 2 of those, right?
Right.
2. But this bit is a separate bit, and that kind of like forms the underneath part of him. So when you read the pattern, you'll see that there's a dash line that runs down the middle of the body. And what I'm asking you to do is, if I lift that up, and maybe you'll be able to see it.
So you just cut that as a separate pattern piece.
So you cut that down as a separate pattern piece, but that needs to be cut on the fold. So, and the other thing I just did use for this, I did a bit of iron-on interfacing. Just to make it a little bit firmer. And also, I suppose, when you put the interfacing on, it stops it from fraying a little bit, doesn't it? So it kind of holds the fabric together.
And then all of that information is in the instructions anyway.
Yeah. So gusset, right, you're simply going to get your pattern, turn that round so it's actually more realistic. You're going to draw around it, right? You put 2 little marks there because that's going to be the centerpiece, so that when you marry up these sort of like body parts, you're always going to be referring to the middle section there when you're matching up points for sewing, but that's in the instructions.
Oh, brilliant. Okay. Then the unicorn kit.
Yeah.
So that's so important to do that. And if you've got the interfacing, put that on.
Put that on, yeah.
And then the construction, well, it's all in the instructions, but it's the same process of the stitching.
Yeah.
And then the unicorn.
Unicorn, yeah.
Again, full instructions. And you're getting all of this. You get all of this white felt. That's obviously for the body.
Yeah.
And then this lovely, I love the colours, because it's such a pretty unicorn. It's got pink and blue and yellow.
Yeah.
And it's got 2 different shades of pink.
Yeah, which is good.
And
all that fabric.
All of the PU, the metallic PU, which is beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah.
But it's nice, isn't it? Because when you get the kit, if you want to make the unicorn, you know, to be able to source this, it's quite nice that you get it in there.
Yeah, because it is quite difficult to source that sort of stuff, isn't it? And I think obviously seeing it all made up, or everything, all the components put together, if you're getting that, you know what you're getting. You know, if you're ordering online from elsewhere...
Yeah, you know that you're getting the right thing.
Exactly.
So the unicorn kit... Oh, that has... Oh, yeah, no, the graphics have disappeared. That's really strange. Because they would... Oh, well. There we go. There we go. There's all the pieces. So £28.99, you're getting everything, but you're getting actually quite a lot as well.
Yeah, a lot, yeah.
And what a lovely thing. So you can make more than one unicorn with that.
Yeah.
Right, shall we talk about the birds?
Yeah, the birds.
The birds.
Okay, yeah.
I love the fantasy birds. And now we've got the kit and the pattern. Have you got the birds?
Birds. Steve, could you get the birds from over there, please? Yeah, please. Quick.
In your own time.
Steve's my partner. He drives me here, he drives me back. He's my general PA, aren't you? No, the other cushions for the birds. They're in a bag.
Right, so the birds, they'll be here in a moment. We've got a kit for these. Let me find the bird kit. This is it. It's got lots of felt in it. So look, let me just show you the birds. So there's enough, look at these. I love them. So there's enough felt to make all three.
There is, yeah.
I don't know what sort of birds they are. They're fantasy, aren't they?
Yeah, I think one's a parrot, one's... Because I think it was John I was on when I did these. He named them. I just drew them and, you know, they just became birds.
I don't know what they are. They're just gorgeous, though, aren't they? They're the sort of thing that, I mean, you can have them on your sofa as cushions.
Yeah, yeah.
Couldn't you?
They're just decorative, really.
Yeah, they're
aren't
just
they?
lovely. You could hang them.
Yeah.
On fishing wire.
Exactly.
And have them flying across your kitchen. I mean, but they're just gorgeous, aren't they? So they're great that you could, I mean, you could use, they're good, you know, lovely for children, but I think they're not childlike.
No.
So, you know, I think adults will love it. And because you're getting all three, you could make them as gifts for people. So look how gorgeous they are. I love that colour.
Yeah, it's nice. It's quite unusual, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really lovely, but they are beautiful. So there's all your fantasy birds. Now, the kit is only $34.25, and we've done a 25% saving on that for you today. 25%, absolutely loads. Let me show you what you get in the kit. Let me just move the birds out of the way a moment. There we go. Look at all of that. Absolutely loads of felt. All of these, because you need all of these different colours. You need the yellow and the peach and the mint and the green and I mean, there's so much felt here.
They're just fun, aren't they? Fun colours, fun and vibrant.
They're gorgeous, aren't they? And then you get fleece as well.
Yeah.
That's lovely.
Yeah.
And then you get full instructions. Yeah, see, they look lovely on the sofa.
They do, don't they? Yeah.
I think they're really cute. I like the little feet as well. They've got like little crossed feet. So obviously you've got all of the patterns in here that you need. So I'm just moving over a bit. Obviously you will need to trace these because they overlap. But just trace them like you just do them with tracing paper, don't you?
And they're to size as well.
Nice.
Yeah.
So none of that enlarging nonsense that we don't like.
Yeah.
We think we do,
but we don't.
I know. There we go. And then that's all the embroidery guide. These are just lovely. I think they're gorgeous. I'm trying to think, I think that's my favourite one.
Yeah, I think he's mine as well.
Beautiful. So £34.25. That's all of this felt and fleece for him, for all of the birds. So you've got the green fleece for the green bird, the lemon fleece for the yellow bird. Lots and lots. All of these different pieces. 36 different pieces. 25% saving. But just warn you, we've only got 15 of these kits left. So you need to be quick with that one. And we've got one more kit. The floral felt wall hanging, which has the, you can make it into a floral display as well. Right, let me show you that one.
I'm getting loads of stuff here on my side.
Yeah, I know. Well, I can move the birds.
Build
I can move the birds because we have to move over quite a bit for this, don't we? And the wall hanging,
and the
please.
wall hanging.
Oh yeah.
We'll brief him better in the break for the next one. So these are the flowers that you have for the floral felt wall hanging, and you can either make it into wall hanging or you can make it in this amazing floral display. Isn't it gorgeous? Because felt is brilliant for animals and it's brilliant for flowers, wall hangings.
Yeah.
Let me show you this. So that you can use the kit to make a floral display, but also look at that. Whoa. How beautiful is that? Because it's really 3D.
It is, yeah, yeah.
Look at that. Isn't it gorgeous? So in the kits, let me show you the kit, because you get a lot in the kit, don't you?
You do, yeah, you get a lot of felt.
I love the fact it's so tactile. I think every florist should have that hung in their shop.
Yeah.
It would be lovely.
Idea.
So you get full instructions. So you can use this felt, obviously, to put onto the wall hanging, but you can also make
You can make them to stand up
So-
like in the florist vase.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll just go through what you get in the kit, all of this. Again, look at the price on this, $39.99, and there's a 25% saving on that. We've only got 9 of these kits left, so we've given you a quick flash saving. All of this felt. What does it say? 33 pieces of felt.
Gosh.
All of these colours, but you need that, don't you?
Yeah,
Do
gosh,
all the
that's
flowers.
a nice collection of colours.
Beautiful. You get canvas, half a metre, so that's obviously used for the background of the wall hanging. And then you get this beautiful, so this is
That's
used
the
for the vase. Oh, that's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, beautiful.
And you've got loads there.
Yeah.
You must have way more than you need.
Yeah, definitely. So again, make one for a friend
Absolutely.
or your local florist.
Yeah. Oh, well, I think that's how nice would that be?
I know.
Right, and then full instructions. And let me show you how it works. There we go. So in here, it explains how to make all the flowers. Obviously, you've got all of the templates, so do trace these. Because you can always trace them and then keep them inside the instructions.
Yeah, like
can't you?
I do as a little library.
Template for the vase, which you can use again.
Yeah.
So in here, you explain about all of these flowers, how to make the different
Yeah,
ones.
I do, yeah. And
so for example...
I think, you know, as you just said before, Rebecca, it's really quite nice. It's quite refreshing for me to sort of make these in the fact that, you know, they are 3-dimensional. They do sort of, they're not flat. They do pop up off the canvas. And also you've got the nice alternative of putting them in a vase and attaching a piece of wire, just very thin wire, to the back of them to put into your pot there with a bit of sponge or whatever you're going to use. So it was quite nice, but also it was quite playful in terms of working with all the colours and again the different textures, because when you look at these flowers, this is all just felt, but once you start cutting it, you've got your strips, you've also got your sort of little, is it scallop edge?
Yes, yeah.
And, you know, you've got added things like pom-poms, felted pom-poms.
There's so much, they're so realistic, aren't they?
But each one of them is kind of different. You know, although it's all felt, what you're doing by manipulating it, by cutting it,
right, okay,
you're creating a different texture, aren't you? And also the inclusion of, say, small beads, which give it like a little bit of shine. So again, it was just a really nice project to work on, to kind of get the realistic look of flowers, but also to be quite playful and experiment with cutting and folding.
Yeah, because things like this one, you know, with you've got the big, the circle in the middle, it just looks like you just want to go and touch it, don't you? Which is, so I can see why you've then put them onto wire and put them in the display, because you've got quite a lot of felt.
Yeah.
So you can make a bit of both. And then look, so if I show you the instructions, so like here it explains how you make these these flowers.
And obviously all the templates are in there to show
everything's
you how to
there.
make them up. The poppy,
The poppy's beautiful.
Yeah. That's there.
Isn't that, look how clever that is. And then, right, okay, so with this kit, we're just clarifying, you don't get the floral fabric with the kit.
Oh, right.
You get the felt. Okay. You get duck egg linen instead. So you do, on the website, the image is correct. So you do get the fabric for the vase, but it's a duck egg linen, it's not that print. On the website, the image is correct, but we can't show you at the moment, I don't know why. Ben's PC's broken. If you go onto the website, you will see the pictures. So the vase is a duck egg linen that's here, rather than that floral fabric, just so you know, they've changed that around.
Cool.
Oh, I think that's lovely.
Yeah,
I think that's lovely. And I love like fabric wall art, because I think quite often we make all these things and you think it could be a picture.
Exactly. And I think what I did with this, I made all the flowers and then sort of like position them on the canvas or fabric, whatever you're using. Right. And played around with it until I reached a composition that I was really happy with. And so then I sort of like, stitched them down and sort of.
So you could you could use the photo and sort of as a rough guide.
Yeah. But that's not to say that you don't have to make more, 2 peonies. You can make many peonies.
Yeah. Or you could think, right, well, I'm only going to have this flower in it, and you can change things around, can't you? But it is just beautiful.
Yeah.
It's quite stunning, and I think because it's very 3D, it's the sort of thing people would come into your house and go, how have you made that?
Yeah. But also, you know, another thought's just popped into my head. Bouquets.
Oh, yes, that's true.
Yeah.
Look at that.
You know, getting married or something, you know, you could have an alternative.
Well, also,
flowers.
if you were going in to visit someone in hospital, you're not allowed to take flowers, are you?
Take that.
Take them that.
Yeah.
And then when the nurses come, no flowers, you go, felt thing you find. Yeah, that's a lovely idea, isn't it? And then they last forever. I always have artificial plants and stuff because I'm just rubbish at looking after them. But I think that is beautiful, and it's such a great use of felt.
Yeah.
Because it stays in place.
Exactly.
And I like the way that you've, look at these leaves, you've sewn them
I've
on.
stitched them so that, you know.
So they're looping.
Yeah, I've given them a little bit of 3D by.
And they stay though, so if they were in fabric, they would just flop, wouldn't they? But they stay in place.
They're firm, aren't they? The felt is firm, yeah.
I think this is great because you've done all the hard work of the templates and how it works and how you make them. So you just get the instructions and the kit and all the felt, and then just make that beautiful. Now, we've only got 4 of these kits left. Just saying. Only 4 of the kits left. And then they're gone. But then, you know, it is an amazing 25% discount, isn't it? Actually. We've also got a rainbow felt bundle. I'm going to put that there quite carefully, which is here. Is that this? I think this is one. Yeah. Right, I've just got to put these in one place because we will get very confused.
Yeah, we've already been confused.
We've already been confused this morning anyway. So I'm putting that all in one, please. Otherwise, we've had it. So now, the rainbow felt bundle, this is ideal for many of your projects, isn't it?
Yeah.
So if you've bought instructions on their own, then all of this rainbow felt you will need. Because this is, well, I guess for all of your different designs and books and patterns, it's quite nice to have these little pieces.
Well, it's a nice variety, isn't it? Nice variety of colours there.
Yeah, because a lot of them, particularly things like the flowers and stuff, they don't use a lot of felt, do they?
No, only tiny bits. So you could make, you know, many, you know, sort of like little objects, little animals, little plushies from 1 9-inch by 9-inch
And it's
square.
getting these felts, which isn't always easy, is it?
But you know what I like about this? It's quite firm, this felt. And some felt you get, and I suppose it depends on the composition, doesn't it? But this sort of doesn't fluff out and sort of lose its shape, if you get me.
Yes,
because I did a workshop a few weeks ago, and obviously they were supplying the felt, but the third workshop that I did, it was that very sort of like fluffy felt.
Okay.
Almost like, you know, the puncheon felt, and it was really, really difficult.
Yeah, well, there is felt and felt, isn't there? And also you get very cheap, you know, very inexpensive felt. It's like, it's so stiff, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's really not very nice at all, is it? There are different felts.
There are felts.
Yeah.
But this is lovely.
This is a good Alison felt.
Yeah, yeah.
But look at all these colours. I mean, it's a great price.
And I love that green.
20 pieces, you're saving over £4, so it's only $14.99 for all of these colours. So if you love working with felt, but you don't want to invest in all these loads and loads of big pieces, you've also got these nice neutral ones. So you've got the browns and the blacks, which you need for animals and things. And even if you're doing flowers.
Exactly, yeah.
Poppies.
Yeah.
Have we got the instructions on their own, Ben, for the flowers? Right. So if you want just the instructions for the flowers, here.
Ooh. Oh dear.
Oh, you know when you bang your elbow.
Painful.
Oh, God, that really hurt. So that's the felt bundle, $14.99. Now, if you want just the instructions on their own, maybe you've already got a lot of felt. Obviously, the vase doesn't use a massive piece of fabric, so you could even create your own piece. You could just patchwork some and then cut it out.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking about artificial flower bouquets.
Yeah, it's endless, isn't it?
Endless. So all that $9.99, and that's the printed version that will be sent to you. It's brilliant, isn't it? And I love that because, you know, you've drawn the shape.
Yeah.
So it's just taken all of the difficult out.
All the hard work out of it.
And all the leaves and everything. I think that's lovely. Brilliant. Love that. And the fantasy birds, we do have the instructions for that as well. So if you want just the instructions, let me show you the birds again. I think these are great. Do you think one's a budgie?
I don't know.
No, this one I think...
That's more cockatoo,
That's
isn't
more
it?
cockatiel.
Yeah.
They're fantasy birds. They're not anything. They're so cute, aren't they?
Yeah.
I like their little legs. It's so cute. You just have these. But I think they're lovely they're good. Lovely for children's food, but also just to brighten up your sofa.
Exactly.
Anyway, that's the instructions on their own. $9.99 for those, and they've got all the templates and everything you need. Thank you so much, Alison. So we'll see you back here in an hour with your Fab Dog cushions on velvet.
Great.
Super posh.
Lovely. Yeah.
Brilliant.
All right. Thank you.
I'll let you go and have a cup of coffee for half an hour. I will see you back here in a few minutes' time with Gail, who's got her all glorious Woodland cushions. You're going to love these. Now, remember, in the last show, the kit's sold out. So in the break, do get ahead and get checked out. Oh, have we? Right, after the break, I have got an announcement on Hamish. Just saying.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
So have you heard of the sewing term fat quarter? A fat quarter is a rectangular piece of fabric, usually measuring 18 inches by 22 inches. It's called a fat quarter because it's a quarter of the fabric on a roll or bolt, and because they're pre-cut, no need to measure or trim. You can find fat quarters in different styles, plain, patterned, or even bundled together in matching sets. So now you know what a fat quarter is.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Once you've opened a commercial dress pattern and cut it out, it's really important to transfer all of the markings on the pattern onto your main fabric. Now, Rebecca Harrison and I both do it this way. We were taught this way and we've always done it this way. You can do tailor's tacks, you can do all sorts of things, but I find a tracing wheel and tracing paper the only way to do this. I've cut it out to a size 14, but I need to mark up the size 14 darts. So I can see that this one here is my size 14. So I literally just trace that dart right the way to the top, then trace the other side of the size 14 dart to meet it at that dot. I then go to the waist dart. Size 14 is this one. Follow the line right the way to the top there, and the size 14 on this side. Then you have to look for all of your notches on your size 14. So I've got a notch here. So that's all of them traced through to that side. Now, can you see those? It's very pale, but you can see the dotted line there and there. Now, you've got it on one side and you think, well, how on earth am I going to get it to the other side? So what you do is you remove the pattern piece, but leave the pins in there. Then what we do is we just take the side that we've made our markings on, and we just copy them right the way through like this. But as you can see, they've now come out on the other side. So when you then unpin your whole of your front panel, all of your shaping and all of your darts are all transferred onto the wrong side of your fabric, and you're now ready to sew.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
In sewing, the term square up means trimming your fabric or block to ensure it has straight edges and perfect corners. Using a ruler and rotary cutter, trimming away any uneven edges. This step helps your pieces fit together neatly in your project. Square up is a quick way to keep everything perfectly aligned.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. Now, a special announcement. We've twisted Gail's arm in the break.
Yeah,
And
right behind my back.
Yes. So we need more cushions, we need more kits. So we've managed to get a few more.
Yeah.
But with just a very slight delay because you've got to cut them.
Yeah, so everything that was on the show this morning is already cut, already bagged, waiting to go.
Right.
So this means that when I go home now, I need to send out all of that and then I need to start cutting these kits. So you just need to let me have at least a night's sleep at some point.
Yeah, just a couple of days late, so just be slightly delayed. But if you want, we'll start with Big Hamish. So now we are limited, obviously, because there's only so many that we can persuade Gail to make. Because obviously, it was only how much fur she had, really.
Yeah, exactly. That'll be it, gone.
That'll be it, gone. So we have got a few of Big Hamish. So if you missed out before, look at his little feet. He's so cute, isn't he? I love him. This is my favourite bit, though. Look!
Yeah.
Now, we are limited on those, so do check out, because there's only so many that we can get. That's Big Hamish. And then we've got Mini Hamish. Oh, right, yeah, Mini Hamish. Look.
You like the big reveal, don't you?
Oh, well, I know, because normally you don't see that. You know when you get those gnomes, they never have eyes, do they?
Oh, no, nothing going on. Just a nose, isn't there?
I know, but I think that's brilliant.
Yeah.
It's like a teenager, isn't it? Is there anything under that fringe?
Yeah. Well, everybody's going to do it. Everybody's going to have a little look.
When they realise you can do that.
Yeah.
Again, so we've only got a few of those left as well. Then we've got the cow, Daisy. And remember, we won't get all the kits out, but remember, in the kit, you actually get, they're all in single figures now, you actually get the daisies, so you don't have to make them.
Yeah.
And so you get the big daisies for the daisy crown and the little daisy in the mouth as well, and everything. And cow fleece.
Yeah, fleece, sorry. Yeah, well done.
Really like cow fleece.
Yeah. I fancy making a top out of it.
I was just thinking that.
Yeah.
Be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I'd be quite happy to walk around.
I would. I've got a cow hat, like a bucket hat, but I'd quite like a cow fleece would be nice, wouldn't it? Gorgeous. Or pinafore. I think I could rock
that'd be nice.
Cow pinafore. There we go. There's the daisy. And then we have the 2 sheep. So this is...
McHugh.
McHugh. Ram, no. This is McHugh. I mean, look at the price of these kits. $14.99. Everything you need, even the green felt for the little bits of grass. You've got the fluffy felt for the top. You get the red tartan felt and the black. Everything that you need in that for just $14.99. We're on single figures now for that one. Well, of all of them, actually. And then finally, the ram.
Yeah, I like the little ram.
I love him.
Yeah.
I think he's gorgeous. And what's great about the kits is you've got all the little bits. So obviously, if you were with Gail and I at 9 o'clock, you'll know we showed you the kit, and if you've missed out on it. But if you've only just joined us, it really has got everything in it, and more than you need, because it's got this Sherpa fleece, it's got the grey fleece, it's got the beige fleece, it's even got the little bit of green that goes for the grass, and full pattern as well, obviously.
Yeah.
Now, again, single figures for all of those, and that's it then. That is it. We cannot get any more.
No.
Gone. Right. I will let you know when these have sold out. Mushroom. Right. Cushions. Now, we've got a whole variety of cushions here. So, why did you decide to do all of these then? What was the...
If I'm honest,
okay, go on.
It just started off with the toadstool one, which was the first one that I designed.
Right.
And I'd always done...
That's that one there.
Yeah.
It's gorgeous.
Done lots of applique, but always in fabric, not in felt. And then when I realised what a joy it is to stitch through felt, the cushion was born. And then once I'd done one, I just couldn't stop at one. So then I decided to do Woodland View 2, 3 and 4.
I love that. The detail in this, it's like a picture in itself, isn't it?
Yeah, and what I think this lends itself to is for you to use a bit of your imagination as well. So once you've got, don't get me wrong, the instructions in the pattern will show you exactly how I made it.
Yeah, so if you want it to be an exact copy.
Yeah, then you can. But also with the felt and that, because you'll have extra bits of felt, you could add a little bit more detail, or you could probably squeeze another window in if you didn't put the bits round there. You could add some more greenery, you could add some more flowers. So in your kit, you're going to get all the felt for the applique and the pattern. You're not getting the background felt.
Right, okay.
So one of the reasons
But don't worry, we've got them available.
Yeah, we've got all the background felt available. One of the reasons for this is one, you could applique it onto something else if you want.
Oh, that's true.
So we could go on to cotton or denim or whatever. Or 2, green might not be like what you want in your home.
Oh, okay.
So you could put it on a
blue.
blue.
So that gives you the choice.
Yeah, you could put it on a blue background, on a grey background, so you could get it to match your home decor based on what you want. So I thought, and keeps the cost of the kit down as well.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough.
You're just getting the pattern. 2 sheets of freezer paper.
Right.
We'll come to that because that's how I did the applique. And then also in these patterns, you get a little bag of embellishments.
Is this the toadstool one? I love the fact it's got a wood burner.
Yeah, of course.
Every toadstool should have a wood burner because it's got
its own little chimney.
Its own little chimney. I mean, look at the detail in it. You've got that little path. I mean, it's like a little fairy door, isn't it? You've got the hedges, mini toadstools. Look at these beautiful flowers. Yeah. And even you've got the 3D-ness of the butterflies. I mean, it's absolutely stunning, isn't it? Absolutely stunning. Let me show you the kit. Yeah, loads in the kit.
And 90% of this I did on a sewing machine, but you can do it by hand as well. So
now, this is amazing. The flowers are already provided.
Yeah, so they're pre-cut, the flowers.
Oh, brilliant.
And the colours will vary. It does say that on the thing, so the colours will vary. But what I also did is I've put some coloured felt into the kit as well. And the patterns for those exact shape flowers are in the kit, so you can cut extra flowers.
So if you want like loads and loads of flowers on your cushion, you can use these to sew on, and you can cut out more of them. And then you've got all of the other colours that you need. So you've got the brown, grey, light green, dark green, beige, cream, white, red.
Yeah, all in there. So the full instructions and a couple of sheets of freezer paper.
So there's the full instructions, everything you need. You've got all of the templates in there.
Yeah, and it's all broken down into stages to explain how I did it, even putting the zip
even down to putting, so it's really, really, really easy to understand. I think this is just gorgeous. Can you imagine what this would cost if you went into like a shop to buy that? It'd be at least £50.
Yeah.
At least.
And it'd probably often be printed on there, wouldn't it?
Yeah, well, it would be. If it was made like this, it would cost absolutely loads. It is beautiful.
So then when I come to demo, I'll show you an example that I did do in fabric.
Okay.
So also think ahead and that once you've done it in felt maybe, or if you're buying a pattern only, you don't have to do it in felt, you could do it in fabric. All the applique has been ready reversed for you. So if you use Bond Web or Heat and Bond,
shows you how to make the zip, and then we've got all the templates that you'll need to make the whole thing. I mean, it's so comprehensive.
Yeah, so everything is in it. That's all you need is some coloured threads, you know, to do
That's the pattern on its own on the screen, and that's the printed physical version that you'll have sent to you. So if you want, we've got the kit. If you want the printed pattern, that's it. And then if you want the PDF download to the digital pattern, that's the code on screen at the moment. So many, many different options. I mean, it is just delicious.
Shall I get the copy with the just the fabric so you can see that?
Yeah.
I'll just grab that.
That would be really good to see. I mean, I think that's just gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah, so that'll just give you an idea. And this one I did raw edge applique just for speed.
Oh, look!
But then it's exactly the same cushion.
But with the fabric, it's completely different.
Yeah. So if you're just buying the pattern only, then you can obviously do it in the fabric. Now this is a bit wild because I've used all really busy.
I know, but I love it. I absolutely love it. It's got an aerial, this one.
Yeah.
Has that one got an aerial?
No, I didn't.
No, I love the aerial.
I did want to go mad, up a little door number on there.
Yeah.
I wanted to go a bit wild with it, but then I sort of stopped myself.
I mean, it would be lovely if you were making a quilt, like a baby quilt.
Yeah.
You know, you could make this and then just make lots of them.
Yeah. And you can personalise. So whatever number your house is, you can put your house number on there. You can add bits and pieces, can't you? And we've all got other applique patterns that we've got. You could put like a little cat sitting by the door, or, you know, you could just go wild. And also you could make fabrics work for you. So if you had a red and white spot fabric, you could use that.
No, that's true, actually.
And then you can buy all those fabrics, can't you, that look like wood grain and, you know,
all those. It depends how realistic you want to go. I think that's gorgeous. So that's what it could look like if you use your own fabric. But remember, even if you buy the kit, you get in the pattern, so you've still got the pattern that you can do that again with.
Yeah. So
fabulous. So that's the toadstool.
Yeah.
Right.
Super.
Now, which one should we do next?
Number 2. So that's the one with the tree on there. So that's the grey one, right?
I'm glad you know what colour the background's. We have got the felt for the background. We'll do that at the end. Look at this. I love that. Yes. Look, because the leaves are like 3D.
Yeah. So I've used 2 layers of felt on those.
Is this treehouse?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, treehouse. And then on that, I've done the leaves on the machine. But again, the full instructions are in there. Also, this time you get a little pack, and the gnome button is in there.
Look at that.
As well.
You also get, so the little gnome, you get the gnome button, and you get all the flowers. Look, so you get that, and it's got a little wheelbarrow.
So, and again.
Oh, look at the bell.
Yeah, if you you could take elements. So if you had like multiple cushions, if you went for multiple patterns or whatever, you could take elements from this one, put it in the other one, and then vice versa.
I think you need to have the pair of them, don't you? You need to have the toadstool with the treehouse because they just sort of go together. But you know, they're so affordable, these kits. £17.99 for all the pattern and the freezer paper and all these bits and the little gnome.
Yeah.
So I think that's adorable.
And again, the pattern describes how I did everything. So sorry, I'm getting stuff everywhere, aren't I?
No, that is this one.
Yeah.
Let me show you what you get in the kit for this one. So you get all of these colours, you get the small pieces, which is great because you need all of these different colours, but you've sourced them already.
Yeah, and again, you get the applique for all the butterflies and the flowers, even though you get them.
And you get the
pieces.
So if you want to uber butterfly it, you can.
Yeah.
And then you get all the greens for the leaves.
Yeah.
You've got the grey for the wall, the brown for the tree and the gate.
And lots of green for the background.
Lots of green.
And then, and again, in the pattern, I go through it step by step, how I achieved everything in there. And then right at the very end, you've got a couple of pages of freezer paper for cutting out all your pieces.
That's great. So you get all of that felt, all the instructions and the templates and the freezer paper for only $17.99. That's an amazing price.
Yeah.
Amazing.
And your norm may vary in colour. Because when I buy them, they come in packs of 3, and there's 3 different colours.
Yeah, I want one of those. They're just gorgeous. Look at the little gnome. That really makes it, doesn't it?
Yeah. So just his little jacket will change colour.
That's fine.
But I think any colour works fine. Yeah, I just think they're. I couldn't help myself. It's sort of magical, isn't it?
It is absolutely magical. And can you imagine if you had them? Let me show. If you had them together.
And you know, another thing that I was thinking, if I had the time, if only.
Yeah, if you had more time.
I'd like to do them in fabric, and I'd like to make them into a quilt. So I'd do all 4 blocks.
Yeah, I think they would be absolutely gorgeous. Now, we have got the pattern on its own for this one. So this is number 2 Woodland View.
Yeah.
So number 1 is this
number 1 is the toadstool.
And then this is number 2.
Yeah.
Right. But if you want the pattern on its own, it's $9.99. So you could use, if you got the patterns, they would make an absolutely gorgeous quilt, wouldn't they? So this is what the pattern looks like, number 2, which is the treehouse. Obviously, you've got everything you need in there. I mean, it's exactly the same as the other instructions, but you've got all of the templates.
Yeah. You do print the patterns beautifully, don't you?
Well, they're nice, thick.
Yeah, they're nice, thick paper. I'm just quite envious of them. Because I print the patterns in the kit, but you're printing the ones that get sent out, and they are printed really, really well.
Well, they're nice, thick paper, aren't they?
Yeah. They're lovely.
So that's number 2. So if you want the digital version, let me look at that there. If you want the digital version of the pattern, because you want to print it all out, print it at home, particularly you might want to do that if you're going to print all of the templates just to make it easier for you. But it would make a beautiful quilt, wouldn't it?
And again, you can change the background colour, can't you? When we come to the felts later, just because I did that on grey.
Yeah, that's true.
It doesn't have to be on grey. It could be on blue or rust or
where's
whatever.
number 3?
So number 3 is the boot house.
Which is this one. Yes. Look.
Yeah, so I try to go for like
favourite.
It's my favourite as well. Now, I'm not going to mislead you, right? But this is the most challenging of the 4 cushions. And the reason for that is...
Let me put it down so we can see it at overhead.
So some of my customers that have made it love the fact that it's got the 3D
laces. I
laces.
Absolutely love the laces.
And this. But obviously it takes a little bit more thought. Now, I do explain in the pattern how I've achieved that. And it's not that difficult, but it is a little bit trickier than the others then. You don't have to do that if you don't want to. You know, I even twisted the end, but it's just...
It needs the laces. Yeah. Look, it's got milk bottles.
So this one hasn't got the additional flowers and things in there, because I didn't think it needed them. I quite like the little toadstools and everything.
And you can tie it in a bow.
Yeah, you can do whatever you want with it, really. So
I love that one.
Yeah. It's that thing, isn't it? Somebody who lives in a shoe. What is it? The woman.
The old woman who lived in a shoe. She had so many children, she didn't know what to do.
Yeah, I didn't put the children in.
No.
Been a step too far.
She got rid of them.
Yeah.
That is absolutely gorgeous, isn't it?
And again, with all the detail, you can add as much or as little detail as you want. There's nothing to stop you drawing this stuff on. There's nothing to stop you gluing the whole thing on.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm just giving you some suggestions. There's a little bit of hand sewing in this one because I just thought that'd give it nice extra detail. But they look complicated, but they're not, because the beauty of felt is like your previous guest was saying, there's no fraying edges.
No, so it's just easy peasy, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, it is gorgeous. I think that's what a lovely gift to give someone to make that. It's only £17.99, so you get all the templates, the freezer paper, and all the felt. Let me show you all the felt that you get in the kit. It's loads. And it's getting these colours, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like that's a lovely blue, isn't it?
Yeah, so I think that's what makes it, isn't it?
It's, well, you've sourced all the right colours and everything you need. Again, you get full instructions and the freezer paper. I mean, these are just beautiful. If you're struggling to know for a gift for somebody, any of these cushions would just go down so well.
Yeah. And again, could be done out of fabric if you wanted, if you went on and made it again. And also, I think with all applique, you have to think about all the little templates that you've got. So you might use those little toadstools on a different project.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I think I'd put milk bottles on all of them.
Yeah.
I love the fact it's got milk bottles outside.
And I had to do a red and a green.
Yeah, definitely.
A red and a blue top as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's gorgeous.
My dad was talking about gold top milk the other day. He said when he was young, it used to be a gold top.
Yes, I remember gold top very well. And the red top was skimmed and it came in a very long bottle.
Yeah, yeah.
Really weird.
Was that goat's milk?
No, it was just skimmed, because in those days we didn't do skim because it was just...
Was that a bottle top you had to take off with a thing, or was it foil?
Yeah,
but
they were very long and thin.
Yeah, I seem to remember that.
I love gold top. That was gorgeous, wasn't it?
Proper bit of cream on there, wasn't there?
You can still get, well, you can get it, but it's called like Jersey milk or something.
Oh, right, yeah.
In the supermarket. It's amazing. Right, so that's that's the kit for that, £17.99. If you want the pattern on its own, this is the physical pattern on its own. You've got everything you need to know in there. And you've even got pictures of Woodland View 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Because all these houses are next door to each other.
Yeah, all in a row.
All in a row. But everything that you need is on there. So if you, maybe if you wanted to make them into a quilt, because they would be the most gorgeous quilt. They can be done with felt, but they can also be done with plain fabric as a applique as well. So that's the digital download that's on the screen there now. So you can just download that, print it off, and you've got all of the patterns. Oh, did we not do physical? I thought I'd missed physical and jumped on. No, there is the physical version as well. Yeah. Ben missed physical. I thought it was me that missed it. So that's the physical one as well. And it's the sort of thing, if you get it now, it might be like later you think, oh, what was that one where I could have made that?
Yeah, yeah. And they don't take up much room in the house, do they?
No, no, particularly if you do a PDF.
Yeah, so you can just have them. And there's something to go back to as well. And you could draw it out, you could colour it in.
Yeah.
You can do like lots of stuff with it. I love applique.
And it's just so joyful, isn't it?
Yeah.
And like you say, you can really personalise it and put milk bottles and everything. But look, I mean, it's beautiful. I would get the kit, to be honest, because I love that one. I like the best, actually. Right, so that's number 3.
Can I share with you as well? So the felt that I use is the same felt as Sewing Street buys.
Oh, okay.
So we both buy it from exactly the same place. So if you want additional felt in that, and I know you had felt in the previous show,
then you can
get
right,
felts
okay,
as well. So
because it's a lovely felt, isn't it?
The background felt is a more expensive felt because that's a wool rayon mix.
Right, it's lovely because it's slightly mild, isn't it?
Yeah, and despite the fact that this is acrylic felt on the front, as you were talking earlier, it doesn't fluff. It's not that one. The reason I didn't use felt for years is, that felt that when you touch it, it sort of goes through you.
Yeah.
It's like crunchy on your fingers. Well, I was like,
I know, and some of them are made from other recycled bottles, and you think you can tell because it's absolutely solid, isn't it?
But this is beautiful to hand sew or machines
really
sew through.
Because there are different qualities, aren't there?
Yeah.
Some of it is very thin, almost see-through, but also very stiff.
Exactly. So it is the same. We're all on the same page with the felt.
Right, so if you need to buy more.
Yeah.
Love that one.
It's the same felt. Just there's so many shades, that's the problem.
Oh, okay.
And I think that's a good thing with a kit, is all the bits are in there. So if you want it to be exactly the same as mine, then all the different shades of felt are in there.
Right.
We're going to get into a muddle with this, aren't we?
Well, I'm trying to keep them sort of piled up.
Well done.
Right, number 4.
So that's the mustardy one at the front there.
Right. This one.
At the back, sorry.
There we go.
I can't tell my back from my front.
Right, so number 4 is the birdhouse.
It's the birdhouse, yeah. So I'll let you into a few things. So again,
I'll put it flat so because we can show it
same
better.
principle then. Okay, so we've got all the felt for the applique only, not the background. And that, so you've got the little birds and everything. So you could use the birds for something else, couldn't you?
I love this colour.
Yeah, it's a nice teal, isn't it?
That's really nice, isn't it?
So, yes, try it to use all different colours and get a different feel with lots of them. So you're going to have...
It's got heart-shaped smoke, obviously.
Yeah. Of course it has.
Of course it has. It's
The-
a birdhouse.
They're magical houses.
It's magical.
I've got this idea of I want to do one that's a teapot house. And,
yeah,
and
definitely.
a watering can
Yes,
house. And yeah. The possibilities are endless.
And I love this. I mean, this is so lovely. You've got such movement in these branches and all the little leaves. I think that's just beautiful. I mean, that's got to be the best housewarming present, hasn't it?
Yeah, that would make a nice housewarming present, wouldn't it?
So in the kit, you get all of the felt,
yeah, so
including
you've got everything. And you've got a bit of net.
A bit of
and
net.
I'll explain that when we come to demo.
Oh, okay. And net. But you
A bit of
also
net.
get a bit of stranded cotton, which you'll need for the present, I guess.
For the
embroidery.
Yeah, obviously you could change that to be something else if you want.
And you get these little flowers.
Yeah, you get the little flowers, and then obviously the template in there as well to make more flowers.
I mean,
if you
I
want.
just think that's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, I like it.
It's really,
I'm
really
biased,
lovely.
but yeah, I like it. So.
I think I think it's just gorgeous, amazing. And things like that just cost a fortune.
Oh, yeah. And then shall I share with you then? So if we're talking the pattern...
Right,
I
okay.
Just disappear off.
What did you do with this one?
So I did a little bit of recycling with this one.
Okay. Oh, that's amazing.
I haven't pulled all the threads off yet, so they're still work in progress. I did a little demo on my Facebook page of this. So I know if you want to look back and see what I was doing.
Oh, I love that.
So the reason I brought these is so that you can see what the possibilities are.
Yes, because it's completely different, isn't it?
Yeah.
Imagine that on the back of your denim jacket. You should just done it on your jacket.
Yeah, or a bag or something,
Yeah,
I thought, you know. Or you could make it like a denim quilt and you could have all the raggedy bits all the way around there and that.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. But you kind of need to see these ideas to think of what you could do with them.
Yeah.
But that would be, as a quilt bag.
Yeah, so I don't want to confuse everybody, but I can't kit a denim one because I don't have all this denim. It's all recycled old jeans and
Yeah,
things.
but then, you've got denim.
So that's the reason I'm working in felt, because obviously people can recreate.
It's easy to do as a kit, but you need to see this to sort of realise, oh, that's what I could do with it, and I could change it like that. I think that is gorgeous.
Exactly. Or again, just take elements. So you might just want to use the branch, and you might just want to put a few birds on there and that. You haven't always got to use the whole applique. You can just
so you could just have the branch and the birds, and then like you could put that bird there instead of there's so many different possibilities.
Yeah, exactly. So I just brought along those two examples to try and give everybody a little bit of inspiration.
On screen is the physical pattern. So if you want to do the birdhouse, but maybe you don't want to do it in felt and you want just the pattern because you want to do something like that, that's the physical printed version that will be sent to you on screen at the moment. And then the PDF, if you want the downloadable version, that's that there. Let me show you. So it's exactly the same.
Yeah.
But you've got everything you need. All the photos, explains exactly how to do it. All of the templates. And it tells you everything that you will need for it as well. So that's the printed version. So obviously in the kit you'll get all the felt, the freezer paper and the pattern, and then if you want the printed or the downloadable version, this is what you'll get. Right, one more.
Right, and that's
the hedgehog.
Yes.
Now this is really 3D, isn't it? I love this.
So So this time, you got more of a 3D effect. The butterfly is 3D. The spines on the hedgehog is 3D. Really, really lovely.
It's
technique.
lovely, isn't it? You just want to touch this one.
Yeah. And this time you get a full kit. So you get all the background felt as well.
Oh, okay.
And you get all the felts. Now, I forgot to bring the kit with me.
Don't worry.
So you can't physically see.
Right,
the
but
kit.
you get everything. So you get the background.
Yeah, the
You get
background.
all the brown.
Yeah, the cream. You get the rickrack to go around there. You get the the felt. You get the little heart buttons.
Oh, the little buttons, the
on
bits
there.
of the toadstool.
All bits of the toadstool.
And look on the back.
And then on the back, sorry, it's got fluff all over it.
It's all right.
You get enough felt to do the 3 little hedgehogs on the back. You also get the little buttons for their eyes as well.
That's amazing.
So literally everything's in there, bar the thread and bar the stuffing
The cushion,
to go
yeah.
in the cushion.
So with this one, £26.50, everything. You've got all of the background, you've got all the instructions, you've got all of the felt and the little buttons and everything. That's a great price.
Yeah, and
it's so lovely as well.
And then
it just feels nice.
Yeah, I know it's tactile, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
So a couple of things to share with you over this kit. So this was a little while ago when I first started writing patterns. So there are no colour images in here. Okay, it's all written instruction.
Okay,
it's clear instruction, and lots of people have made this. So don't panic. But I don't want everybody to be looking and thinking, well, I've bought Gail's patterns before and they're full of colour images.
Right. Okay.
And now all of a sudden they're not. So you don't really need colour images. And when I come to demo, you'll understand why. It's really all sorted there, even down to...
You've got all of the templates.
Telling you exactly where the rows were for all the spines.
Oh, okay.
And exactly how many spines I used, and the little templates for the hedgehogs. Again, you can make it out of fabric if you wanted, if you didn't want to use felt, you know, possibilities.
And that's the code on screen at the moment, £9.99. That is the printed version of the hedgehog.
And can I show you like an example?
Oh, yes, show us what you did.
For you to think outside of the box. Okay. So now, instead of doing it with a felt background...
A very British hedgehog.
Yeah, I've appliqued him onto a cotton background.
Yeah, that's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, so I did that, and then you can see by changing the colour of the spikes, it was when all the Jubilee and coronation and everything was going on. I was just trying to inspire people to take things that they've already got, and then
I love the Union Jack mushroom.
Yeah, just transfer them. Yeah, and then the butterfly as well. And then on the back, of course, I couldn't leave it, could I? I had to put the 3
That's
little...
fabulous, isn't it? But it does show you that with the other kits as well, if you don't want to applique them onto felt
it can
cushions,
easily
you
go
can
onto
use,
fabric.
plain fabric. I think that's amazing.
Yeah.
So, but you will need to buy the instructions if you want to make this. Obviously, there's not a kit for this one. If you want to make this, you need to buy the instructions. But the good thing about buying the instructions, whether that's the physical version, this is the digital, is you can make it in whatever colour you want.
Yeah. And see, the thing is, when I first did it, it's a hedgehog, isn't it? So I went with brown and whatever. And I thought that probably lends itself nicely to somebody's home. But when you start to mess with colour, you could have a full rainbow hedgehog going on. You know, you could use like all purples or something. You can just, the possibilities are endless. And the same kind of vibe with all the other cushions.
Right, so we've got the felt for the background. So in all of the kits except... So for all of the cushions except for the hedgehog, the background felt isn't in there.
Yeah.
These are all available on the website. Now, how much? I presume you just need 1/2 metre.
Yeah. So the 1/2 metre will give you the front and the back.
Okay.
So just, can I just reach across you a second?
Yes.
So if we want to be thrifty, by the time I got to number 4 and trying to be economical, I put cotton on the back.
Oh, okay.
So,
yeah, fair enough.
So think about it. If you buy 1/2 metre of that and you wanted to do 2 of the
cushions,
cushions,
you could have put cotton on the back.
You could just put cotton on the back if you want. So it's entirely up to you. You know, you make things work for you, isn't it? So
that colour that's on screen at the moment is this green. I love the fact it's kind of marl, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I liked about it.
Woodlandy.
That's what attracted me. Sort of reminds me a bit of like shot taffeta and things. So yeah, it's got a nice marl effect. So that's the one I used for the toadstool cushion.
Right. So that's the green one.
But you could use it in any one, couldn't you?
Yeah, no, that's true. It just depends which one you want. Should we do the orange? Love the orange.
So that's what I did.
Pumpkin spice. It's not orange, it's pumpkin spice.
It's a lovely...
Again, it's got that lovely two-tone, sort of a bit of brown in it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, all of these, you could, if you were going to make several cushions, It will work with any of them.
Yeah.
But they also look nice, all the different ones next to each other as well.
And also, it's a beautiful felt anyway.
It is beautiful.
So if you've got other projects at home that you might be wanting to make, it's just a lovely felt to work with.
Now, this is wool felt, so it's £9.99 for half a metre, but it is wool.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
It is.
And that's what gives it that real quality, isn't it?
Yeah. And it's more durable for it to be the base of the cushion as
well.
Right,
rather than yes,
and
that makes sense.
So don't panic as well. When I come to demo, I'll talk about it. But you can see where this has been folded up. See the creasing?
Yes.
And you'll get a crease here. And by the time it's gone through the post, it'll be creased. Don't worry about it. It'll even take a steam iron.
Oh, okay, because it's wool felt.
Yeah, so I just run an iron
It is a beautiful felt. £9.99, and remember you can make 1 or 2 cushions depending whether you're using it on the back for that.
Yeah.
Should we do navy next? Denim, actually. Denim.
I used this at Christmas and whatever. I made Santas out of it in red, and I did a Santa in blue as well, and some snowmen and that.
It's lovely. It's got a bit of a white.
Yeah. Whereas the others have got like a dark.
Yeah, this has got white on it.
Yeah, it's nice, isn't it? I just like the feel of it as well.
It is lovely. It's really lovely. So that's the one if you want to see it in action.
Because it's got a bit
boots on.
It's got a bit of rayon in it, so I think it's 80% wool and 20% rayon. So I think that's what gives it that lovely sort of
rayon
drapey
always
effect.
gives a real nice softness, doesn't it? Yeah. And then we've got the final one, grey. In fact, the marl sort of look shows up more on the grey, doesn't it?
Well, grey is very on trend now, isn't it?
Yes, very neutral. Look, that's what the tree house looks like on grey. But any of them will work on grey. Absolutely gorgeous. I love these. Yeah. And honestly, I mean, you see felt cushions like that in shops. They're at least £50.
Yeah.
It's an amazing value.
Well, I thought by doing the felt separate...
Yeah, then you can choose.
You can choose your background, and it gives people a lot more options. You know, sometimes when you see a kit and you're like, oh, yeah, I like it, but do you know what's not quite going to go in my house?
Yeah, because I only want blue.
Yeah.
I only want blue. So, I don't want green, or the other way round.
Yeah. So I thought that this gives you options then.
Fab.
You know, so you can do
right, I think we've gone through everything. So can you show us now?
Can I just quickly cover 2 last things?
Yes. Forgot about those.
So that's fine. so 2 reasons why this is on. So this is freezer paper. It's A4 sheets of freezer paper, so it can go through your printer. For those of you maybe who bought...
Which is great, because you can buy freezer paper on the roll, but obviously that doesn't go through the printer.
No, you can try to put it through the printer, and I have, and you get like mixed results.
Yeah, and I've tried it as well. And the problem is it's not always...
And it jams, and then you get a bit angry.
Yeah, it does actually.
This goes through beautifully.
Right.
So
it's only £4.50. £4.50.
So if you bought the digital copies, then this is on your computer, isn't it?
Oh, yeah,
you could print these straight onto the freezer paper.
Amazing.
So that's an option.
That's really worth it.
But what I'm doing is you get a couple of sheets of this in your kit, and then I'm just tracing it off.
Right. So if you bought the kit, you're going to get your freezer paper. Yeah. But if you've bought the pattern, get the freezer paper, because these are... I've never seen it in sheets. I've only ever seen it on the roll.
Yeah. Well, I did get it once when I was in America, but it's been really hard to source. But yeah, I use it all the time.
Yeah, brilliant.
Just for speed and whatever. I quite enjoy it. And also, I asked them if they would put this on...
Stitch and Tear.
Stitch and Tear. So
the hunky rugby playing man.
Yeah, yes.
Like, why did they put that? It
I
always
have
makes
no
me
idea.
laugh.
Why didn't they put... well, I suppose because lots of people use Stitch and Tear
I know, it's hilarious,
for the embroideries, but they could have just put some nice pictures of embroideries.
I know, but no, there's the man. John used to have a name for him, and I can't remember what it is.
Oh, yeah.
What was that?
So I've used the Stitch and Tear on the back of the cushions to give me all the to give it be nice and stable for when I'm doing all this applique on there.
Okay, so that's really useful. £2.99 for the Stitch and Tear.
Oh, and there was one other thing as well that we haven't got to hand that we did have to hand earlier: glue pen. So I think that's on the website as well.
Yes,
I quite often use a glue pen, so I just thought I'd mention that while we're
brilliant.
Still here.
Right,
so
I think we have now forgotten about. Right, let's do some demo.
Right, should we start with the hedgehog?
Yes, definitely.
So
I love his.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk to you quickly about templates first. So let's start with templates. What I like to do to have a bit of stability in my template is I'll take the template page I'll turn it over, and then I normally use a glue stick, not your nice pen, because you're going to use a lot of glue, but you know, the cheap glue sticks that you use in paper craft.
Yes, and not your proper glue pen.
No,
it's like a Pritt stick.
Pritt stick.
Other brands are available.
Yeah, that's the one I was going to say.
But that sort of thing.
Yeah, so loads generously slather glue all over the end of it, and then take your template and then lay it onto card. So things that work really well, cereal packets.
Right, just so that it's more durable.
Yeah, yeah. And then what you end up with then is, so you can... What I always do is always glue it to the card first and then cut it out, and then you'll have a definite line.
Okay.
If you cut it out first, then glue it to card, and then cut a second time, you'll
cut
bits
no,
off,
that makes sense.
So then you've got card on the back, and then so that's your template. So you'll do that first. That'll give you your templates, and then with your felt, you're going to take your templates. Okay, you've got a head and a body. I'm just going to use a smaller one for a demo. You're going to have cut them out, okay, and then you can apply them to your felt. Now, I didn't use freezer paper for this technique because they're big items and I didn't want to waste my my freezer paper.
Right.
I just drew around them, and it says that in the pattern. So then I pop the background on. So underneath all of his spines here is felt. So
he's got a whole body,
you
right.
can see the felt under there. And the reason for that is so you can see where you're going. Whereas if I left it empty and just let you just sew them on.
Yeah, so although you won't see that, it's a guide.
Exactly. So then you're going to take it to the sewing machine and you're going to sew it down. And the reason this is a light one is just so you can see what I did. So I've stitched all the way around there, just with a zigzag stitch. It doesn't have to be really smart because you're not going to see any of that. And then I just mark where the face is going to go. Okay, so once I've done that, bearing in mind you'll have your background felt, I need to then put the spikes on. Okay, so I'm going to show you how I did the spikes. I generally use a rotary cutter and ruler because it's easier, but you don't have to. In your pattern, it will tell you exactly what size the spikes are. You're just going to lay your rotary cutter on there, and then you're going to cut out some squares. That's not the sharpest blade in the world.
I know, we are talking about that earlier. Then we need, I think all of our rotary cutters need new blades.
Well, and you don't know where anybody else is cutting with it, but so then I probably should have put my back into it a little bit.
Also, it's the height. Oh yeah, maybe you don't.
Well, I'm all right. I could do one of these at home actually. Mind you, even for me, it's a bit high. So I don't know
well,
how...
also you get used to it because I've struggled to cut on there because I need to press down, and you can't press down.
No. So you're going to do that, but you're going to do it at speed, aren't you? So you're going to cut loads of strips, and then you're going to cut your strips,
triangles,
and then you're going to cut them into triangles. And then once you've done that, you're going to take them to the machine. Okay, and what we're going to do is we're going to fold it over. So you can fold it over your finger or whatever, but I'm just going to do it so you can see where I'm going. You fold one side over and then the other side over. Okay, and that's what creates that spike. Okay. Just as simple as that. But I'm going to turn it over, and then when I take it to the sewing machine, I'm going to sew along this line here. So there's some that I've done, and I'm going to chain piece them. So when I go through the machine, so I've done it in white. Obviously, you're not going to do it in white, are you? No. You're going to do it in brown. And then you can see where I put it through the machine. I'm not really worried about how nice my zigzag stitch is. The reason that I stitch with a zigzag stitch is it's more forgiving than a straight stitch. Because if you miss a little bit, you're going to catch something, aren't you?
Yes.
You know, with a straight line, you're governed. But
yeah, that's true. But you're bound to pick it up.
You're bound to pick something up.
Okay.
So you can see that the lines are there. So it's as simple as that. They're just folded over. Okay, fold one over, the other side over. So the tips are just sticking out the bottom, and I'm going to sew along that line. Once I've done that, as if by magic, my scissors have disappeared.
Here they are.
Oh. So then I'm going to snip them all apart. So I quite like it. I go to the sewing machine, I sit there, you get into a nice little rhythm
I guess you can fold and sew as well.
Yeah, just as you're going through, just feeding them in one at a time. And then you can sit down after. And then I just snip off that because it's excess and I don't need it. So once I've done that, I normally get them into my little plastic boxes, all prepared.
And nicely. You've got a mixture of colours there, so...
Yeah, and I even explained to you in the pattern that don't agonise over where you place the
Right,
colours.
okay.
You know, I tell you how many's in there, but you just dot them in wherever you want. And then you're just going to take these and you're going to cover your hedgehog. Now, I explain in the pattern that I start about a ½ inch in from the end. I angle them out so that they cover the line. And then once I've got one row on there, I then just go to the machine and sew with a zigzag stitch. So you can see, you haven't got to worry about how neat it is. Let's not get too precious. It's a hedgehog.
It's a hedgehog. It's a hedgehog.
Yeah, so we haven't got to worry too much about it.
But then you've got in the pattern, you've got those lines, haven't you?
Yeah, and I tell you exactly where the lines are.
Oh, I would like that because I'm not very good at it. I'd want lines.
Yeah, and I tell you exactly how many that
that's what I'd be
use.
wanting.
Yeah, but do you know what? You'd never know. And then I say to people, so when this is finished, if you'd missed out a spike, right, and you got another one in, and you just shoved another one in there, because you had a gap, let me turn around.
Oh, you could just pop another one in.
Pop another one in. Nobody's ever going to know. You know, you could just pop another one in anywhere and nobody would know. These are a bit smaller than that one. So then I ask you to put a row of them on. Now, just a little tip. When I put this onto the sewing machine, imagine my sewing needle is here, okay? So I'm going to feed it through this way, aren't I? So it's better to overlap them this way.
Right.
Are you with me?
So that you're not, yes. So it's a bit like seam allowance. It's always best to sort of be sewing the way it's going if it's pressed open.
Exactly. So you can either start from the end and work that way.
Yeah, but you want to be going the way.
Yeah, but overlap them this way. I mean, you can overlap them the other way, but it'll just mean as your needles come in along,
that makes sense.
they'll all go in the same way. And another thing that I like to use, do you use a stiletto when you sew?
Sometimes, but it's usually the end of a pair of scissors.
Yeah, well, the problem with the end of a pair of scissors and a stiletto is if you misjudge it, and your needle hits it, then your needle's gone.
It's kind of annoying, isn't it?
Yeah. But, so what I use a lot, and I use them a lot for applique and everything, is cuticle sticks.
Wow.
Yeah, because they're really cheap. and they've got a chamfered edge, so it's flat.
So occasionally I might use like little embroidery scissors.
But
that's a really good idea.
This is great. So it sits flat because it's got a flat edge like that. You can hold things down. You can feed things through, even for my patchworking and whatever. I don't use a stiletto for the reason I've got it in there too much and I've ruined needles.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So with this, do you know what? If your needle hits it, it'll just split. And then you just...
And then you just get another one.
Well, it's got another end as well, so you've got two ends, but you just get another one and you can just keep throwing them out. So
all you need to do is repackage those, put safety stilettos.
Yeah. Specially designed for the sewing market.
For the sewing market.
Yeah, and now we'll charge £20 for them.
Yes, it's a special thing.
Whereas you can get them for next to nothing.
Ends.
Yeah. So some places they have a sharp end on the other end. I don't know, but anyway, just look for cuticle sticks.
That's quite a nice turning tool as well. A point turner as well.
I use them for everything, and I am quite partial to those wooden sticks you get in the coffee shops as well.
Oh, the stirrers.
Stirrers, yeah.
Really?
Yeah. So when I'm in there,
what do you use those for?
Oh, for applying glue and everything, and little bits of paint and everything. They're great.
And then these, brilliant.
And these, sadly, you can't get these in the coffee shop.
They don't sell
And
them.
I used to like, sorry about the environment, I used to like a plastic straw as well. So when I was in there, I used to get a plastic straw, because have you done the technique where you turn through, fine tubes and whatever?
Yeah.
So you put the plastic straw in the tube and then push down with a wooden stick. So,
all available free in coffee shops.
Well, I only drink black coffee, so I think I don't need any milk, I don't need any sugar, I don't need any of those things.
Yes, you're actually saving the money.
Yeah, so I just take advantage of the little...
I love the cuticle stick idea. That's brilliant.
So
top tip for everybody there.
Yeah, so use your cuticle stick. So then what you'll do is you'll continue then to pop these on, and you'll just do more and more rows. You know, as you go along, you'll have more and more rows. So here's another one that I've got more and more rows, and you'll work down to its nose. So if I can find a nose, which I had earlier, didn't I? But do you know this is the problem when you've got too many pieces of
You've got too many things going on.
A demo. So anyway, down to his nose, which I've lost somewhere. Bear with me. Here we are. Sorry, this is a different nose as well, but because it's a different shape hedgehog. So a couple of tips. You're going to work down to, you're going to put a mark there so you know where you're going to, and you're going to stop the last row just short of there, so that when you put the face on.
Oh, hang on, your head's in the...
Oh, sorry.
There you go.
So when you put the face on, it's just going to cover that last row. Okay? Don't worry too much, because you're going to put some rickrack around there.
I love the rickrack, that's lovely.
And you're going to hide that
Yes.
line. But just a last little tip. Because this is quite bulky and this is quite like thin then, what I do is I either put a layer of wad in or another piece of felt that I've cut a little bit smaller, and I pop that underneath. And then what that does is it gives the face like a little bit...
so it raises it up.
Yeah,
But it's also quite nice and padded, isn't it?
Yeah, so you've got that extra like little bit of padding in there. And the rickrack will hide that last row. So don't worry if you've got any bits that you're unhappy with. The piece of rickrack that you've got in, which obviously will be a coordinating colour, not bright red like this one.
Well, unless you fancy that look.
Yeah, and fold your rickrack over so you get yourself a nice neat edge, and then you can trim off any excess. And this is hand sewn on, and the beauty of rickrack is you can manipulate it as well.
So you can make it cover.
The zigzag, yeah, and it can hide a multitude of sins. And you can always put 2 rows of rickrack in as well. You can do whatever you want. So in the pattern as well, all the little bits for your eye, your nose, how I did the toadstools. The butterfly is quite an easy little technique. What you do is you cut out one butterfly. Okay, you cut out one butterfly, then you pop it on top of another piece of felt, and then you stitch around there.
Okay, so it's nice and stiff, isn't it?
Yeah, and then just sew through the middle.
Oh, it's absolutely delightful.
Yeah, so all those little bits are in there, but I think it's quite a nice little...
So remember, in this kit, you're getting everything. You're getting the felt that goes in the background, as well as all of the felt for the hedgehog and the instructions. Everything that you need is in that.
Right.
Amazing.
So should we share a few little tips on the cushion?
Go on then. Yes.
So I tell you what, let's explain first why I put the net.
The net for the birdhouse.
In the birdhouse. So you've got this this thick felt, okay, and you want to put home, tweet home on there, and you're like, how am I going to transfer that onto that? So the way I did that is you can just use a thicker pen. Sorry about the colour of this, because it's just the first pen that I grabbed on my way out. You're going to take up your piece of net. Now you can use this technique with anything that you do. Put your net over the top of that.
I've never seen this technique. Your head.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right.
And
I know it's very awkward. You have to try and draw.
Yeah. So is this going to be really bad writing? Okay. So you're going to draw over the home, and I am rushing to do this, sorry. So you'll take your time, okay?
And you won't be leaning backwards while you do it.
No. So you can see home written on there.
Amazing.
So I show that. So bearing in mind you're going to be a lot tidier than I am, but you'll get the idea of the technique.
Yeah.
So then you're going to take your felt, it doesn't matter what colour it is, you're going to put that on top, and then you're going to draw through it a second time. I keep my head out of the way.
Yes.
Now,
draw through it whilst leaning back.
I'm just using a pencil here. You could use one of your friction markers.
Okay.
You could, if it was black...
This is genius.
If it was black felt...
I've never, ever thought of this.
Well, it sort of made me think about, again, coming from like a quilting and a patchwork background, you know, when you do that technique where you draw on paper and then you put the paper through a sewing machine without punch all the holes in there, and then you put chalk in there to mark.
All of that.
Same kind of like...
I know, but I've done that, and I've done it where I've drawn on scribbled on the back of paper and put it on with chalk.
Chalk, yeah.
And then done it that. Never thought of net.
Yeah, so
that is genius.
So a bit of net, and then you can see not the best
just
writing,
enough.
but you can see it on there. If you use like a friction marker, you know, all the posh pens.
Yeah, but you can just see just enough.
Can you see on there?
Yeah, but you could also then draw over that again. Yeah. That is genius. And is that just net?
Yeah, just tulle, isn't it?
Tulle.
Or whatever they call it, you know, for like making bridesmaids and ballroom dresses.
Oh, the
and
times when
whatever.
I've wanted to transfer, because obviously with a light box you can't go through the dark fabric, and then I've just tried, and I've rubbed. That's genius.
Yeah. So that's one tip for
I love that.
for the home tweet home. So sorry I haven't. You probably can't see that as clear on TV.
It's clear enough.
But you'll be able to just draw over it then.
Well, and if it was a dark fabric, you could do it with chalk pencil.
Yeah. So get yourself some tool and that.
I need some tool.
And then also think of all like the other techniques that you can.
That's brilliant.
You can do with it. And then so just a few pointers then with the cushions, okay. I like to make things as easy and as simple as possible. So the stitch and tear. I've got the stitch and tear on the back. So a couple of the reasons why I like the stitch and tear is it makes your work slide through the machine easier as well.
Does it?
Yeah, because it's sort of like slippy paper, isn't it? So then it goes through the machine better. Also keeps everything stable.
I think I've only ever used it like in a hoop for machine
Oh, have you?
embroidery.
Oh, I use
so
it.
you don't really realise what it does.
Yeah, and I use it on all applique because obviously you can tear it away after. But can you imagine if I'd satin stitched that onto felt? That would be puckering by now. It keeps everything super flat, so it makes you look really professional.
Yeah, it does.
And also the temptation with applique, and I do cover this in the pattern, is to iron everything on, isn't it?
Yes.
You iron the whole lot on,
Yes.
and then you start appliquing.
Yes.
Yeah, so the things that annoy me with that is when I'm sewing then, and I've got like maybe the body then of the toadstool in there for argument's sake, I'm doing the red, I've got to get a really neat edge here now, haven't I? Then I come all the way around and I've got to get a really neat edge on the back, and then I've got to pull all the threads to the back, and it gets a bit tiresome, doesn't it?
It does.
So what I do is in the pattern I tell you exactly your placement, okay?
Right.
I just put that down, and then I put my little toadstool, the little stalk down, pull this back out of the way, stitch that on. I'm not worried. I can do reverse stitching here and reverse stitching there, because now I'm going to pop that on top.
Yeah, I see what you mean. So really work in layers. One time.
Yeah, and then even with this, you know...
Because it is a better finish to just go off the edge.
It's so neat.
And then put that on.
Yeah, and then with this then, I need to do all these gills. But can you imagine all the stopping and starting?
Yes.
So I start here, sew across, back, then I jump across, back. And then when I put all these on after, I've got other bits. So I'll put that on and then sew that on, and then I'll put that on and sew that on. And then it's only one or two bits at the end that I actually have to do any finishing pieces on.
That's lovely.
Because I'm building it up one step at a time. So then another tip, another thing that I do, you can have some leftover green felt, okay, or whatever background you've got. So I always take my background, okay, and then, you know the little bits left over?
Yes.
I always put them onto...
just to test.
Yeah, and then I'll audition the colour of my thread. I'll make sure, if you're satin stitching, I want to make sure that the stitches are close enough together that I'm not seeing the thread through there, or I want to know how wide my...
So test it on that
Test
first.
everything.
That's a really good idea.
Nothing more disappointing than going on to the main piece of work and then realising that your machine wasn't set up right, or it's pulling the background thread up.
Right, let me just go through... Oh, gosh,
sorry.
I'm just going to go through the kits one more time.
Yeah, okay.
We've look at that, 11:58. So we've got all of the different kits. There's the... Right, so the mushroom kit has sold out. But we do have the treehouse. The treehouse.
Should we go... Do you want me to come over?
Well, that one's sold out. Yes. We've got the treehouse. Yeah, of course, yeah. We won't be able to show the kits. We'll just show the cushions. There's the treehouse. Right, limited on that one, single figures on the treehouse. No, that's
the birdhouse.
That was the birdhouse.
Yeah, that's the
Sorry,
treehouse.
Treehouse.
It's all right. I don't make it easy for you.
No, treehouse, that one.
See how I let you roll with it as well?
I know,
I didn't even bother.
Which
and
one next?
The boot.
The boot.
Boots.
Boot house. I think it's my favourite. I love the treehouse, but I love this boot.
Yeah, I like the boot. It is a little bit more challenging, as I said, but worth the effort,
It's
I think.
definitely worth the effort. Again, single figures on that one. Then the birdhouse this time. Got the right one. There's the birdhouse. And And then we've got the hedgehog as well. Remember, for all of them, there are printed instructions and there are digital download instructions. So all you need to do is go into sewingstreet.com and click on Watch Live. If you scroll down from there, they are all on there. But please be quick, because what happens is that I know you buy them, then you stop and watch Gail demoing, and then you'll buy them again, and then they will go.
Yeah.
So be quick. Thank you so much, Gail. I've had a lovely day.
lovely.
I've learned loads as well.
Good.
Love the net tip. That's brilliant. When are you back with us?
4th of June.
Oh, ages.
Oh, yeah. But some lovely projects.
Excellent. And you've got a lot of cutting out to do anyway.
Got a lot of work, yeah. Gonna have to have a little snooze on the way home
Cutting
in the
and
car.
sending. Oh, it's been lovely.
It's been great. Thank you.
All of you out there love seeing Gail.
Yeah.
I will be back with you in a couple of minutes' time with Alison, who's going to show some amazing dog velvet cushions. So don't go anywhere. I'll see you back in a couple of minutes.
Charm pack or 5-inch squares. A charm pack is a bundle of pre-cut fabric squares, usually 5 inches by 5 inches. Each piece comes in different patterns and colours that match perfectly. They're great for quilts, patchwork or any small sewing project. No cutting or matching needed. So next time you are looking for a quick and easy way to start a sewing project, why not try a charm pack?
Once you've opened a commercial dress pattern and cut it out, it's really important to transfer all of the markings on the pattern onto your main fabric. Now, Rebecca Harrison and I both do it this way. We were taught this way and we've always done it this way. You can do tailor's tacks, you can do all sorts of things, but I find a tracing wheel and tracing paper the only way to do this. I've cut it out to a size 14, but I need to mark up the size 14 darts. So I can see that this one here is my size 14. So I literally just trace that dart right the way to the top. Then trace the other side of the size 14 dart to meet it at that dot. I then go to the waist dart. Size 14 is this one. Follow the line right the way to the top there. And the size 14 on this side. Then you have to look for all of your notches on your size 14. So I've got a notch here. So that's all of them traced through to that side. Now, can you see those? It's very pale, but you can see the dotted line there and there. Now, you've got it on one side, and you think, well, how on earth am I going to get it to the other side? So what you do is you remove the pattern piece, but leave the pins in there. Then what we do is we just take the side that we've made our markings on, and we just copy them right the way through like this. But as you can see, they've now come out on the other side. So when you then unpin your whole of your front panel, all of your shaping and all of your darts are all transferred onto the wrong side of your fabric, and you're now ready to sew.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
When you hear the term half square triangle, or HST, it refers to a simple way to create 2 identical triangle shapes from a fabric square. Start with 2 squares of fabric, any size, and place one on top of the other, aligning the raw edges. Using a ruler and a fabric pen, mark a diagonal line from corner to corner. Then mark a second line 1/4 inch on either side of the diagonal. Pin the fabric together to keep it secure, then sew along the 2 outer lines that you marked. Now carefully cut along the first diagonal line you drew. Press the seams flat using the heat from an iron. Use washi tape to align your ruler and trim away any excess fabric. And there you have it. Your half square triangle is ready to use.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
In sewing, the term square up means trimming your fabric or block to ensure it has straight edges and perfect corners. Using a ruler and rotary cutter, trimming away any uneven edges. This step helps your pieces fit together neatly in your project. Square up is a quick way to keep everything perfectly aligned.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. So it's all about the dogs.
It is.
It's all about the dogs. These are gorgeous. Love the velvet.
I know, it's gorgeous.
It's
isn't
super
it?
soft velvet. Right, we have 3 different dogs, and I know it's going to be tricky. This is, I'll show you all of them. So this is the Tower of Dogs. Isn't that lovely? So we start off with a Dalmatian. You're better at dog breeds than I am. Then what's this one?
That is a Cavapoo.
And then...
that is the French Bulldog.
Okay.
That's just a fluffy little pooch.
And a Yorkshire Terrier.
And a Yorkshire
Hooray!
Terrier.
I knew one of them. Isn't that just the loveliest thing? So that's the Tower of Dogs. I'm going to show you all the kits in detail, but I want to show you all the cushions first. Then we've got the poodle. Obviously, a French poodle.
Yeah, Fifi, maybe.
Because she's got a beret,
Yeah.
so she must be French. And then finally...
Golden Retriever.
The Golden Retriever. It's brilliant, isn't it? The panting Golden Retriever. Right, so that's all of them, because I know it's going to be hard. Let's do the Tower of Dogs first. So I'll show you what the cushion looks like. So they're all appliqued in felt.
Yes, they are, yeah.
Look at the... I love that.
He's even got a little ribbon.
Of course. You ever seen the Yorkshire Terrier?
I know,
with that
the
one?
dozens, yeah, yeah.
I saw a lovely, like an old English sheepdog or something the other day that had long, and they parted its hair and had little clips. I thought, oh, I want that. It was just the little clips.
Well, dogs are the new children, aren't they?
Absolutely, yeah. I much prefer mine to the children. Love it. Love my dog. So much more obedient.
No, they're the best, the best.
Love mine.
They really are.
Now, let me show you the kit for this, because the kits are brilliant. Because you get the velvet. This is such lovely velvet, isn't it?
Beautiful.
It's like butter soft, isn't it?
It's almost like suede.
Yeah. It's not, because it's a polyester velvet, so there's none of that fraying nonsense.
No, it doesn't fray either when it's cut.
No.
Beautiful.
And it's so lovely to sew with, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, I think I would like to work further in this, you know, because obviously the colour palette, the range is going to be quite big, I think, you know.
Yeah, and it's I mean, it's really lovely. Also, it looks very luxurious. So when you make something like this, it will look like such an amazingly luxurious cushion. So there's your... I'll show you the instructions in a minute. There's your velvet, and then you get all the felt that you need. So there's all these different colours, and obviously a lot of the dogs are brown, but you've got the light pink, you've got beige, you've got 2 shades of grey, the darker pink, brown, black, white, another bit of brown, cream. So that's all of the felts that you need. And then you've got full instructions.
Yes.
So these are all, have you hand stitched all of these on?
Right, so I'll explain sort of like what I've done here. So
the instructions as well have all 3 dogs.
yeah, they
So
do.
when you buy the kit for the tower, you will get instructions and templates for all of them.
Fifi and the golden retriever, yeah.
With all of the details.
Yeah. All the
So
stitch guides.
so sorry, I interrupted you because we were talking. I was
Yeah, it's
talking
okay,
about that.
fine. No, so the way I approached this was kind of like pretty much the way that I always work, in that I will cut out all of the components first, and I've just left an ear off so I can actually illustrate how I do that. So as in the previous show where you cut out all the little bits and bobs, all the templates, these are just flat pieces, because these are going to be what are actually stitched on top of the velvet.
Right, okay.
So what happens is, if we go to the Dalmatian instructions.
What, for the
There he
template?
is,
Yeah.
So you can see that all of these have been cut out. And what I've done, I've literally used a little tiny dash of glue just to hold them in place. And then I've done my usual stitches, which I can do a demo of, to, you know, apply them to
so
the base.
if you want, so they're all hand sewn. You could machine sew the bodies on if you wanted.
You could, yeah.
Or they can all be hand sewn like you've done.
They can, yeah.
So
yeah.
amazing. So that is the Tower of Dogs. So where you've got all of them.
Yeah.
Right, now you've got everything that you need in there. These have obviously, Alison has embellished these with a pom-pom trim. You don't get that because that's just an extra optional embellishment if you want to. Though we do have it available as an extra to buy, because we knew that some of you would want it, some not. So that's up to you. That one's come off. French Poodle. Love the colour of the background on this.
I know, it was just so nice to work with, you know, such lush fabric, but
Yeah, I
also
wonder what the
beautiful
colour is. It's like a sort of a pale turquoise or a deep duck egg.
I think it was described as mint.
Mint?
But it's not mint,
No,
is it? No.
no. Mint is green.
It is, yeah.
This
yeah.
is blue. It's the same level of blue. I would say light vintage blue.
It is, yeah.
Because it's the same as a mint, but in blue, it's not mint at all. Yeah, it's a real... I can't think what it's the colour of. Maybe spearmint, because spearmint's blue, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
But I would go vintage blue.
Yeah, it's unusual, isn't it?
Really unusual, really, and it goes beautifully with the pink, though.
Yeah.
It isn't mint at all. See, look, let me show you. Let me show you what the velvet looks like without any applique. I mean, it is a pale turquoise, really.
Yes, it is.
Look at this. Let me show you. This is what you get in your kit. All of that.
Make more than one cushion with that.
Absolutely loads. And remember, when you get your kit, you will have the pattern for all of the cushions. So if you've got some felt, get the kit for whichever one you want the most, and then you can make the rest of them.
I mean, you know, I decided to put Fifi onto the lovely vintage colour, but... You know, depending on your
that's true,
lounge,
actually.
you could actually chop and change it round and maybe put Fifi on the green or the lilac, which has been used for the golden retriever. You know, I mean, this is just a suggestion. You can play around with it to suit, you know, the environment that you want to put them in.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah.
So these are all the colours
That you get.
But you also get the sequins, which are used for...
The collar.
Oh, the collar.
Yeah.
Because obviously she's got a sequin collar on.
Beautiful collar.
And you get the pom-poms. I love these. Aren't they brilliant? So these aren't the pom-pom trim, but these are the pom-poms that are actually used for...
the little tufts,
you know, the bits when you have a poodle has those tufty bits.
like bonsai trees.
Yeah. Yeah, they look really ridiculous, don't they? But that's how they are.
How they are,
So
yeah.
you've got the pom-poms for that. So that's all there. And obviously you get full instructions as well, which gives you all of the instructions. How to make the cushion cover.
Yeah, which is an envelope style cushion cover.
And all the templates. So that's Fifi. And then the final one is the golden retriever. Let me just show you the cushion for the golden retriever. So that's on a beautiful, I wonder what they've called that one. Lavender, I'll go with that.
Lavender, yeah, I like that. I like that.
So he's obviously, the golden retriever's got a little bandana
he's got
on.
a little bandana.
He's even got a lead.
A little lead, yeah.
He's so cute, isn't he? He's really panting. So that's the golden retriever, and let me show you what you get. Again, you get a massive piece of velvet. It's huge. I mean, to be honest, if you were, I wonder if you've got enough. If you were only doing the fronts, you'd have enough for all three there, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you could, yeah, quite easily.
Loads. It's a lovely colour as well, isn't it?
I love them all.
Beautiful. So you get all of that. Is that a metre then?
I think it was a metre, yeah.
Okay. Loads. And then you get all of the felt. So you've got the yellow felt, and then you've got
the
all
main
of these
body,
different...
you've got your oranges, your pinks.
You've got oranges, pinks for that. Then you get the black and the white, and you get the red spot
bandana.
that's used for the bandana, and you get full instructions. So you're getting all of that. Felt, 7 pieces, fabric a metre, and a fat quarter, $34.99. And then remember, in the instructions, you've got all of the templates.
And they're to size as well.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, if you want just the instructions, we do have them, only physical. We don't have the PDFs for this, but we have just the physical printed versions. Remember, in the instructions, you've got instructions for all of them. So you've got the Tower of Dogs, the Golden Retriever, and the French Poodle, all together.
Great.
So all you've got to do now is decide which you want to make the most, or all three. But remember, whichever kit you get, you will get instructions for all of them.
Yeah.
Right, what can you show us?
Okay, right, okay. So, as I've previously explained, you cut out your templates, and again, as previously, mark all the templates up so you know what colours they are and how many you need to cut out. And with these, it's only like one piece, show my messy side, that is worked upon, because that is going to be applied, the flat piece
Right, so you
will
do
be
all
applied.
the work
Yeah,
on the dog
exactly.
before you sew it on.
Yeah, yeah. And the way I worked with these was I made all of them so that then afterwards, because it is like a Tower of Dogs, you can actually position them where you want them to be in terms of standing on top of each other. Yeah?
Yeah, so if you look at the actual cushion, you can see, because you can obviously alter that slightly then, can't you, which angle? So you've got to make the whole dog first.
Yeah. And then decide sort of like the positioning once you've made them all. So that's just a little tip for sort of like composing them, I suppose. So everything's all stitched down. The stitches I've used are back stitch, and let me see which stitches I've used. I think I've used a chain stitch in here, and I've also used couching stitch. And chain stitch is used on Fifi, couching stitch is used on the Golden Retriever. But before I just get to the stitches, I'm just going to talk through what happens with this. So you can imagine this is just a miniaturised version of the cushion.
But what's good is because you've got these templates.
Yeah.
Because you can make miniature versions.
Yeah, exactly.
And you'll have loads of velvet left over.
So what you can do is, obviously I've got some tails there that are sort of, you know, perhaps need trimming off, or sometimes I just quite like to blob a little bit of glue on the back just to secure them in case they start getting undone. But you just need something like a glue stick, something that's used for fabric, just like a base.
Yeah, make sure it's a fabric glue stick, though.
Because otherwise, if you use an alternative, it sort of gets all on your needle.
I know, I've tried that.
It just doesn't
but
work.
I've learned the hard way.
Just doesn't work. So once you've decided your positioning, and imagine this is a miniaturised version of my cushion, baste it down, right? Make sure it's nice and flat. And it might be an idea as well, just while it's in its flat formation, to put something heavy on top of it to make sure it's all, you know, held down. Because when you think about it, you're going to be actually handling this to actually applique or sew it on top of the cushion. The other thing is with velvet as well, you can't really put it in an embroidery hoop, because it's going to sort of mark the velvet. So what you have to do is kind of work with it on a tabletop, keep it as flat as possible, and then stitch around, which is partly the reason why I use the basting glue to hold that
just to really
into
keep it in
position.
place. It's a good
yeah,
idea.
yeah. So I'm just going to imagine that he's stuck down, and what I would do is, and if I just show you in the instructions as well, what I've actually put in here to make it easy for everybody, is if I show you.
Oh, okay.
Right, so what we've got is we've got a blue line and we've also got a red line. So the red line, the red dash lines are what are actually stitched down initially to make the dog up, but the blue lines indicate where you're going to stitch it onto the cushion top, yeah?
Yeah, so red line is before you do it.
Yeah.
And then the blue line is kind of appliquing
outside,
it on.
yeah. So that you're not sort of doing more stitching than what's required. So with the velvet, you'd cut 3 of those out, and I've actually done a whole sheet here which illustrates how to put the envelope edge cushion together. So you're going to cut 3 out, 3 cushion pieces. And again, you know, it's up to you. You can actually make them smaller or bigger, you know. It doesn't have to be the size that I've specified in these instructions. I've got here 41 centimetres by 41. I don't know why I had the odd number. It just worked out like that. But anyway, that's the way it worked out. But 3 pieces. The only thing you would have to remember, though, if you were sizing down, is that the images that you created, the little templates here, would need to be able to fit on to the size of cushion that you've prepared. Okay, so
I quite like him with the one ear. Makes
yeah,
him really soulful.
He's like, yeah, he's cute, isn't he? So I'm going to handle this really well, and I'm just going to do a back stitch all the way around the edge. And the reason I'm doing a back stitch is it just means that there's no pieces that are left unstitched, basically. And you don't want to pull this stitching too tight either, because if you do that, what you're in danger of is actually wrinkling up the velvet. So just do your stitches, not loosely, but, you know, pull them, but not too taut. So the needle goes up and then it goes down just to create a normal stitch, as you would do. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave a gap, which is the same length as the stitch that I've just previously produced. I'm going to bring the needle up, again, not pulling it too tight, and I'm going to take it back down to the last end of the stitch that I've just produced. So what you're doing is you're actually creating a solid line, and that solid line is, I suppose, what you'd be creating if you were doing it on a sewing machine. It's just like a running stitch, isn't it? Yeah.
So if you wanted to, you could sew this, do the applique by hand for the little bits, but you could then sew this on by machine if you wanted to.
Yeah.
Not obligatory.
No. I mean, I suppose if you were doing it by machine, there'd be a lot of, you know, leaving down of the needle, turning it a little bit, and then, you know. But again, if you were, you know,
well, it's nice to have the option, isn't it? I mean, I think
course.
sewing on those little spots by machine would be really hard.
Very much, yeah, very much. So that would be your back stitch, okay? And these are these knots, aren't we, that we talked about earlier, that happen, these little loops. There we go. So the blue line basically illustrates where all of that straight stitching would go. But for instance, on the leg bit, if I just use this as an example, there we go, you can see that that's red because that's going on top of another leg that gets tucked in, as does the ear of the dog. Yeah, I like him with 2 ears.
Yeah, it's just, you know, sort of, it looks like, you know, when you see dogs and they get like one ear gets one ear caught behind. It's looking a little bit windswept, but I think it looks a little bit more balanced with 2.
Yeah.
More like a Dalmatian.
There we go.
It's so cute, isn't it? But it's great that you get all of these templates in the instructions because then you can use them for all sorts of things.
Yeah. I mean, maybe not necessarily cushions. I mean, you know, there'd be other ideas that you could use them for, such as,
Well, this would make a beautiful tote bag.
Oh, yeah,
because,
a bag.
And what you're going to get in the kit, because you get all of the fabric, you could easily, instead of making this into a cushion, you could make it into a tote bag.
Exactly.
Be gorgeous, wouldn't it? And you've got enough velvet for the front, the back. You could even make it long handles as well, because you've got so much velvet in there. Line it with a bit of cotton fabric. In fact, you could probably line it with the velvet, to be honest, because you get quite a lot. But that would be a real talking piece, wouldn't it?
Well, take it to the park when you
Dog walking.
Be the envy of all the dog walkers.
Yes, look at my velvet dog bag. But it's amazing value for money when you think $36.99. You're getting all of that whole meat of the velvet, full instructions and templates, and all the felt as well.
Yeah. So what you would do is you would stitch him on, get him into position, following the guides and everything, and make sure that he's all nice, snug, and settled down onto the velvet with no gaps missing. Now, I'll just cut that off so that the needle doesn't get in the way of anything I might do. So, as I said, you need 3 of these. And I've just drawn a little line down there. And I think on the pattern, I've used 0.5 of a centimetre as a seam, right? So, as it's an envelope edge, and you've got 3, and I'll just talk about nap now as well, because we have a nap, don't we, on velvet?
Very, very important, the nap.
Now, the nap is the way that the fabric runs, which direction it is. Now, if the nap on the fabric is running down, I believe the lighter the shade of the colour. However, if you turn it round the other way, well, actually, now in this light, it looks like the other way around. That looks darker, doesn't it, running down? And when I turn it that way, it looks lighter.
It's weird, isn't it?
Yeah. But
what's weird is that it has a slight nap in both directions, but one is more pronounced than the other.
Yeah, more prominent, yeah. But I think what I'd say is don't get too caught up about the nap. You know, if you're not really that sort of bothered about, you know, the direction.
Well, it's interesting because I would always do things with the nap going down. Because I like that feel.
Yeah.
But I hadn't realised, I think John told me that when you make garments, the nap always goes the other way.
Yeah.
Which I'd never realised. Because I'd think if I had a velvet jacket,
exactly,
I'd want
you'd be
to
doing
down,
that instead of doing that.
But it goes the other way because of the light fall.
Exactly.
So it doesn't really matter.
No.
I guess maybe have them all in the same direction.
Yeah.
But I find when you go this way and you go that, you can feel it's that way. But then when you go that way, there's a bit of a nap. But one has more resistance than the other.
Yeah. So, okay.
Just get your naps the same way on the front and back.
Yeah. So with a second piece, and you can see I've drawn 2 lines down. If you were using a trim, okay, I would put, as I've used a bobble trim, I will put the edge of the bobble trim running down the side where the line is and make sure that the bobbles are facing inwards.
Right.
Okay, and then I would just stitch that in place.
Yeah, we have got the bobble trim.
Yeah. Okay. They're a bit tinier than mine, but
yeah, they're little bobbles, but they're still bobbles.
They're still bobbles. And what I've found with these
this
as
is
well,
a metre piece, $1.49.
Yeah. Some of the stems on these are longer than others.
Oh, okay.
So I would suggest if you're going to use the bobble trim, you're going to sew it on the sewing machine as opposed to hand stitching it. Put a zipper foot on so that when you've got that positioned on there, and that is going, see the line there? So this edge here, this one, will go to that edge there, and you will stitch using your zipper foot all the way down. So that basically holds, it gets held down, the trim.
Right, so just place it right sides in and sew it.
And stitch it down.
Okay.
So we can imagine now we've got our bobble trim.
Right.
Positioned on there. So we're going to do our envelope now.
You've got enough there in the metre to put it down both sides as well.
Yeah. So envelope edge. The top part of the cushion, which is obviously the part where the dog's head is going to marry up with that top line there, and I've folded that. You can have it the other way if you wanted to put it down here. You've got that option as well. It's purely subjective as to whatever your likes are. But what you would do is then position that along the top, so then you would stitch through the 2 layers of the envelope edge onto the top of the cushion, because that's going to get turned back that way. Yeah.
Which I can show you on this one. Let me just come over. I need to come over there. I can't see. There we go.
There we go.
So that's how that works.
Yeah.
So it means that you don't have to hem this piece.
Yeah.
Because the raw ends are in the seam at the top.
Yeah. I mean, if you wanted to, you could, if you've got an overlock or if you've got access, you could do that or use a zigzag. But I didn't actually do anything with it. I just cut it and sewed it because it didn't fray.
Yeah.
It's just ideal.
It's amazing, isn't it?
It's like the felt version.
So it's a really, really easy way to do an envelope back, because you're not hemming either of these pieces.
Yeah.
Because this is the fold. And really, you're just then sewing it around all 4 edges.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Exactly. So again, just to recap, you're going to sew along the top here through those 3 edges, and then what you're going to do, and if you're taking note of the nap, make sure that the nap is running down, and then that fits over the top, right? So you can see here, I've illustrated here, told you what to do step by step.
Right, okay.
And of course, initially, when you're actually cutting out these squares, I would suggest that you use a set square and a ruler to actually, you know, get everything straight, so it is a nice square shape and it's not sort of going off at a bit of a weird angle or something. So when you've got to that stage, you're going to leave the top. That's not getting stitched because that's already been taken care of, because you still need an opening to turn it inside out.
Yeah, true.
So, looking back to the instructions, you're just going to go down the side, across the bottom, and then back up to the top. Now, if you've got access to a sewing machine, do it on a sewing machine. If you're not and you're just using it totally as a hand stitch project, I'd suggest you just use a back stitch and just do tiny stitches across.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, the other important thing to note is when you turn this back, what you need to do, and I've illustrated this here on these instructions, they're highlighted in pink there, cut off those edges, but take care not to cut into your stitches. So when you've got your stitch line, or rather like that, only stitch up to that point. Don't snip into your stitches at all. And that just makes the ease of turning, you know, the cushion inside out, you know, a lot easier, basically. So that's all it is to make the cushion.
Yeah, no, and that's really good, because you can, that means that for people, you know, because you do appeal a lot to people who like hand sewing, that the cushion construction doesn't need to be scary.
No, not at all, not at all. And if I, you know, if I had the time to sort of like do them by hand, you know, stitch all the cushions up, I would probably have done that.
Right.
But obviously, I'm working to a deadline, so, you know.
But there's nothing to stop you doing it this way.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's the Tower of Dogs cushion, and that's the one that's in the image at the moment. Remember, you get a whole metre of velvet, which is absolutely loads. You get all the felt to make it and full instructions as well. And the instructions include all of the templates for the Tower of Dogs, the Golden Retriever and the French Poodle.
Correct.
So that's that kit.
That's that one, yeah. Okay, so we've got Fifi and she's got these pom-poms. So what I did with these to attach those was in that first layer, that first stage of making, all I did and I've got that lush vintage.
Yeah, that not mint colour.
Beautiful, yeah.
It's so lovely, isn't it? Be nice to
love them.
Be lovely for covering chairs. And
Oh,
things.
no, yeah. If I had the time, yeah.
It's beautiful. It works really well with the pink.
It does, yeah. Looking for my scissors now. What have I done with them?
Oh, I haven't had them.
Oh, here they are. I've got them. Covered them up. Right. So these are hand stitched on as well. You know, no machine involved.
No machines were harmed in the making of this project.
No. So again, using it double, and I'm just doing a couple of knots there, so we've got a nice end there. And what I did with these was, you can feel, when you feel them, you can feel a sort of more solid centre to what you've got on the outside.
The pom-poms come in the kit as well.
Yeah. So I'm bringing my needle up, and what I did was just sort of like brought my needle up and then took it back down, because the stitching actually gets hidden because of all the fluff anyway.
And it has got like a centre that you can attach it into.
Yeah. So when you're looking at his legs, or sorry, her legs in this case, you can see we've got one for the tail and we've got one each on each of those legs. So you know exactly where you're going to put it, right? So take it down through the velvet and then sort of find the centre again, because it's like a little bit chunkier, it feels a bit thicker, and just repeat that a few times, and that just holds that in place. And again, like I said, you know, the fluff of the pom-pom actually disguises the stitching, so you don't actually know that it's there.
And you do that after all of the applique, I presume?
Yeah, after it's all done.
So you're going through the velvet as well?
Yeah, because only when you've put the dog together...
Pull that there.
Only when you've put the dog together do you know exactly where the
that's true. And it's, I guess, like you said, with the Tower of Dogs, it's quite nice to sort of have that little play in that arrangement to go, how shall I put the dog on? Because I guess it might be straight. I mean, there's...
I mean, you might want it sort of at a little bit of an angle, a jaunty angle or something, you know, purely down to...
But you can arrange that as get the dog done and then... And then applique it on.
Exactly. So, I mean, I've used the sequins there as well, just to sort of jazz up the collar and make it look really expensive, you know. Maybe a sort of designer dog collar, who knows. But then, obviously, once you've done enough stitches... And the sequins come in the kit, don't they?
Oh,
yeah, they do, yeah. Sorry, I forgot about that, yeah. Yeah, sequins.
So you get loads of them. How many's in there? 5 grams.
Okay.
Hundreds.
A lot.
Hundreds. You could sew sequins across the whole thing.
Or you could edge it. You could make a border.
Oh, you could hand sew sequins all over it, because you've got a whole packet in there. Yeah, $34.99. It's not bad for that. Metre of velvet. Yeah. The 5 pom-poms. Hundreds
of sequins.
Of gold sequins, and all the felt. And the instructions.
Yeah.
Great price.
Good stuff. So you just kind of sew enough stitches through it, basically just going up through the fabric and back down through the pom-pom until it's secured enough, you know, because remember, if this is going to be on a couch, people might be sitting on it, leaning on it, you know, and get a little bit of, you know, pressure, and after a bit of time it might start to come off. So you need to just do as many as you feel fit
so make sure it's nice and secure.
Nice and secure, yeah. Okay, so then the other stitch I've used is couching.
Right, so this is the retriever.
The retriever, yeah.
So on the retriever, let me show you. So the couching is used... Oh, hang on, sorry, I need to...
All right.
There we go. The couching is used for attaching the lead on. Now, you've used a wool for the lead.
Yeah. I mean, again, I think
what ribbon, I guess.
Yeah, you could. I think again, what the aim for this project was, I was still trying to get those extra textures in.
Yeah, but you want that 3D-ness, don't you?
And also, you know, I've used the pattern fabric again, just to give it a different flavour, apart from just using the felt. But obviously, we've got this nice woolly effect with the lead, but also again with the, you know, the actual velvet. It's just that mix, that different sort of like mix of ingredients.
Yeah, I mean, it makes it very luxurious, doesn't it? Because you've got, like, you know, the felt, the cotton, the yarn, the velvet. Yeah. So it's... But again, you know, like if you had ribbon or cord or something, you could really add the texture.
Yeah.
But you can't sew this on because it's too thick. Yeah, what I mean.
It is. So that's why I've couched this on.
Right, okay.
Right. So couching is great because I'm fluffing about now with the nap, aren't I? So we've got the selvage there.
It's that way.
Yeah.
That's the only good thing about the selvage is you know it's
that way, yeah. So couching stitch is great for sort of like producing a line and also using something like a woolen fabric. So what you could do is when you've actually got that first base, that first layer down,
right,
and you've stitched all that layer of
so
your
once
dog.
You've got, show me on here. So would you put the dog on first?
So the dog goes on first, and you've made the bandana.
Right.
And again, you can just use a back stitch for there. Just it's all in the instructions. Use a back stitch, bag it out, turn it inside out, and obviously because we've got curves, you'd need to snip up to the stitch line. All right, so if you were using this as a hand sewing project, no need to use a sewing machine, but you can if you want to. And once you've stitched 2 layers together, you've bagged them out, just cut into the cut line so that when you turn it out, it gets easier to actually sit flat. Just give it a nice press with the sewing machine. And that gets all tucked under his furry neckline, yeah? So, with the first stage, we've got our cushion, our first layer. We've not done any envelope edge or anything here. We've stuck and basted our little doggy down. What I would recommend you do is, in accordance with the design you've got, is layer and kind of create the shape that you want, the pattern, you know, the twists and the turns, you know, the lead is sort of like curling round in the air. And use your friction pen to just mark that out so that you know that you've got a guide. No, I don't know.
Yeah, because I was thinking, how do you keep that?
Yeah.
How would you remember? So draw it on.
Yeah. So cut the required length. Obviously, don't sort of like cut a piece and then you think, oh, right, okay, it's ended there. I need to put another piece on.
That would
Make sure that you've got enough of a length to play with, even if you've got to cut it off afterwards as a bit of waste. And leave it off the edge, going off the top of the cushion, so that when you sew it all together, that bit gets caught in on that hemline, so it's not going anywhere. So I'm just going to illustrate how to do the couching. I'm not going to follow a line because I've not actually, I don't know what's happened to the friction pen. I think we put it back on the trolley, didn't we?
Who knows?
Who knows?
Never mind.
But I've got double thread because that's basically what I like to use. And again, don't pull it too taut. Take it down, and you're basically just going over the top of the yarn. Oh, pull it, not too tight. You don't have to put the stitches directly next to each other. Leave a gap. You don't have to sort of like put loads
So
down.
how much of a gap
I've got, say, it's about 1 centimetre, isn't it, I'd say? Do you think? That about 1 centimetre?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what you're doing is you're just bringing it up.
Yeah, it's a bit.
One edge.
I'm trying to do it in inches.
Yeah. And
it's about half an inch, well, a bit less.
Yeah. Take it down over the top of the yarn, down to the back of the fabric again. Because what's happening is that couching stitch is now holding that yarn in place. And it's quite a neat little stitch, isn't it? I mean, if you do get sort of any, because sometimes what can happen is, you know, you can kind of get that and you think, oh, what's that? What's going on there? Just give it a gentle tug so it's actually lying flush with the velvet. And you just carry that on for as much as you needed to do until you've actually stitched the required length and curls.
And then just follow that line.
And follow the line. Obviously, you've used your friction pen. Just keep, as you go in, you've just done a little bit more. Okay, we've got a bit of a curve coming up. Stitch that down and then just keep working it and following the line.
And I guess that technique applies to any of them, anything that you want to add a bit of extra detail to.
Yeah, and it's quite a nice stitch. I mean, obviously I've not left a big gap there like I have done in the previous ones, and that kind of like shows up. So perhaps try to make the distance between the stitches as equal as possible so you get a nice fluid line.
Yeah, but then it's supposed to have that kind of handmade. It's not supposed to be machine stitch perfect.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, it's that's the point, isn't it? I mean, because when you look at, if we show you on everyone here, you know, it's that's the beauty of it. It's got a real hand stitch look to it, hasn't it?
Yeah, yeah. And with the bow, I just made a bow and knotted the ends so it didn't unravel, and then I've just stitched that bow in place where it needs, you know, needs to be in accordance with the lead and his neck and the bandana. Yeah.
Fabulous.
Yeah. So, what else have we got?
So that's the golden retriever.
So that's the golden retriever. We've done Fifi. So
Yes.
the other thing is a chain stitch, isn't it? Now
Yes.
I've used chain
What did
stitch.
you put the chain stitch
Chain
on?
stitches on Fifi.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
So
Now,
should we show you?
mine's very delicate, actually, because I just use normal sewing thread because I didn't want it to be
So that's
chunky.
just the chain on the little thing,
Yeah,
which
yeah.
you can put on any of the dogs if you want to be a little charm on their collar.
I mean, they could even sort of like improvise, and instead of using the red wool,
you
do a
could
chain stitch,
yeah,
so it's like
true.
a little chain.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
If you had like a metallic thread or something, it would look fab, wouldn't
That'd
it?
be great, yeah.
But all of the instructions for these stitch guides, all the stitch guides all come in your instructions anyway.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Oh, we've got the velvets on their own by the half metre as well.
Oh. Okay, so
We've got the mint. Well, that's not mint, but a duck egg.
No. Oh, duck egg. Oh, I quite like that.
Which one is it called? Is that the one? Teal.
Teal. Oh. Oh, okay. Right.
Much better
I
name.
thought, yeah, I thought it was described as mint to me.
Yeah,
not-
and well, it was in the kit. Maybe it is
Yeah,
the teal.
yeah.
But we have got that all available by the half metre if you want to buy that X on top of.
Right, so for demonstration purposes only, I'm just using a piece of felt and a piece of multi-stranded cotton here, just so that you can see what I'm doing, because it's quite an intricate stitch, this, isn't it? So what I'm doing, I'm bringing my needle up, and I've got a knot in the end of it, and I'm going to take the needle back down, almost at the same position as to where the needle came up. And can you see I've made a loop there? Inside that horseshoe shape, I'm going to bring the needle up inside the horseshoe. I'm not going to pull it really tight, and I'm going to take it down outside the horseshoe. And so what will happen is, oh, it's gone twisty, hasn't it? Come on. Unravel yourself. It's got like a little kink in it. Maybe it's the way it's been, you know, on the skein or something. And then what you're going to do is you're going to make another loop of the same sort of size. And again, bring your needle up on the inside of the horseshoe shape, and then take it back down on the outside. So what that stitch is actually doing, it's actually holding that into position, right? So again, bring it up through the fabric at the bottom, make the loop, bring it back down to where you first started it, make a horseshoe shape the same size as the previous stitch, bring it up inside the horseshoe and take it back down outside the horseshoe. And again, you just do that for as many times as you want. And again, you could, you know, draw it out using the friction pen, so you've got a guide. But with Fifi, I just used, it was just a straight line.
Right.
It was just a straight line. So it was kind of fairly easy to do. But, you know, if you're going to use as a
maybe you're going to do. I mean, and you could even do. I mean, this one would be quite funny. You could have leads coming off all of them. They'd all
different
be tangled,
directions.
wouldn't they?
Yeah, like that.
It'd be like you imagine it'd be like the dog walker, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
You know, when you see
like
them,
they do, you know, when
they're
they
all
get
over
all
the place.
across.
So, but also with things like couching, you can lay it on. If you don't like it, don't stitch it on.
Exactly.
But it's nice as well to try different stitches and different things.
Yeah. So, you know, many different variations that can take place there. You know, at the end of the day, it's up to the maker. You know,
that's true.
I'm giving the inspiration, you know, you can take it and run with it whatever way you want.
Well, I always think with these things, I think it's, you know, you sort of feel like, oh, I've got to do it the same.
Yeah,
but you don't.
No.
Use these templates, move them round. You know, you can have the end of this dog on top of the other one. You know, it doesn't have to be that way round, does it?
And, you know, if you're buying the felt in the kit, you don't necessarily have to use the colours that I've used. You know, mix it up again. I mean, this one might be a totally different colour. It might not even be white.
That's true. Well, let's go through the kit so show exactly what you get in. So, for the Tower of Dogs, you will get a whole metre of this felt. And it's really wide as well.
Yeah, it's great.
Do you know what the width of this felt is, without me getting my tape measure out?
Is it 150, is it? Don't know.
Yes, I think it is 150.
Right.
I think so. I was just going to check. So you get a whole metre of the felt, and then you get all of these felt colours. Oh, just this general felt, this velvet. I'm on Tower of Dogs. You get the light pink, the dark pink, beige, brown, light greys. Loads in this, isn't there?
I know. It's a lovely palette, though, isn't it?
It is. Well, it's a very dog palette, isn't it? Just think you could make a dog with that. But it just, it's got that colours because you've just got the tongues, haven't you?
Tongues and cheeks.
Tongues and cheeks. So
And
that's
noses.
all of it. All of the felt that you're going to get, and that olive green, and full instructions. And don't forget, I know I keep saying this, but in the instructions, you get the instructions for all three. You get the French Poodle, the Golden Retriever, and the Tower of Dogs. So whichever kit you buy, you get the instructions for all three. But if you want all the felts and the fabric, you'll need to buy all three if you want all three. So that's the Tower of Dogs. Then the French Poodle.
Fifi. It's a very traditional name, that, isn't it, for a French poodle? Fifi.
Fifi. Yeah, Fifi Trixabel. I don't know where that comes from. Fifi. This is so wide. Anyway, you get all of this. Look at all that velvet.
Do you want me to hold it up one end?
Yeah, it's called mint, but it's more, we're going light turquoise, vintage blue, duck egg. That's the colour. It's definitely blue.
Yeah.
I know they say mint, but it is definitely blue. I think it's maybe, I'll give them spearmint.
Yeah.
Because they're blue, aren't they?
Yeah.
Well, spearmint sweets are. Not spearmint in reality. So you get all of the, I mean, it is gorgeous. All of that, and then you get all of the colours to make Fifi. So we've got black, white, light pink. Right, so it's 148 wide, and you need 3 pieces that are 44 centimetres. So there's enough here to make 2 whole cushions.
Ooh.
Because you'd only actually need half a metre.
Yeah.
So there's enough there to make 2 whole cushion fronts and backs. If you just wanted to make the fronts, there's enough for 6 cushions. And then you could use a plain fabric for the back. So that's amazing value. When you look at that, $34.99, you can make 6 cushion fronts with that, or 3 whole cushions. You get 5 fluffy balls.
Yeah.
And sequins and full instructions. And then for the final one, you get, this is the Golden Retriever, a whole metre, which is enough for 6 cushion fronts or 3 whole cushions of, what's it? Oh, lavender. It's lovely, isn't it? Really like those. Those 2 colours go together really well. Lots in this one because you get the yellow, orange, mustard, pink, brighter orange, cream, black, and you get the spotty fabric that's used for the bandana. And full instructions. Amazing. Well, thank you so much, Alison. It's been brilliant. I
Thank you.
absolutely love these.
Thank you, thank you.
When will you be back with us?
Well, I'm back for Christmas in July.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, but we're looking at a date maybe in between as well.
Brilliant. Oh, well, I can't wait to see what other wonderful felt creations you come up with. These are just beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining me today on Sewing Street. So tomorrow it is Vix's birthday extravaganza, big celebration day. So I'll be back tomorrow with Vix, but obviously Vix is presenting. It's her birthday. Really exciting. So make sure you send a lot of messages. I will be back on 8 o'clock with Amber Makes. I've designed a brand new basket. Where's the menu gone?
I love that basket.
Yeah, the basket bag. Thank you. That will be on them tomorrow. Brand new design in 3 different colourways, and we've been advertising it all week, so that's especially for Vix's birthday. At 9 o'clock, Janet Claire will be in doing her posh quilt, port out starboard home quilt. 10 o'clock, I'm going to be with you for just half an hour to launch the Granny Squares Flowers card deck. This is the second in the series of the crochet cards. The first one, apparently, Search Press sold over 100,000 of them. So I've been lucky enough to have that. It's a pack of 50 cards with Granny Square designs. I've had it for a week, been playing with it. So I'll come back at 10 o'clock to demonstrate that. 11 o'clock, Janet Claire will be here with her zip pouches. And then we're going to finish off the day at 12 o'clock with Samantha Williams and the Grace Mini Quilter Tabletop. And don't forget, tomorrow, you will be able to buy, for the first time ever, loads of you have been asking about this, amazing hobby bag. There we go. And that's tomorrow. Anyway, thank you for joining me today. I'll see you here tomorrow for Vix's birthday. Can't wait. Have a great afternoon.
Bye.
Charm pack or 5-inch squares. A charm pack is a bundle of pre-cut fabric squares, usually 5 inches by 5 inches. Each piece comes in different patterns and colours that match perfectly. They're great for quilts, patchwork or any small sewing project. No cutting or matching needed. So next time you are looking for a quick and easy way to start a sewing project, why not try a charm pack?